Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, will we see second part, what if Harry Potter's bond with Tonks awakened his ultimate power? Here is short summary. A bond with Tonks unlocks Harry's hidden potential, setting him on the path to become the most powerful wizard alive. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Tonks tried to move while asleep, but the resistance she met caused her to wake up. She immediately felt a sense of safety wash over her as her eyes opened and her brain started functioning. Oh, this is heaven. What a way to wake up in the morning. She looked down and found, yet again, Harry's arms wrapped around her tightly. Her left east was completely covered. She took a deep breath and sighed slowly, enjoying the sensation. Anyone else would have been at my pants from the first second, but Harry just holds me and gets embarrassed when he finds himself in personal situations. I love his naivety, it is so endearing. Tonks closed her eyes and let herself be swept up in the moment. He is so rare a person. I have never met someone like him before. He is as clueless as they come concerning intimacy, but there I am, completely in over my head. I tried to tease him just for fun and he kicked my ass. I tried to key him a little just to frustrate the poor boy and I lose all control over myself. And that thing he does, wow, that is amazing. No one could withstand that. No matter how skilled they are in occlumency, they would crumble. Tonks reveled in her memories of the last 2 days and the feeling of warmth Harry gave off as he held her. She only stopped when she started getting too excited by her thoughts. I am sure he wouldn't mind being woken up that way, but I would probably scare the hell out of him by doing it. Her thoughts threatened to shift back to more pleasant memories, but she forced them down. You are the adult here whether you act like it or not. Think of what people would say, think of what the papers would do to you. 20-something or seduces the boy who lived. That would be a wonderful headline for Mum to read over morning tea. She would be shocked at first and looking to yell at me, but she would be happy for me in the end. Dad would read it, too. He would probably yell at me and congratulate Harry. Men, stop it. This is Harry you are thinking about and he is years younger than you. Up until now it has all been for fun. Be the adult you are supposed to be and distance yourself. Tonks' train of thought lasted until Harry shifted slightly and pulled her close to him. Oh, I am ked. A simple hug and I fall apart. I have to be strong, I have to fight it. But he is so cute and say, why and, yep, I am so ked. Tonks sighed again and didn't know what to do about Harry. She was going to spend a lot of time with him this summer guarding and training him, but this was something she didn't expect. Why do I have to be such a flirt? Why did I have to flirt with him? It was just supposed to be fun and games. And now I look forward to the teasing as much as he does because it makes me feel good. Is it me or is it him? A very clear voice in her mind told her it was him. He was the difference. Tonks kept arguing with herself as she tried to figure out what to do. The only options she could think of were to let things happen as they may or to completely close herself off to Harry. Maybe I can just see what happens. He is young and I am nothing terribly amazing, so he is likely to move on to some other young hottie when he sees her. Harry opened his eyes slowly and realized he was holding Tonks again. She was firmly in the grasp of both of his arms. Without moving, Harry tried to figure out where his hands were. Left hand is on her right hip, which is okay I guess. Right hand is shite. Why did they always end up there? Because it is fun for some reason. Okay, is Tonks awake and will she be mad this time? Harry waited a few minutes until he decided that Tonks was awake and just lying in his arms. Tonks is a flirt. She told me that the first or second day she was here. Why is she still flirting with me? I am no one special. I couldn't even keep Cho around, but that wasn't entirely my fault. Some things aren't my fault. Should I ask Tonks what is going on? And say what? I like ing you, so can we do it some more? Yeah right, that would be a stupid thing to say and she would probably curse you for it too. Harry didn't know what to do. He had never known what to do about the girls at school and this was no different. She is the adult. She knows what she is doing. I should let her make the decisions here. It is not like I have any clue what I am doing anyway. That is what I will do. I will follow Tonks' lead. She knows what she is doing and that is more than I know. Besides, I am having a lot of fun with her right now. The two stayed in Harry's bed until a vibration from Tonks' wand ended the comfortable silence. Tonks stopped her wand from vibrating and took a breath. In doing so she felt Harry's hand move with her east. Harry, you need to get up. We have to be at the office in 40 minutes. I have been awake for a while. What are the plans for today? More tests. Tonks flipped over, not hesitating, as Harry's hand was pushed across her chest, simulating her a little bit. After a deep breath, she said, "You will be tested in your knowledge, speed, and power. It will be more like a test at school though, so there shouldn't be any simulations like yesterday. I will warn you that other members might be around and some of them will not like the fact that you have such high levels already. You might have to prove yourself to some of them before they start giving you the respect you deserve. I know I had to beat a few of them up before they left me alone. Alright, anything else I should know? I had a question from yesterday. When you are casting spells with your wand, how strong is the feeling of magic? I am not sure what you mean. When you cast a spell you feel the magic rush out of you. What does it feel like? Yesterday was the first time I had ever felt a pushing sensation or anything for that matter when using my wand. Aside from when I first got it, of course. Tonks just stared at Harry's eyes. You don't feel your magic when using it? Never. Not even when you cast your Patronus. Harry didn't know what to say about this comment, so he went with the truth. No, I never feel my magic when casting spells. The only time I have was when I started learning wandless magic. The only way I could get it to work right was to push the magic out of me. Yesterday, I felt the magic while using my wand because I was using the same techniques. I was forcing my intent and will into many of my spells, because I knew that I couldn't beat Horace with my limited knowledge of spells. I tried to overwhelm him with the number and strength of them and by moving a lot. This is another one of those times when you don't know the basic rules of magic, Harry. This is so unusual, I am not sure what to do. Almost everyone feels their magic when using it. You feel it move out of you when you cast a spell. You feel yourself getting weaker when you use a lot of powerful spells. I watched your entire test, Harry. They have the ability to monitor everyone in the room. The number of spells you cast and the power you put into them would have drained most people. Your Cruciatus curse, alone, would have drained most wizards. As we get older, our capability to perform magic increases a little. We get more powerful to a point, but we are able to do more spells. A student starting out might be able to cast an easy spell many times, but they will not be very powerful. A strong spell would drain the kid very quickly. Have you ever gotten tired from using magic? I am not sure. I have been tired after a fight before, but I have always been injured, so I don't know what caused it. When I learned the Patronus, I was tired, but I was fighting a Dementor. Really, it was a boggart, but it had the same effect. How about during the DA last year? Did you ever get tired demonstrating the spells? No, I only did them a few times, then I walked around and helped the others. I am sorry, but how about one of the fights with you know who? Voldemort. Harry watched Tonks flinch. His name is Voldemort or Tom or any insulting variation thereof. Please work on saying his name. I will try, but it is something we are trained not to say. Fine. The fight in the cemetery wore me out, but the Cruciatus curse had a lot to do with that. The Imperius curse and the Priori Incantatum made me tired too. I had a broken leg at the time, so I don't know if that mattered at all or not. The Ministry fight was nasty, but I don't remember being that tired afterwards. I was thinking about other things at the time. So you don't remember becoming tired from using magic? I have to tell Marcus that since he wants to know anything that you can do that others can't. This would be one of those things. I am sure Horace will want to test your magical endurance today then. Tonks saw Harry scowl and didn't want him mad at her. Today should be you casting spells at things or at the target drones. I doubt Horace is ready for another test like yesterday. You really surprised them, Harry. You are starting off really well. I am very proud of you. Tonks leaned forward and kissed Harry lightly on the lips. Why did I do that? I just wanted to see what would happen, and here I am kissing him. Oh, I am so weak. Harry accepted the kiss and returned it as long as Tonks maintained contact. He realized his right hand had settled on Tonks' hip and was holding her steady. He looked into her eyes when she opened them. They had a dark, hungry glint to them, and Harry found them entrancing. He smiled at her and waited to see what she would do. He was slightly disappointed to see her close her eyes for a few minutes. When they opened again, the entrancing look was gone and the playful Tonks look had returned. I should shower before we leave, Harry. You should be fine since you will probably just get sweaty today. I shouldn't be more than a few minutes. Get yourself ready and don't worry about food. We can eat when we get there and I can show you the kitchen. Tonks got out of the bed and started gathering her things. Harry watched Tonks very closely because she wasn't wearing any pants, again, and her t-shirt was shorter than the one the other day. Harry was mesmerized by the light purple, lace-clothed Tonks was parading around his room. He could only think that light purple was as nice a color as the blue she wore before. He watched her grab her cloak and a few things from a bag that she had under his bed. She left the room and closed his door. Seconds later, a slight squeal made Harry grab his wand and toss on his nearest item of clothing, which was his new cloak. Harry opened his door quickly and found Tonks defiantly standing in front of Petunia, who was glaring daggers. Harry wasn't sure what had happened, but it was his family, so he would handle it. Tonks, I will handle this. Why don't you get ready so we can leave? Aunt Petunia, if you have something to say it to me. Tonks pushed past Petunia and entered the loo, closing and locking the door. Petunia stood in her place for a few seconds before she looked directly at Harry. She marched straight past him and into his room. Harry turned and followed her in. He found her standing in the corner staring at his messy bed. He waited to see if she would say anything, but after a few minutes he spoke first. Tonks charmed the bed larger so she had a place to sleep the first night. We left it since she is my guard. Now, what is the problem? Petunia looked up from the bed to Harry. She seemed to be thinking something over in her mind before opening her mouth. I checked on you last night for the first time in years, Harry. To say the least, I was shocked by what I saw. And what did you see, Aunt Petunia? Harry held his ground. According to the ministry, he was emancipated and he could handle his own life. According to him, Petunia had given up the right to have any say in how he lived his life the day she locked him in his cupboard. I saw you and her in your bed together. That is bad enough, but then I find her in our hallway wearing nothing but an old t-shirt and her knickers. What did you get up to last night, young man? Harry was astonished at the nerve of his aunt. She had never given a damn about him until now when he started living his own life. I got up to whatever I got up to, Petunia. You have no say in it anymore. Actually, you never had any say in it. You have to act like a parent before you can be one. You have never shown me that you care in the slightest about me. Why are you starting now? This is our house, Harry. You are here so you will not do things you shouldn't. Consider yourself lucky Vernon didn't find you like that. He would have been irate. And if he touched either one of us I would have hurt him as promised. I can use my magic now without any worries or concerns. We took care of that yesterday and now I have a job to go to as well. A job? You are too young to have a job. Well, I have one and there is nothing you can say about it. I am making my own choices and no one can prevent that anymore. If you wish to stop me, go ahead and try. I will do everything I can to control my own life and no one is going to stop me either. Harry was beginning to glow again, and Petunia had moved back as far as she could into the corner. Harry was mad. He was getting worked up and his magic was starting to bleed through and become visible. I will not let her or these people control my life. I may just be starting out, but I am an unspeakable, damn it. For the first time in my life, I am Harry F. King Potter. Petunia cowered in the corner and watched Harry's aura ripple and twist around itself. She was completely overwhelmed by the anger she saw and felt. Her nephew was everything the book had said. She realized that every bit of it was accurate. Every lethal situation she read about was true. Her sister's scrawny son had lived through so much and he was not going to stop now. For the first time in her life, she felt ashamed of herself. He could kill me right now. I can feel it. I can see it in his eyes. He really will do whatever he has to right now. I am sorry, Lily, I failed you. Harry, she is older than you. It isn't proper for you and her to share a bed. You have no say in what I do or don't do in case you missed what I said earlier. To me, you are just a person who lives here. You are no one special to me. Tonks is someone special. She is helping me when no one could or would. She has done so much for me in the last 3 days I can't even begin to explain it. I may survive this, War because of her help. I know that, because of her, I will at least have a chance at living through this. No one else can say that, and I know of no one I will say that about. Harry was glowing as his anger was still running high. He felt someone behind him, but before he did anything aggressive he heard the familiar sound of Tonks' voice. Harry, please calm down. You are glowing again and you could hurt someone accidentally. Everything is fine. Calm down, please. Harry took a deep breath and used what little occlumency he had to calm down. He closed his eyes and found his magic swelling inside of him. Harry had never felt this before, but it was invigorating. He opened his eyes and saw Petunia still cowering in the corner. He turned his head and saw Tonks standing in the doorway haphazardly dressed with water running down her face. She was smiling at him, but she was hesitant nonetheless. What is wrong? Can't I get mad at someone? Harry, Tonks tried to stay neutral but found it very hard to do so. You are still glowing even though it is less than when you were raging at Petunia. Have you ever seen someone's aura before? Harry shook his head. Your aunt is completely beside herself from seeing one. I have seen them a few times in my life, but yours, just now, was more impressive and unnerving than any of the others. On that, can you feel your magic now? Yes, I can. It is like a wave on Hogwarts Lake, only bigger. I can feel it moving around and swirling. I have never felt like this before. That sounds like how most magical people describe their magic. The only difference, Harry scowled at the word difference, but Tonks forged on. The only difference is that we liken it to a stream or a ripple. I can feel my magic all the time. Being a metamorphagus, I am constantly in touch with my magic. I know you have at least a little of the ability, but the most intense I have felt my magic was during my final practical after aura training. I would say it felt like a stream running steadily. You call yours a wave. Think about that if you find the time, Harry. Now, what did you say to make Harry this mad? Tonks asked Petunia. Petunia stayed in her corner and stared at Harry. Tonks looked to Harry and he was almost back to normal. Harry, what did she say? Basically, she said that you were too old for me, Harry said, fuming. And what is that supposed to mean, Petunia? Tonks directed her question at the woman still backed into the corner. You are too old for a 15-year-old. How old are you anyway? 25. I am 22 years old, thank you very much, Tonks said. As Harry has said, it is none of your business what he does since you have never been a parent to him. I believe we should go, Harry, since we are supposed to be there at 7. Tonks pulled her wand and dried her hair, quickly, right in the doorway. Petunia watched her but said nothing about it. Harry stared down his aunt. He wanted to do something, but he didn't know what exactly. Make the portkey, Tonks. I want to leave as soon as possible. I told you things wouldn't change. Petunia, get out of my room. Harry was stern in his command and he left no argument on the subject. Petunia moved out of the corner, past Harry and Tonks, and into the hallway near her room. Harry made sure he had his things and walked out of his room. He closed the door loudly and cast a locking charm on the door using his wand. Petunia squeaked but fought it. Harry stared at her as Tonks tapped the box again, turning it into a portkey. With a tap on his shoulder, Harry held his hand out and Tonks put the box in his hand while she held onto it as well. They both flipped their hoods up and waited for the pull on their navels taking them to the ministry. Harry stared at his aunt and felt his anger returning. He didn't care about why, he just wanted to be mad at something and she was a perfect person for it. The tug came and Harry found himself in the atrium of the ministry again. He let Tonks take the box away before he stormed on his way to the lift. He didn't even pause at the guard station, completely ignoring the young guard who had backed away as he approached. He hit the call button with his fist and stood waiting for the lift to arrive. Tonks caught up to him and stood right next to him in case he lost control of his magic. The lift arrived and Tonks followed Harry onto it. The lift shuddered to life and whisked them to their destination. Harry reached the doorway first and tapped out the sequence giving his password. Once inside the department, Harry made his way to the training room. Didn't you want to eat first? Tonks asked but wasn't sure it was a wise thing to do. She received no response and decided to watch how Harry handled things. She was beginning to worry because he was so mad. He had repressed a lot of anger over the years and it looked like it was coming to the surface. He is taking control of his life. He took control from his aunt this morning and that must have been the cause of this. I hope he doesn't get into any fights today. He will draw the others' attention enough being the new guy. Harry walked to the training room and opened the door, giving his password again upon request. There were a few people inside, but he wanted to get started and knew that Horace was the man to see first. He found Horace talking to another hooded man near the center of the room, which was different than the day before. On the right side, there was a firing range of sorts with dummies set up in a row. They were levitated off the ground a little and they moved from side to side in erratic patterns. Harry saw two others at the range shooting spells at the dummies. Above the heads of the two shooters, there were two black boxes for each station. When a spell hit, the two boxes would display numbers. Harry was too preoccupied to pay attention to the numbers that flashed with each spell. He walked over to Horace and waited for him to finish talking to the other unspeakable. Harry found his anger subsiding as he waited. He figured it was best to calm down before talking with Horace, who would no doubt want to get even for the other day. Horace sending the other off to begin range practice let Harry know he was next up. "Well, I see our recruit is ready to begin his first day," Horace said loud enough that the others in the room turned to watch. "Think you can get lucky again, recruit?" "Where do I begin, Horace?" Harry wasn't going to step into that question. Horace was trying to bait him just like Snape would, only Horace would really hurt him with spells if he got the chance. "Wise answer, recruit. First, let's see how much you know. I will have you fire off all the curses you know and then I will see if you should know any others." Part of the room changed into a grassy field and there were boulders in front of Harry. Horace stood next to him and instructed Harry to begin firing. Harry started off with the first curses he learned at Hogwarts. His shots were pretty accurate for where he was aiming. Horace never said a word during the demonstration. Harry cycled through all the common curses and finished with a powerful stunner. Harry then started working on the new spells he had read about before the DA and the first day he had returned for the summer. When Harry cast the bone spells, he heard Horace make a sound, but he didn't stop firing. Harry ended his demonstration with the Cruciatus curse. He turned and looked into Horace's face, waiting for the next command. "Not bad, for a new guy, I guess." Horace was looking down his nose at Harry, very similar to how his aunt would. "That is barely acceptable, but you have a lot to learn. Now let's go over to the range and see what your numbers are there." Harry could feel the anger returning from what happened at Privet Drive. The look Horace was using was driving it. Harry wanted to show him not to treat him like she did. Harry was going to prove to this man that he was good enough to be here whether he liked it or not. The others at the range saw Horace coming over with Harry and stopped firing. They knew the drill and gave up the range to the trainee. Horace stepped in front of the range line and waited for Harry to take up a position on the line. A flash of a silver spell fell across the room and hit Horace in the head. He paused, then smiled widely. The other unspeakables noticed this and stepped back quickly, conjuring chairs a good distance away from Harry and the range. Once Harry's feet hit the line, Horace began his instructions. "Think you are something special, don't you? Think you got what it takes? That first test was just the admittance test. I can still boot you out if I think you are a worthless git. You have to prove to me that you have what it takes to be here every single day. Are you up for that kind of challenge?" Yes. Harry wasn't going to give Horace any reason to kick him out. He was going to do this and he was going to learn how to survive. He was going to learn how to keep others alive too. "I will be the judge of that." Horace was sounding more like Snape every time he opened his mouth. Harry was getting more annoyed as time went on. "Since this is your first time, I will take it easy on you." 6 targets appeared at the end of the range 25 yards away. Harry never saw the spectators lean back in surprise. This range is designed to measure your spell's power and accuracy. The further you are away from the center, the lower your score, and the more powerful your spell, the higher your score. The accuracy measurement is a simple one to figure out. It is based on distance from the core and spell selection. An area spell will score differently than a specific target spell. Makes sense? Good. Horace didn't wait for Harry to respond. The power score is something altogether different. It is a logarithmic measure. The jump from 10 to 20 is exponential and so on. Need a better explanation than that? Visit a library. Normal people would score around 30 to 50. I expect our operatives to be in the 60s and 70s. More than that, well, I doubt it will happen, so I will move on. Harry glanced up but couldn't see the score boxes at all. When he brought his eyes back to Horace, he saw a wand pointing at him and a spell forming. Harry followed his instincts and snatched his wand from the air as he released it. The spell was flying at him now and he threw up a quick shield deflecting the attack. Harry responded by returning a stunner. Horace still had a smile on his face as he ducked the stunner and watched it fly past him. Harry's spell struck a target with a slight tone echoing in the room he hadn't noticed before. The audience and Horace saw the numbers register, but Harry didn't. Horace kept his face blank, but the others made a sound when 40-70 seconds appeared on the board. Horace barely concealed his scowl as he threw up a silencing dome preventing any sounds from reaching the range area. Pathetic, Potter, and never take your eyes off your enemy no matter what. At Harry's startled look, Horace explained, "They can't hear us and we can't hear them. The last thing I need is you being distracted by them. You are hopeless enough as it is without more things getting in your way." Horace got what he was looking for, a death glare from his trainee. "Excellent. Let's see what you got, boy. Well, what are you waiting for, an invitation? I would rather find out, quickly, how helpless you are and move on to another. So get started." The glare only intensified and Horace saw defiance. F.K. him. I will prove to this ass that I belong here. He wants spells, I will give him spells. Harry started firing spells at the targets. He was casting them as fast as he could too. After about a half hour, Horace stopped him. "If that is the best you have to offer me, then leave, boy." Horace put extra emphasis on the word, boy. He waited until Harry was visibly angry. Horace saw a sparkle in Harry's eyes and it was of pure hate. "That is what I saw yesterday before you leveled me. Use it, damn it, use it. You going to use that wand or just wave it around? I am right here, Potter. You want to hurt me, then hurt me." Horace sneered at Harry hoping to aggravate him further. He got his wish. Harry fired a bone-shattering spell at Horace followed by the breaking one. Horace had been slowly moving back towards the targets to give him enough distance to escape getting hit should Harry actually attack him. The targets were struck and the scores registered, 45/78, 51/81. Weak, boy, weak. Horace enjoyed his job. He was paid to annoy people and teach them to use their magic to their fullest extent. He watched as Harry continued to fire curses. Horace could only spare a split second to look at the scores or he risked getting hit by a nasty curse that had quite a bit of power behind it. He saw a twisting red curse flying his way and he dove to the floor knowing how bad that one would have hurt. The audience watched Horace antagonize the recruit. They had all been through it and knew that he would use anything he could to get the best out of them. They watched as the recruit lowered his body into a fighting stance and one comment started the assault. They were all prepared to joke and ridicule the new guy for being pathetic. Everyone started off low in the beginning. They had figured the 72 was a fluke, but as the spells started flying and Horace started moving quickly they knew this new guy was not a fluke. The high 60s and low 70s gave way to low 80s within a few spells. They could see Horace still egging on the new guy and he wasn't tiring. The first guy said, "How the hell is he keeping up? He has been tossing spells for 40 minutes straight." Another commented, "Not sure, but Horace is getting a workout. I know I could barely get him to move my first day." That was close, Horace thought as he picked himself up from a dive. "This kid's a natural, and I will make him better. Time for the clincher. I may have to duck out and let him go at the sim for my own safety." "So, you have a little bit of fight in you, eh? Is this the same kind of fight your father put up when he was slaughtered like a sick animal?" Horace watched as the fading look of hate intensified and Harry started giving off a dangerous feel. "Did you hear your mother scream, Potter?" Horace almost dove out of the way when Harry twitched. "I am stabbing a dragon in the eye while I am standing in front of it." Harry heard the words Horace was saying to him. Harry could only stand there and get angrier. He had heard similar things over the years from various people so this wasn't that bad. The only difference was that Harry had felt his magic now, and he wanted to feel it again. He wanted the feeling and getting mad was one way to get there. He was searching for the swirling sensation when Horace said something that caused Harry to snap. "Got your own godfather killed by your own stupidity. Maybe Tonks will be next. You think?" Harry could feel his magic and it wanted out. It wanted to hurt someone and it wanted it badly. "Serious, was not my fault. I am not going to let Tonks get hurt. No one else close to me will be hurt." Harry heard his mother dying and saw Ginny lying in the chamber. He saw Hermione getting hit by that spell in the department. The magic swelled up and needed an outlet. Harry gave it one, Horus. Harry fired spell after spell at Horus. He dove and moved a few times, but soon a barrier grew up from the ground and Horus dove behind it. He popped up and moved around the range area with renewed vigor. Harry followed him with his wand, trying to bring him down with every spell. He poured every ounce of magic he could into every spell he fired. He wanted him to hurt. The reductor curses struck the targets, leaving scorch marks. Harry didn't stay at the firing line for more than a few curses before he started advancing on Horus's position. Horus moved away and things kept appearing from the floor as cover. Bastard is using the room to protect himself. Harry continued to move after Horus and destroy anything that got in his way. The audience watched as Horus kept talking and the recruit seemed to get angrier. They knew it was Horus's way. He forced you to wear yourself out the first day. You would be completely exhausted by lunch and then he would start teaching you spells and techniques. They were waiting for that moment when Horus would get the recruit to lose it. They always did in the end. Horus and Marcus did their research, learning every bit of information they could on someone. They needed to know which buttons to push to get the most out of their people. A good leader knows the limits of the people under him so they know whether or not a goal is achievable. The smiles grew as Horus continued his verbal assault until the recruit hit his limit. The visible aura appeared and they all leaned back in their chairs. Mother F. Kerr, said one. Have you seen one that bright before? Asked another. All three watched for a moment as the spells starting flying again. The scores were popping up so quickly that one of the unspeakables activated the memory function, creating an ever-growing list of scores. 55 84ths, 44 86ths, 72 83rds, 75 88ths, 67 86ths, 66 89ths, 50 91ths. Merlin, a 90. Who the hell is that guy? Asked the first. 10 galleons that he collapses after 5 minutes. You can't keep a visible aura up that long, said the third. 6 minutes, replied the first. 7, said the second. I will take that bet, but he will keep firing spells and have the aura for at least 10 minutes. My guess is that he can make it until lunch without burning out. 2, voiced a newcomer to the group. You that confident, Shamel? Questioned the third. Yes I am, Miguel. Bets are placed. Any others? Announced Miguel. I will say 8 minutes. Horus made his presence known. He looked very tired and disheveled. Using the sim on the first day. Sure you aren't getting too old for this, Horus? Asked the first guy. If you want to jump in there, Bidden, go right ahead, Horus said, watching the numbers scroll up. I thought you were joking about the aura, Shamel, but I see that you weren't. Every time he gets really mad. Every time since he started working on wandless magic. He said that he had never felt his magic before that. Tonks was watching with a big smile on her face. Wandless, huh? I knew he had used a few things during the first test, but it wasn't that extensive. How many spells is he proficient in? Horus asked. He told me he had learned 8 so far, and he learned with no props. He just did it and there you go, she said, waving her arm at Harry, who was still firing spells at the sim that was moving around the range. Good, how long has he been working on them? Horus asked, generally interested. It took him 1 day to learn those and he had never thought of doing wandless magic before that, Tonks said, simply ignoring how the others turned to stare at her. You picked a good one in him, Shamel. I have counted 5 spells that broke 90 so far and he is still going strong. I have the sim taunting him to keep him motivated. I want to see how long he can go. I think you only lasted 5 minutes during this exercise. He will last far longer than I did, Shamel said calmly. I have felt his magic when he was working on his wandless skills. It was overwhelming. He has never tried to do these things with his magic before. The aura, wandless magic, working himself to his full potential, none of it has ever occurred to him. He has always done what needed done and his magic has let him do that without much thought. If I really make him mad in the future, I am getting away fast. At that moment, Harry fired a Cruciatus curse at the sim and it hit. A score of 98/87ths appeared on the board. F.K. Well, that ends that exercise, since I am now a pathetic, quivering mass of meat. Kid is good, but I can't tell him that yet. Horus strode to the range area and slipped behind a barrier that had appeared. Harry had been firing spells forever and Horace was always avoiding them at the last second. Why can't I hit him? I will make you pay, you bastard. Harry tried to increase his firing rate and his aim, but no matter what he did, Horace was able to outmaneuver him. Harry cast back-to-back Crucios and the second one landed and Horace went down hard. Harry held him under the curse until he saw movement to his left. He released the spell, spun, and fired the bone-shattering curse. He had gotten quite good at that one today since it was one he knew Horace had felt and didn't like. The new target dodged and held his hands up. Harry then realized that it was Horace, another one. Harry looked where his Horace had been and there was nothing left. Settle yourself, recruit. That was the second test and I wanted to see what you have got and where I could take you. You aren't too bad, but you could use a lot of work. Your aim is basic and your power is variable. You need to work on consistency in both areas. Your spell selection is limited so you need to learn many more. Also, expand your wandless abilities for Merlin's sake. Learn some defensive spells first since they are great for wandless casting. Offensive spells should be next followed by the helper spells like concealment and manipulation ones. Harry was still mad, but he was kind of weary. So you weren't even in here. I was for a while, but when you started glowing and trying to kill me, I took my leave. A smart man will fight the fights he can win. He will leave the losing battles leaving the fools to die. Only fight if you have something to gain. Fighting to fight is a waste of time and risking yourself just to do so is inane. Think, choose your battles, choose your enemies, choose your location, always be in control of the fight. Never let another control it. Never let another have an advantage over you if you can remove it. We are the smart fighters. We do not go blindly into a situation and just wing it. That is how people get killed who we want to live. I know you can improvise and survive but not everyone has that ability. Our operatives must think of the big picture and remember the objectives at all times. We do not settle debts here unless that is the mission. You achieve the goals and get out. Do you understand? Yes, Harry choked out. He was still calming down from his fury, but the words made sense to him. The disaster happened here because I wasn't thinking about my friends. I was only thinking about Sirius. I lost him. Because there was no plan. Hermione tried to tell me that but I wouldn't listen. I have so much to learn. Now that you have calmed down, I am going to draw my wand and adjust your badge. Horace drew his wand and tapped Harry's chest revealing the badge. When it appeared, Horace mumbled a few words and started moving his wand around on it. Harry waited until he was done and looked at it. He saw 5 red bars, 4 blue, 6 green, no yellows still, 2 purple, and 4 blacks. Harry felt happy for the first time since the very early morning. He must have shown something during this test to get the added bars. He still remembered what Horace had said to him, but the more he thought about it the more sense it made. He knows that getting me mad improves my magic. That must have been his goal the whole time. He just wanted to see what I could do and he did that. You work on your knowledge, accuracy, and shields and I can guarantee you will get more bars. If you can keep using that much power with every spell you cast, I might leave you alone about being so pathetically weak. I might even say you are acceptable, but we ain't there yet, boy. Horace watched as Harry's smile dropped from his face and look of grim determination replaced it. That is what I want. Determination is the key to our job. Oh, you will be fun to teach. I think you should go to lunch and take Shamel with you. I don't want you passing out on me later today from exhaustion. Harry nodded curtly and walked off the range which had returned to normal. He walked up to Tonks, who was collecting galleons by the handful from the other unspeakables. He waited until she looked at him. He could see her smile under the mask of her hood. She was beaming. She pulled out her wand slowly and tapped his badge. 4 more bars, Merlin, not bad for your first day. My guess is you are hungry after all that. Tonks resumed dropping galleons into her money pouch. Yes, I am hungry. Where do we go to eat? Harry wanted a break from the training room atmosphere. We have 2 choices, our own kitchen, or the ministry cafeteria. You choose. I would like a break from here, so let's go to the ministry one. All right, follow me. They walked out of the training room and into the hallway leading out of the department. Harry followed Tonks and kept trying to relax his mind from the morning's activities. She called the lift and it arrived quickly for once. They boarded the lift and Tonks pressed the button for the atrium. Harry managed to settle himself as the lift doors opened up to the bustling atrium. People in all sorts of clothing were running back and forth from the lifts and through the guard station. A few groups of wizards were moving as one through the hordes of people. Harry saw one or two people he had seen before but couldn't name. He moved out of the lift following Tonks and they turned walking to the far back wall from the lifts. Harry saw a set of doors standing closed and wondered what was behind them. He found out when Tonks pushed the doors open and entered the large room behind them. Harry saw tables lined up with numerous chairs surrounding them. He could only compare it to the Great Hall in its appearance minus the beautiful ceiling. People were moving about from the tables to the sides of the room. Harry saw many pots and serving dishes along the left wall. Every now and then a dish would disappear only to be replaced by another reappearing in its place. Harry watched the witches and wizards move in a line down the length of the wall to a few stations at the end. He could hear money changing hands in the distance. Tonks tapped him on the shoulder and he followed her to the end of the line. A couple people who had been trying to get into the line readily moved aside for the two cloaked unspeakables. Harry watched as they hesitantly took places behind them. Harry wasn't sure he liked the way people reacted to him, but it was far better than everyone gawking and pointing at him and his scar. He said nothing and kept close to Tonks since he didn't know what to do. Tonks grabbed a tray from the pile and added a bowl and plate along with utensils and a goblet. Harry copied the actions and proceeded down the row of awaiting food. He selected a piece of steak and kidney pie, rolls, a spot of potatoes, treacle tart, and pumpkin juice. When he reached the end of the line, Harry followed Tonks past the pay stand and into the general populace. Harry heard someone behind him say that they hadn't paid, but another voice told him to shut up and that unspeakables didn't pay for food in the ministry. They found a table in the corner that was mostly empty and they sat down on the same side keeping their backs to the wall so they could watch the room. Tonks started in on her food and gave Harry odd smiles now and then. He began eating as fast as he could because his stomach was growling loudly. The minutes ticked by and Harry was finishing his dessert. Tonks had picked out less food so she had finished earlier and sat watching the room and the people including Harry. "Having fun so far?" she asked cheekily. "Right, and would you be having fun trying to kill your teacher?" "Depends on the teacher, actually. You weren't really trying to kill him, were you?" "Not exactly, but I am not sure what I was trying to do. I wanted to hurt him, that is for sure. Every single one of us has wanted to hurt Horace at some point or another. That is his training style. He gets you good and mad and then he starts being mean. He usually activates the sim before the killing curse starts flying though. He is a good judge of people and what they are going to do. If you ever surprise him during training, you will win points with him. He likes to be surprised because it means you are better than he expected and he gets that much better at reading people. How did he know what to say to get me so mad? They study every single person they accept. They know everything they can find out. They interview people about you and learn who you are. You mean they have asked people about me? Of course, that is just the right way to do things. Don't worry though, they obliviate who they interview. No one remembers them asking any questions about you. Who would they ask? Friends, relatives, common acquaintances, those kinds of people. Hermione, Ron, the other Weasleys. Those would be the ones. They asked me too, but since I am your sponsor I wasn't obliviated. Don't worry, it is standard procedure and they keep all their other memories. We are professionals, you know. We do this kind of thing all the time. Now you should relax more before we go back. I am not sure what he has planned for the rest of the day." Harry slouched in his chair and watched the people move about their lunch hour. He saw Mr. Weasley getting up from a seat and walking to the exit with his partner, Perkins. Harry saw a few Aurors that he recognized from various encounters. He saw a few Wizengamot members speaking with other witches and wizards. He closed his eyes for a few minutes assessing the day thus far. He had shown what spells he could cast and he tried to kill his teacher. Not a bad day, considering. Maybe the afternoon will be better since it couldn't be much worse than the morning. I am taking control of my life. Information will come as people realize I need it or I make them tell me. I am staying alive, but I need to learn more and how to keep others safe as well as protect my mind. I cannot fail. I cannot lose. If I am the only one who can do this, then I am the only who can. I have the opportunity to do it and I must. Harry felt Tonks shift in her seat, so he opened his eyes, seeing a group of 5 approaching them. Tonks smoothly drew her wand from her cloak. So following her lead, Harry did the same. The group consisted of Aurors and the leader was a large, burly man with a wiry mustache and bushy hair. Harry would describe him as a mountain man if asked to. The others were normal-looking men and women with few distinguishable characteristics. Tonks stared the man down as he approached their table. "What have we got here? A few lost mutes from the basement. Lose your way or just slumming it with the common folk," he boomed loudly, drawing the attention of many people in the room. Not missing a beat, Tonks answered in a loud voice. "Now that you are here, we have the slums and common folk all rolled into one. You never were a smart one, Brack, so why don't you take your group and leave before we cause a scene?" "Feisty aren't, Chaw," Brack announced. "Maybe you would like a turn with Brack before you crawl back into your hole." Tonks scoffed, but Harry answered the challenge first. "Leave and take your lackeys with you." Harry kept his eyes on Brack, waiting for him to do something. "Keep your dog on its leash, bitch, or it might get hit," Brack replied. "You will apologize to her or I will make you," Harry said, standing up, moving his chair backwards with his foot. He kept his wand hidden but prepared to strike. Brack watched the slim unspeakable stand and make his threat. "Am I supposed to be scared? You are a titchy cur, aren't you? Why don't you run along before you get hurt?" "I won't be the one getting hurt," Harry stated plainly. "Apologize or I will make you." Tonks stood as well and revealed her wand to the group. "Julian, Bree, Michaels, and Morris is it. Why don't you all leave? This isn't a place for moderately intelligent people right now." By using their names, Tonks had captured their attention and a few looked to be seriously considering leaving Brack on his own. "Brack, I suggest you do as asked and leave. I have seen him do things you could only hope to achieve." King, you couldn't be that hard to." Brack never finished his sentence. Harry struck him with a bone-breaking spell. Brack's right leg snapped and he fell to the ground, making a lot of noise and scattering a few chairs in the process. The other Aurors went for their wands, but Harry had already summoned them into a nice little pile on his table. Harry moved around the table and waved the friends away, who complied instantly. Harry lowered himself to eye level with Brack, who was trying to stop himself from screaming out. Harry stared him down, watching his face. "Apologize." Brack looked to Tonks and back to Harry. Chokingly, he said, "I'm sorry." Harry watched him for a bit before standing up and turning for the door. Tonks came up alongside him but said nothing. They left through the double doors, being watched by everyone in the room. Harry continued to the lift and rapped the button. They entered the lift and descended to their level. Harry broke the silence first. "Is that the kind of thing you have had to deal with here? Is that what you meant by having to work hard to get respect? Are they all like that?" "No, just a few here and there. It is the same everywhere you go. There are always a few pillocks in every bunch. No worries. Yet again, you are my hero," Tonks said, taking the mickey out of Harry. "Very funny, Shamel. What else could I have done, honestly? Let me handle it and be done with it. It wasn't that big of a deal. I have dealt with that idiot a few times already. But, to be honest, I have never dropped him like you did. That was really funny to watch. I'll have to be careful where I take you. There are some places that you would be cursing every person who talked to me, and that would make for a noisy evening. I did what I felt I had to. I take care of my friends." Harry remained quiet the rest of the way back to the department and into the training room. Tonks entered the training room followed by Harry. They settled over near the range. Bidden and Miguel were with the other unspeakable that had been present earlier. Another person had arrived while they were gone, and he greeted Tonks in a friendly way. "Shamel, I heard you had brought someone in. Is this him?" "Yes, Cal, this is my recruit," Tonks answered. "This is Cal, my teammate. We have been on team together for almost 2 years now." "Hello, Cal," Harry said. "Pleasure to meet you." "Why thank you, new guy," Cal said happily. "You need a name and fast." New guy and recruit beat for names. "Now, let me just see where you are on your first day, if you don't mind, of course." Cal drew his wand slowly and tapped Harry's badge. He stared and said nothing for a few minutes. He seemed to be thinking about something before he continued. "Well, that explains that then, doesn't it?" "Explains what?" Harry asked, truly confused. He saw the other people looking at his badge and they weren't saying anything. "What is going on?" Tonks moved forward and put her hand on Harry's shoulder. They are just getting ahead of themselves is all. Don't worry about it. Cal is the healer for my team and he has a few other specialties making him useful on a mission. Cal tapped his badge and Harry saw he had 3 red, 4 blue, 3 green, 6 yellow, 4 purple, and 2 black. He is a support person. Mostly he stays back and observes the mission. He gives us intel and obviously he has the healing thing down. He makes a fair sharpshooter too, but he needs time to get into it. In a fast-moving fight, he mostly just keeps their heads down. Don't chaw, Cal. Tonks finished with a big smile and a twist to her words. Yes, Shamel, that about sums up my role for the team. Yours would be the not-so-quiet person who can fight and defend and fool everyone. Sound about right, Cal returned. Fair summation, if you are into things like that, Tonks replied, waving off the backhanded insult. Harry watched their interactions and knew they had worked together for a while. He, Ron, and Hermione could probably have played off each other like that if they were asked similar questions. Harry spent the next few minutes watching all of the veteran members trade insults. Harry saw a lot of familiar qualities from the Gryffindor Quidditch team in these people. They each had their own specific areas they were good at, but they were a team first and foremost. Up in the observation booth, 2 people were having a very private meeting obscured amongst the shadows being cast by the lighting from the training room. Well, how did it go? Asked Marcus. What part? Queried Horace. The lunchroom first. As you expected, he dropped the fool with 1 spell. I owe you another bottle now. This kid is going to bankrupt me, you know that. Horace whined. I learned from others' mistakes, Horace. I will never bet against him. That should be the lesson we learn from him. He will always come out ahead when he has to. I don't think he even knows how to lose, to be honest. Did Brack receive proper medical treatment? More or less, but that is why we sent him, wasn't it? Horace offered. He has been an ass of an Auror for years, always looking for a fight with one of us. You knew he would find them and start something. You also knew he had little respect for women. Did you hope Shamel would handle him, or was it Potter you were testing? Horace, I had to test something before, went with my gut instinct. I was right to do so. Harry will defend Shamel without hesitation. We know from our interviews with his friends that he will do what he must to protect others, especially his friends. He led 5 others into our own department trying to save Black. He knew Voldemort would be there and yet he went anyway. Could you say that about any of our people? How many would follow our orders if Voldemort was the target? I can think of none. Even going after the inner circle would be a massive undertaking in terms of training and planning. He brought 5 school kids into this ministry, such as it is, against 12 Death Eaters, the highest-ranking members of Voldemort's inner circle, and with a little help captured all but one of them. He dueled with Bellatrix and Voldemort. Our teams don't plan, they do. I think there is only one place for him and you know where that is. Yes, but he is new and it will be hard for him to gain the respect he needs for the position. Ah, Horace, there isn't a more accommodating team than 3. He already has Shamel's respect that is obvious by her words and actions. You know Cal is as easygoing as can be. Over the speaker, they heard Cal's comment saying, that explains that. See what I mean, he already knows what is going on and he would have been the only problem we would have. Marcus said. So that issue is settled, but he has a long way to go before he will be ready, Horace pointed out. Just how long away does he have to go? Marcus asked. I have never seen you duck out of a second test so early. The numbers he was putting up were impressive to say the least. I spent my lunch hour reviewing them. As did I, but you saw his effing aura. I would have been a fool to stay in there and cross wands with him. One of his bone shatterers to the head and I would have been a goner. No magic can unscramble your brains from that. I saved myself as anyone should. He knows so few spells, so he is just too limited to use right now. Besides, he knows no healing spells, his stealth is limited to a silencing spell albeit wandless, and he knows so few shield spells that an experienced dueler could figure him out in a few spells. We need to work on his unforgivables too. He is too good with the Cruciatus not to know the others. So, your plan for the rest of the week is what? Shields first so I can sleep better at night. Then transportation since he knows none at all. Maybe a few common healing spells for kicks and a little work on stealth. I want to perfect his unforgivables before I send him out though. He has too much promise with those. He needs to be quicker with his motivation though. You have to rile him up so much to get it to be effective. You saw his first spells, 60s, 70s, and a few 80s. Then he gets really mad and they are 80s and 90s. I need to teach him to harness that power and not let it go to waste being a nightlight. Like he needs more attention brought on him in a fight by glowing. You know how to do this, Horace, you will not fail. I will be perfectly candid, Marcus, off the record of course. He has more potential than I have ever seen before. I can teach him to rival Dumbledore in a few years, if he is willing and has the inner strength to persevere. I love a challenge, but this one could blow up in our faces if I make a mistake. Are we willing to risk that? Is Potter strong enough to handle everything we could give him? I have no firm answer, but something tells me that there is more to Harry than even we know. I hope you are right, Marcus, I really do. I should get out there and teach that boy how to protect himself using more than Protega and running around. Think of him taking spell after spell from those idiots and tossing them back at them. A teacher's dream. Horace turned and left the room, heading back to the training room. Marcus settled in for a good show. Harry stayed quiet as the others bantered back and forth, extolling the virtues of their teams and dogging the others. Horace walked up and sent everyone but Shamel and Harry away. Well, now that you have eaten and released a little tension, I think I should teach you some shield spells. Protega is basic and quite weak as far shields go. So we will start there and move on. I want you to get them down wanded as well as wandlessly, since you have a gift for the skill. Get your book out and note the words and so on as I tell you. The right corner of the room, on the same wall as the door and behind the range, altered to a classroom setting with a chalkboard, desk, and chair. Harry followed Horace over to the area and sat down at the desk. He pulled out his shrunken trunk, enlarged it, took out his journal and quill, and returned the trunk to its proper location and size. Protega, simple shield that some can't cast. Got that. Good. Fortis Aegis, more difficult to cast and harder to maintain. This one works on all the same spells as Protega and more. Motion is as such. Horace pointed to the downward spiral motion of the diagram. Next is a favorite of mine, Absolvo Anseal. I love this spell because it is very effective and it covers the entire body. This one is perfect for an ambush or a firefight that got out of control. The wand motion matters little as the mind mostly casts this spell. And lastly is Imprimis Patrocinor. Very sturdy shield, but it is localized to a certain area on the person. I believe you saw this in the atrium towards the end of the fighting. The caster lends a color to all but the Protega and Fortis Aegis shields. Those are gold and silver in color by nature. Got that down so we can get to the real work. Harry scribbled down everything that was written on the board and said by Horace. When he finished, he looked up at Horace, who was watching him expectantly. Horace let out a grunt of disapproval and started walking over to the range. Harry followed him while he reviewed his notes. Now I get to see if you can learn anything instead of just using what you already have down. Well, let's get to it. Horace scowled at Harry, waiting to be impressed. Harry focused on the words and wand action, mimicking what he had written down. He said the words, Fortis Aegis, and copied the wand movements. A slight silver shield snapped into being. Harry stared at it, pleased with himself that he had cast the shield on the first try. The silver had very small ripples in it, moving very slowly over the surface. If you are quite done gawking, Horace grated as he drew his wand and threw a stunner at Harry's shield, causing it to collapse instantly. I might get you to create a real Fortis shield, but that was a pathetic effort all around. Horace smiled as his insult caused all wonder to fade from Harry's face. You do the magic and I will let you know if you have cause to wonder at it. Again and make it good. Harry felt the anger rising in him. He wanted to attack, not shield, so he wasn't sure what to do. He was feeling his magic more today since his fight with Horace or whatever it was on the range. He tried to redirect that feeling, that being, in him to create a shield. Harry said the words and did the wand motion again. This time he only stared at Horace when the silver shield appeared. Horace wore a vacant expression on his face as the shield appeared and remained. He examined it closely and found the ripples were very small and moving rapidly over the surface. Second time and he gets it. This kid is lucky, good, or both. Now to see what he can really do. Respectable, but do it wandless and wordless now. That will be the key in battle, bringing this up with a thought while you fire a curse at the stupid bastard who attacked you. Get a move on, recruit. Horace watched Harry make a few attempts at creating the shield. Each one was better than the last, but after 4 attempts none were stable enough to stop more than one spell. Are you damaged in the head, recruit? You have 2 more of these to learn today, and then I have a few more things for you before I release you. Get this right, now, or I will start cursing you until you do. He saw Harry's eyes narrow and a fire erupted in them. There we go, now get it right this time and we can move on. Harry made 2 more attempts, each was an improvement over the last. Horace scowled at Harry as he began his 7th attempt. I will have to back up what I said if he fails this time. He can go longer than I can in a fight. Get it right, damn it. Horace watched as the shield sprang into existence. He felt a wash of magic as it appeared. Holy Merlin, he just forces the spells to work. Oh, he will be a force to be reckoned with once he learns to control all that. Horace examined the shield closely before commenting, passable, I guess. Work on that one tonight. I want it up on the first try or you and I will have words tomorrow. He saw the comment raise Harry's ire that much more. He is so easy to work up. At least he can use it when he needs to, otherwise he would be hopeless. Now we move on to Absolvo Anseal. Same as before, but try and get it faster, we are running out of time here. Harry cast the shield properly on the 3rd try with his wand, creating a whitish dome around his body that was mostly transparent, and moved on to the wandless attempts at Horace's unforgiving direction. He felt as much as watched Harry pull up the shield a few times. On the 3rd time Harry had the shield correct, but Horace wasn't letting him off that easily. With a scowl, Harry tried again and Horace realized, firsthand, what Shamel had meant by Harry's magic being overwhelming. His senses were flooded by the effort Harry was putting forth. Harry held the Absolvo shield after his 4th try. He watched Horace examine it with another scowl. It is the same as last time, you great git. What are you doing here other than yelling at me? You are getting closer and closer to Snape in my book, ass. This is good enough, so let's move on, I guess that passes, recruit, but work on that one as well. Will you ever get this right on the first try? You very much. Harry was beginning to lose all the patience he had managed to build up over lunch, which was a long time ago as far as he was concerned. Now you get to try the Imprimis Patrocinor shield if you can manage it. Judging by your last attempts, I would say that you have about a 20% chance of getting this in the next 10 minutes. I am keeping track of the time, go. Harry reached out and seized his magic as he was slowly learning to do. All the magical exercises had allowed him to feel his magic with a greater intensity and precision. He wasn't sure how to do it consistently, but he knew it was there and he could usually find it when he had to. Now was one of those times he had to find it and use it. Focusing on his will and intent, just like when practicing wandless magic, Harry grabbed a little of his magic and pushed it out of himself and willed it to form the Imprimis shield. A ghost of a cloud appeared on his left arm made up of a swirling metallic blue mist. The mist held its form, but it wasn't right according to Horace. Go figure. Harry tried again, only he forced more of his magic out. The shield was larger, but the mist was the same. Consistency. Bugger, this is hard. Let's try thinking something different. Remember Tom's shield, now create one just like it. Harry willed himself to picture the shield on his arm as it was supposed to be. He focused and pushed with all his might to create the shield. He was very happy and relieved when the metallic blue shield appeared on his arm and was solid to the touch. Harry found that creating the shield was a lot harder than keeping it up. Of all the shields he learned today, this one was the easy to maintain and use in a fight. Harry moved his arm around, testing how it moved with him and what it would do to his fighting technique, of which he had none. With a sigh, Horace made his inevitable comment. Fine, now can you do it wandlessly? There is nothing more frustrating than your opponent putting up a high-level shield around his body and another one on his arm at the same time. You still have 4 minutes to get this done properly. With a grin and a smirk of determination, Harry put his wand away yet again. He followed the same steps as before, focusing and pushing and grabbing and willing everything to happen. After the first failed attempt, Harry noticed Horace moving away. Harry kept working on the shield because he had a feeling he would need it shortly. On the second failed attempt, Harry noticed Horace draw his wand while trying to hide his hands. The third attempt didn't happen like the others. Horace waited for Harry to shift his focus before he attacked. Harry had the feeling of danger and he looked for Horace, who he found off to his right. Without thinking, Harry pushed the shield up, deflecting the cutting curse and throwing a reductor curse at Horace, forcing him to the floor. The whole exchange took less than a second and the other members, who had been sort of watching Harry's lesson, stared dumbfounded at the exchange of magic. Bloody hell, he is fast. Where is his wand? Did you guys see his wand at all? Bidden asked. Oh, I like him already, Cal said, smiling. My new team member, he is. You watch. Not bad, but you should be able to do that without being attacked, Horace scolded. You will never get 7 greens until you can do this consistently. And work on your accuracy too. Horace looked at his watch and laughed. You would have had it in the allotted time, but I had to help you, so it doesn't count. Help, my ass, you bastard. Now what torture do you have in mind, you psychopath? I need you to know some form of transportation that you can do on your own. Without that, you would have to depend on someone or something else to move about. What forms of travel are you familiar with? Night bus, portkeys, flow, apparating, broom, carpet, goblin cart. Those what you looking for? Getting tired, recruit. You are getting a little curt with your words. I am fine. What spells am I going to learn next? Harry did his best to calm himself before saying something else potentially aggravating to Horace. Not so sure on the learning part, but we will give it a shot. Let's start with a favorite of the ministry, the portkey. Simple to learn and cast but harder to aim your destination accurately. The spell has multiple parts: the incantation itself, the destination, the activation method, and whether or not it will be a return portkey. Any wards between you and the destination cause, well, let's not worry about that until it becomes a problem. Horace pulled a metal ring out of his pocket and tossed it to Harry. Notes are thus. You point your wand at the item to be enchanted. You say, Portus, while focusing on the exact location of where you want the portkey to take the traveler. It is the same process as apparating, only you are using an item to move the person. Once you have the destination in your mind, you must select an activation method such as touch, timed, or number of occupants. The last thing you focus on is the return trip. Basically, you set another destination after all the rest. Most people focus on the mechanics first, then say the spell, but whatever works for you, if it does. You ever apparate before? No, never. Always climbing uphill you are, Horace said while shaking his head. No matter, if you get this down, apparition will be easy. So, here is the process for creating a portkey. You must focus on the destination using either coordinates or specific landmarks. Everyone is a little different in how they direct their portkeys, but the principle is the same. The key is being exact and precise. If you stuff this up, the person will end up somewhere other than the one you want. You better hope they don't end up in a wall or tree, or another person for that matter. After you have chosen the exact location, you mentally focus on the activation type. You must keep the destination in your mind as well, or it all falls apart. Finally, if you want it to be a two-way portkey, you must focus on the return coordinates or location. If you can cast these shields wandlessly, then you can handle creating a portkey. Practice with that ring while I go do something constructive. Oh, and don't worry about appearing inside the walls here. This room is charmed to keep you in one piece. It can redirect portkeys to a specific location if they are out of bounds. I turned that on for you since you have yet to prove yourself right out of the gate. Let me know if or when you get it right. Horace walked off without looking back at all. He went up to the observation booth and found Marcus and Shamel sitting together and talking quietly. Shamel didn't look very happy, but she was putting up a fight about something. Marcus finished his point and turned to Horace. Well, I see you aren't sparing the rod on this one. Do you have a particular reason for that, Horace? Course I do. His entire life he has had constant verbal abuse, and look where it got him. Tell him he can't do something in an infuriating way and he will do it just to prove you wrong. He has lived with confrontations since he can remember, and that is where he shines. If you have any doubts, I suggest you challenge him to a fight. Only duck when he fires those bone spells at you. Kinghurt they do. He has had enough broken bones to know how to make those spells really nasty. He succeeds where others fail because that has been the only way he has known. It is a way of life for him. Look where he is with those shields and tell me he can't do something if properly motivated. Horace, Marcus chided. I do say that you are getting rather attached to the new recruit. I haven't seen you this worked up in years. Oh, shut up, you tosser. I am only doing my job and he makes it worthwhile. I know that great ass of a potions teacher was mean to him, but the boy's temperament isn't conducive to making stew. He is a fighter, plain and simple. His anger can drive his magic to limits others could only hope for. I need to get him to a point where he can protect himself and move around. Then, I can teach him to control his anger so it isn't controlling him. Right now, he could blast a hole through you and keep going. Problem is he will be blinded to everything but his enemies. He has tunnel vision when relying on his anger. I need to get him to balance himself more. Also, he is not efficient with his magic at all. He was putting so much force into his spells, I wonder how he can stay on his feet at the end of the day. You see what I meant by it being overwhelming? Tonks interjected. It is amazing. And on that subject, Marcus began. I must question your intentions, Shamel. My intentions are no concern of yours, Marcus. Tonks crossed her arms staring down the head of her department. They are not specifically, but the results could be, Marcus posed. He has protected you a few times so far, am I correct? He has come to your defense. Yes, but that is who he is. He doesn't think about it, he just is it. Tonks was trying to control her anger about being talked to like a little girl. Marcus lowered his head and sighed. My concern is not about the age difference, Shamel. It is about the effect it could have on Harry, you, and the team once he is brought in. I do not trifle in other people's private lives unless I have a distinct interest in results that could come from it. Do you understand my meaning? I hear your words, but they mean little at this point, Tonks snapped. He is 16 and you know they have short attention spans. Whatever happens, I will just be a passing interest, but I know that and I am okay with it. My eyes are open and I know what I am doing. Neither of you understand me enough to see where I am coming from. This is no concern of yours to begin with, and you said so yourselves that he is a fighter and always comes out on top in the end. Do you really want to get in his way? Besides, if there are any problems, I will handle them. The three people went quiet as they watched Harry tapping the ring, turning it blue for a second, and then disappearing and reappearing across the room. They watched Harry fail a few times, and he tried even harder as a result. After 30 minutes, Harry was moving about the room quickly and it seemed that he was going where he wanted to. Guess I should get down there then. He needs to work on destinations outside of the room and to places he can't see. Then there are the complications from wards and such. Horace, Tonks stopped him. Don't mention anything about wards. Just see what happens. Fine, I can leave that for when he buries himself in the side of a building then. No harm to me, Horace said, laughing lightly. The more I do this the easier it gets and the less I expect to see Cedric when I get there. At least I don't fall down anymore when I land. That is so embarrassing. Harry Potter can't travel by magic without ending up on his bum. Harry felt the tug and appeared exactly where he meant to appear. He waited for the return trip which was scheduled for 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, tug. Harry appeared where he started off from, standing tall. I think I have this down. Just picture the place clearly and do it. Oh, what now? Harry watched Horace move towards him with a grim look on his face. Well, I guess you should have this one down by now. Let's move to a real application of the spell. I want you to give me a location somewhere in Britain and then take your portkey there. We don't use portkeys to move about rooms. We use them to move about countries and continents. We use them when apparition isn't advised. Tell me your location and I will put a tracking charm on you so I can find you when you stuff it. Horace tapped Harry on the shoulder and a faint, gray shimmer appeared where the wand touched him. Harry looked at Horace as he waited impatiently for an answer. What place do I know well enough that I can make a portkey to? Nowhere there are muggles, that is for sure. That pretty much leaves the Weasleys. The back field of the Weasleys. Do you know of where I am talking about? I know the Weasley home. I can find you if you make it there. Horace dismissed Harry with a look. Harry focused on the ring and pictured the location clearly using the same process he had before. He chose a 3-second timer and a return destination of his exact spot. He tapped the portkey with his wand and it vibrated glowing blue for a second. Harry looked straight into Horace's eyes until the portkey pulled him to the Weasleys' back field. Harry felt a strange sensation wash over him when the world came clearly into view. He stumbled a little from the lightheaded feeling but recovered quickly. He looked around and saw the familiar trees and grass. He turned and saw the oddly shaped house that was the burrow. He stared at it, dreaming of what it would have been like to grow up with a family who loved and cared about each other. Standing amongst the tall grass, he closed his eyes and absorbed the warmth of the sunshine. He heard the birds chirping in the trees and the wind blowing across the field. He heard human noises and opened his eyes, looking in the direction of the burrow. He saw Ginny in the distance moving around the back garden. She was throwing something, but it was too far away to tell what it was. He saw a tall redhead stand up and throw something else. Looks like Ron and Ginny are denaming the garden today. I wish I could be down there with them, worrying about getting bit or something equally mundane. Harry sighed and started slipping into a funk. He could hear a noise from inside the house and Ron and Ginny started moving inside quickly. What is wrong? Why are they running inside? Harry started moving towards the house to see if he could help, but a muffled crack of apparition stopped him. Harry spun on his heels, throwing up an Absolvo shield and pulling his wand on the newcomer. Harry was preparing a reductor curse when he saw the face of Tonks appear from under her hood. "Harry, we need to leave," Tonks said, her voice showing some concern. "Why? What is going on? Everyone ran inside a few minutes ago. Are the Weasleys in trouble?" "Tonks, tell me." "Calm down, Harry. No one is in danger but us. I promise they are fine, but you have to come back with me now or we won't be." "You promise?" Harry wasn't going to let things happen to his friends if he could stop it. Tonks was nodding her head quickly and moving towards him. "Fine, but you will tell me everything when we get there. If I am not satisfied with your answers, I am coming back and finding out for myself." Harry held out the ring and Tonks grabbed on tightly. Harry tapped the ring, activating the return action. As they were leaving, Harry heard the pops of multiple apparitions. When he landed in the training room, he grabbed Tonks by the shoulders and stared into her eyes. What was going on and who were those people apparating in? "Everything is fine, but let's go somewhere more private to discuss things. The training room isn't the best place for this." Tonks waited for Harry to agree with her, but he wasn't moving. "If you trust me at all, trust me on this one." She saw him think it over and he nodded finally. Tonks led him out of the training room and down the hall to a room labeled 12. She opened the door, giving her password, and entered it. Harry saw an average-sized room with a couple couches, an overstuffed chair, a work table and chairs, and lockers. On the back wall was a moving mural depicting witches and wizards doing very magical things with wands and swords. It was titled, Team 3. Tonks closed the door and pulled him over to the couch, pushing him down and sitting next to him. "Harry, we can talk here," Tonks began while facing Harry directly. "You took your portkey to the burrow. Horace followed the tracking charm to the coordinates you were at, but he was stopped by the wards guarding the burrow. He came back here, immediately, and told me you were on warded property and where it was. In short, by you portkeying onto the Weasleys' property, you only triggered the intrusion ward, since you are keyed to access their home. Horace triggered not only the intrusion ward, but the apparition ward and other wards the order put on the Weasleys' home. They ran inside the burrow, because the alarms were going off telling them someone had tried and succeeded in gaining access to their land. I know a meeting will be called tonight because both apparition and a portkey were used. And the pops were the Order members arriving to protect the Weasleys from a perceived attack. If we had stayed, they would have attacked us thinking we were Death Eaters or something. You didn't do anything wrong, but I needed to get you out of there before we were caught. Now, we need to get back to Privet Drive before they do a check on everyone they are watching. If they find you and I missing, Albus will sound the alarm and every member will begin combing the country looking for you. We can talk more when we get you home." "Fine, let's go." Harry wasn't sure what to do, but he would worry about it when he got home. The last thing he wanted to do was scare the Weasleys. They exited the room and returned to the training room. Tonks spoke with Horace quickly and he nodded once at Harry, wearing a scowl. She ran back over to Harry and grabbed his arm and told him to create a portkey home. Harry focused on his sad little room and his magically altered bed and cast the spell on the ring. They both grabbed it and Harry gave it a tap with his wand, transporting him home. As soon as they landed in the room, Harry sunk onto his bed, feeling responsible for everything that had happened. Tonks sat down on the bed as well and gave Harry a friendly smile. "What is wrong, Harry?" You did great today. I triggered the wards at the burrow. You tripped the portkey ward, but you are authorized to be there, so it wasn't a big deal. Horace trying to follow you was what set the world on its ear. An unauthorized attempted apparition tends to do that. As soon as he told me where you were and what happened, I knew that I had to get you out of there before everyone showed up all hot and bothered. How do you know about the wards at the burrow? Because, Harry, I helped put them up. I am not all smiles and purple hair, you know. Tonks pulled her hair down a little and saw that it was purple right now. She nodded once, more to herself than anyone. I can weave a ward fairly well. Not like Albus, Phileas, or Bill Weasley, but I do okay. She gave Harry a cheeky smile, trying to lighten his mood. So you managed all the shields he taught you. That was an awesome show you put on when I apparated to you. What spell were you going to use on me, by the way? Reductor Curse. I tend to go to that one since it is quick and can cause some damage even if you have a shield up. Tonks made a nasty face, then shifted it to one of serene innocence before shifting quickly back into her playful mode. You wouldn't have reductored little old me, would you? Tonks batted her eyes a few times, earning a laugh and smile from Harry. You did amazingly today, Harry, you really did. It is so much fun to watch you. Tonks' voice grew quieter as she spoke. Harry looked in her dark, twinkling eyes for a minute. She told me everything I needed to know. She was honest with me. She could have kept things from me, but she didn't. Thank you for telling me the truth when I asked for it, Tonks. It really means a lot to me. No problem, Harry, Tonks said quietly. She smiled her impish smile and couldn't stop herself from moving closer to Harry. Thank you for helping me. I need every bit of it I can get. Harry watched Tonks' smile change slightly as he spoke. He wasn't sure what to do, but he knew what he wanted to do. The only thing I won't thank you for is Horace. You could have gotten Snape for a lot less than him, I am sure. You hate him now, but soon you will be thankful you had him as a teacher. Horace knows how to get the most out of his people. I think it is safe to say that he is getting the most out of you, right? He gets me so mad most times that I just do the spell without thinking about it. His gift is doing just that, Harry. He gets you to do things you never thought you could. Yeah, like killing him. Harry joked even though the thought had crossed his mind a few times during the day. Tonks laughed and put her hand on Harry's side. I am sure that man has been on the receiving end of more than a few curses intended to end his life, but he sticks around. I think he is too much of a bastard to die when we want him to. I thought the same thing today. Harry's eyes never left Tonks' face. She was leaning forward more than before, and her face wasn't more than 6 inches away. Harry looked at her lips and back up to her face. He swallowed and felt himself leaning in too. What am I doing? I am not doing this, am I? Tonks closed the distance and planted her lips on Harry's in a warm but needy key. She held it for a few seconds before allowing her mouth to open slightly and her tongue out to ask for entrance to his mouth. She explored the various ways of key, dotting Harry as they slowly fell over onto the bed. She had her hands tangled up in his hair within seconds of pulling his hood off. She kept key, dotting him when she could as she pulled his cloak up over his head. She managed to remove her cloak, too, while never removing more than one hand from Harry's head. Once freed of the protective clothing, she let herself become a little wild. Always in a lip lock, she moved one hand to Harry's shirt and gave a tug, pulling it out of his waistband. She repeated the motion on the other side as well, receiving no resistance from Harry. I have no idea what I am doing, but I love every minute of it. I hope she never sees how pathetic I am at this. Was that her hand or something else? Tonks moved her hands around Harry's chest after sliding them under his untucked shirt. What are you doing? Why did you have to try and tease him again? Was I even trying to tease? You have talked about this with yourself. You had a conversation with Marcus about this. To hell with all of them. This is the best I have felt in years. Harry makes me feel good about myself. He expects nothing from me but friendship. Besides, I can't stop myself. I don't see how anyone could. The best and worst thing I have ever done was to tease Harry Potter. Tonks worked her left hand behind Harry's head and held him firmly to her lips while her right hand was running up and down his chest. She was distracted by a rather deep key, and her hand got away from her, rubbing a little lower than she had intended. Oops, that wasn't what I had planned. How did he take it? Just a minor pause and he is back at it. What a guy. Oh, this is a joyous feeling. I could do this for hours. Tonks continued key, dotting and rubbing until she felt a message spell hit her. Always when I am enjoying myself they interrupt. Tonks ignored the message for now and continued snogging Harry. She was starting to feel that warm sensation all over, so she opened her eyes and watched Harry do the same. He looked at her with an eager smile and desire clouding his eyes. He stared a little longer and she waited. Do it, Harry. Please do whatever that is again. She didn't have to wait for long before she felt a presence enter her mind and her senses were completely overtaken. She felt her urges increase by at least double and new feelings arise in places she had never felt before. Who needs an orgasm when I have this? Tonks couldn't stop herself from completely letting go. She had limited control over her hands, which spent most of their time clenching and unclenching in Harry's hair, rubbing his chest, or just being somewhere else. She was completely focused on Harry and what he did to her. She took the opportunity to breathe when Harry started dotting her neck and throat. She twitched when he ed behind her ears, so he spent some time on that, nearly causing Tonks to lose it. She was able to move onto Harry a little bit and started moving her body in sync with her wave of desire that was completely in control of her. She was tingling all over, but it was worse on her easts, in her mouth, and in another private place. She had no ability to think anymore. She could only feel, and it felt wonderful. Her shallow breaths were slowly turning into muffled moans as she rocked to her own beat. Harry kept doing what he was doing. His hands found their way to Tonks' back and down to her butt. One hand held her in place, sort of, and the other moved slowly up and down her back opposite her rocking motions. Tonks was nearing a place of wondrous joy when a second message spell hit her. God damn it all to bloody hell, Tonks screamed to herself. I am so unsatisfied right now I can't even begin to describe it. Knowing that the messages would only come more often if she didn't answer, Tonks slowly began to extract herself from her intimacy with Harry. She had trouble ending the but with a lot of effort she managed. Her breathing still wildly out of control, Tonks slowly moved off of Harry. Oh, I was so close, too. I am so frustrated I could hurt someone. She moved to lie beside Harry and looked into his eyes, which were studying her intently. You are way too good at that, Harry. I have no idea what you do, but that is truly an amazing thing you do. I didn't stop because I wanted to, trust me, I would have went right to the end with it, but the order are sending me message spells and they are kind of annoying. I need to respond and go to Grimald Place for the meeting really soon, or else they will show up here and cause all sorts of trouble. I will be back tonight after the meeting and I will tell you everything I can. If I can't say anything, please believe me that Albus is using the secrecy agreement to prevent me from saying it. Tonks slowly lifted herself off the bed, righting her clothes, and gathering her cloak. She shot off a reply to the order. She turned to the bureau and used the mirror to make sure she didn't look like she had done what she had just done. After adjustments had been made, Tonks turned and found Harry sitting up on the bed looking slightly confused. What is it, Harry? What are we doing? I mean, you are doing what someone your age is supposed to do. You are dotting a pretty girl who lets you her. What is wrong with that? That is great, Harry said with a crooked smile. I mean, I really like doing that, but what about you? What are you doing? Me. Tonks pondered what she could say at this point to make things sound better than others would describe them. I have always done things that others told me not to. I am very much like you in that sense if you think about it. People have always seen me a certain way the minute I meet them. You never did that. That makes you special in my book, as if you need more things for that. I am enjoying our time together and I hope you are as well. I am enjoying it. But what are we doing? We are enjoying each other, having fun, and ignoring what others think we should and should not do. How does that sound to you? Are we going to keep doing what we were doing? Harry asked with worry hanging off every word. I can think of no reason to stop now. Can you? Harry shook his head quickly. I didn't think so. Stud. Then I think it sounds good to me, Nymphadora. Harry flashed a smile at Tonks when she tried to lower her eyes and look menacing. Tonks took a deep breath, trying to prevent herself from tackling Harry playfully. She walked up to him, gave him a passionate showing that she was serious about what she had said, then stepped back, pulling out her wand. Not sure how long this will take, but I will be back as soon as I can, Harry. Get something to eat while your relatives aren't home. Harry nodded at her and Tonks apparated to the park near Grimmauld Place. Tonks appeared in an empty park filled with scattered rubbish. Tonks tapped her cloak saying, "Color, blue," and started walking quickly to number 12. "I want to be in and out of this meeting fast. I have somewhere better to be for once in my life. And I am still frustrated to no end." Tonks reached the plot that contained number 12 and thought of the address. The dingy house appeared in front of her and she climbed the steps stumbling on two of them. She knocked on the door and saw Molly open it for her. "At least you remembered not to ring the bell, unlike my darling sons over there." Molly stabbed a finger in the direction of Fred and George who were sitting in a corner annoying Ron with small, brightly colored items. "We have an emergency and all they can do is make pests of themselves. If I didn't see them born with my own eyes, I would swear there had been a mistake at St. Mungo's." "Oh, you love your children more than you can describe, Molly. And you love those two more than any of the others. I heard the stories about you from school. I know the apple didn't fall far from the tree with them. Don't bother denying it." "Hush, Tonks, the last thing those two need is more justification for causing mischief. If they knew that, there would be no stopping them from declaring an all-out prank war on anyone foolish enough to get within 20 feet of them. Now, hold your tongue before they hear you. I was in the middle of that before I got called here, thank you very much." Tonks mumbled. "What was that, dear? You seem a bit agitated today. Everything all right? Man troubles." "Things were going very well before I got called here, Molly. I just want to get out of here so I can get back to what I was doing." "You were watching Harry, right? You weren't off somewhere else pulling a dung and leaving Harry unprotected." "Molly, calm down. I am nothing like that drunk. I was watching Harry as I am supposed to. Just because you are on guard duty doesn't mean you can't have a good time as well. You aren't bringing men to the Dursleys to keep you company on your watch, are you?" Molly was starting to get all protective of Harry and Tonks needed to stop her before she attracted attention. "Molly, I am doing my job the best way I know how. Have no worries about Harry's well-being, although right now he is alone since we are all here, but he can take care of himself." "Oh, yes, he is alone. We should get this over with so you can get back there. You still have an hour before dung is supposed to come on." Molly hurried away, directing everyone into the kitchen that was supposed to be in there. Ron and Ginny had to stay out of the meetings. The twins passed their mother, ignoring her disappointed, angry, and scared looks. Tonks waved to Ron and Ginny as she stumbled into the kitchen. The room was full of every order member. People were squished into every available spot, leaving the entryway to Tonks. She leaned up against a counter and made herself as comfortable as possible while standing up. About time the little girl showed up, came a biting comment from the only person who would trouble himself to insult her from across the room. "Why, Snapey, I never knew you cared," Tonks replied, letting her annoyance shine. "Couldn't be troubled to arrive any earlier. Too busy watching Boy Wonder sulk in his misery." Snape jibed. "You might be surprised, Git. When is this shindig going to start?" Tonks queried. "Right now, Nymphadora," answered Albus, twinkling away. Tonks held her anger at the use of her name, not wanting to prolong the meeting any more than it was. She heard the story from Molly about the wards being triggered getting the kids inside. She heard from Moody and Remus, who were the first on scene at the burrow after the wards went off. They reported that they saw two people in gray cloaks disappear as they arrived. A scan of the area revealed nothing out of the ordinary and the wards were still intact. Snape blamed the obvious hole in the wards on Tonks since she helped put them up. Tonks thanked Snape for his opinion by flipping him off and looking bored. She wanted to leave and there was nothing they could say that she didn't already know. Her thoughts were interrupted by Albus asking her a question. "Nymphadora, how is Harry doing so far? Other than what I mentioned to you, he is fine. He is doing pretty well considering everything." Tonks didn't elaborate when the others asked what she meant. Albus did his best to stop the questions too, but it was obvious that Molly was going to corner Albus after the meeting and pick his brain. Tonks stared at the floor and waited for the meeting to end, which it finally did after 30 minutes. She walked out of the kitchen and headed for the door. "Finally I can leave." Tonks was walking down the hallway and getting closer to the door with every step. "Tonks, is Harry doing okay?" asked Ginny from the side of the hallway. Ron was standing next to her and looked as eager for an answer as Ginny. "Harry is doing pretty well. He has his moments, but for the most part he is dealing How are you guys? Tonks looked at each of them. Had a little start today, but everything is fine. All healed up from our adventure at least. Mum was going spare for the first few days. Today was the first time she let us out and look what happens. Ron shrugged and played off his mother's concern. Don't worry about today, Tonks said. Nothing happened and no one knows who it was. The wards worked like they were supposed to. I really need to get back, so I should get moving. You both know that Harry can't be left to himself for more than 30 minutes without finding something to get into. He is so like a 2-year-old in that respect. See ya. Tonks moved to the door and left the foreboding house. She apparated from the front step directly to Harry's room. When she appeared, she found a plate with a few crumbs sitting on his desk and Harry spread out eagle on his bed. His glasses were on his desk as well and his clothes were hung up. Harry was covered by a sheet and wasn't wearing a shirt. Tonks smiled at the sight. She pulled a vial of brown potion out of her cloak and downed it quickly. There's dinner and now to get some sleep too. Tonks pulled off her cloak and draped it over the rickety chair next to the desk. She unbuttoned her pants and slid them off, setting them on the chair along with her shirt. Tonks unhooked her clothes and dropped that onto the ever-growing pile on the chair. She pulled out her bag from under bed and found a t-shirt to wear. She slipped it over her head but didn't finish putting it on. She looked at Harry and then at the mirror. She closed her eyes and changed into her normal self. She opened her eyes, finding her larger beasts where they belonged inside. She looked at herself a little longer and then put her arms through the holes and pulled the shirt the rest of the way on. She waved her wand over her mouth and cleaned her teeth. Tonks pulled the sheet back and slipped under it, trying not to disturb Harry. She covered herself with the sheet and slowly moved back against Harry. She relaxed as Harry shifted and his arms snaked around her. Oh, I so love this. She felt his warmth envelope her and the safe feeling returned as strong as ever. Tonks couldn't help but think about their snog session earlier. She was reliving it, moment for moment in her mind, when she realized that she was breathing heavy again. She moved a hand lower and found that she had most definitely relived the experience to a certain degree. I stand no chance with him. If remembering things can get me going, I have no hope of stopping things if they get hot and heavy between us. Maybe I should distance myself from him, not a chance of that happening if I have anything to say about it. And thankfully, I do. Tonks fell asleep in Harry's arms, again, and she slept very comfortably through the night. Dung was out in the garden planning his next business deal, under the cover of an invisibility cloak. A person under his own invisibility cloak stood across the street from number 4 and was looking through an eyepiece. The man studied the house for a few minutes before sighing. He put the eyepiece away in a hidden pocket on his cloak. He shook his head as he tapped a portkey and disappeared from the very Muggle street. Marcus appeared in his own home, seconds later, in deep thought, wondering what he should do. The house was completely quiet as Harry felt a twitch in his right shoulder. It was a very bothersome twitch and he couldn't remain asleep with the irritation. He was half awake trying to rotate the pain away when he realized that he was on his back and Tonks was lying on top of him. He was able to complete a few passes of his shoulder without disturbing her. Pain gone, Harry looked at the person who was covering him more than the sheet. Her hair was spread across his chest in rivulets moving slightly with every breath. Her nose breached the curtain of hair and sent her expelled breath through the hair. Tonks' head was comfortably nestled on Harry's left shoulder, forcing his left arm to hold her in place. Her left hand was holding his right side, firmly preventing him from leaving or moving too much. Harry smiled as he finally felt like he had a place to belong. I like this so much. I feel good here. I feel like I am supposed to be here. Is this what everyone else feels like most of the time? Harry continued assessing his position. Tonks' left leg was draped over his. She was pressed against the full length of his body, or as much of it as she covered. Harry closed his eyes and reveled in the feeling of Tonks' body against his. The warmth and softness was something he had never experienced before outside of this summer. Now that he had felt it, Harry craved the sensation. Comforting and special, Harry yearned to feel it as often as possible. A deep breath from Tonks forced Harry's eyes open again. He watched as Tonks snuggled her head deeper into his shoulder and chest. He felt her beasts rub against his side and he fought with his hormone-driven thoughts. Keep it together. Tonks is just a friend, who you have been snogging with every night since you got here. She is just playing around, it means nothing to her. Her eyes say different. Harry continued to watch Tonks shift in her sleep and his body was responding accordingly. Bollocks, this is going to be embarrassing when she wakes up. A few minutes more of Tonks trying to dig into Harry's body and she settled. Harry couldn't see her eyes, but he could feel her heart beating steady and strong. He could feel his reaction pressing against her leg and he hoped that she wouldn't laugh at him when she woke up. "Morning, Harry," Tonks said softly in a very female voice. Harry reacted even worse than he already had. "I feel you are awake and ready for a new day." "Oh hell," she doesn't stop. Harry looked down as Tonks cleared her hair away from her face. Harry saw a warm and hungry look in her eyes once they were uncovered. He hesitated before speaking. Sorry Tonks, Tonks cut him off by placing her hand behind his head and pulling herself up to his face. Her lips met his and quickly her tongue was involved. She keyed at him like her life was at stake. She pressed her lips to his in a hungry desperation. Her tongue flicked around his mouth in a never-ending race. Her breathing accelerated and her body moved slowly upwards, making the kiss easier to perform. As she snogged Harry for everything he was worth, Tonks moved her body into a position where she was more on top of him than before. Her left leg had made it to the other side of his body, preventing him from moving in that direction, and her left foot had curled under his right knee, locking them together more firmly. Her chest was pleasantly resting on Harry's and he could feel her nipples move against his skin from behind the fabric of her shirt. The kiss continued, but the fevered pitch slowed to a steadier and heated pace. They were deeper and more thorough kisses. Harry decided to let Tonks control the pace and anything else she wanted. "She knows better than I do. I am the teenage boy here." Her right leg had taken up a position to his left, effectively giving her all control in the matter of the morning's activities. Harry was regaining control of his own body, especially one very excited spot, when he felt her hips move against his own. He paused as he felt her flat stomach roll against his lower abdomen. She was moving slowly, but that didn't matter to an excited 15-year-old. Harry responded by thrusting his hips upward and rubbing against her. Tonks never skipped a beat and repeated the motion, earning her a similar response. A dozen or so repetitions and she changed her angle. Tonks lowered herself to lie flush with Harry's body. She rubbed herself up and down along Harry's body, moving her beat slowly around his crotch. Harry could feel the heat being put off by her and he loved every minute. He smelled something that he couldn't place, but he liked it all the same. As Tonks moved, the heat increased and Harry was beginning to worry about certain things happening. He pulled away from her eager mouth and wanted to ask her a question before he became too worked up. Tonks opened her eyes enough to see his face and cut off his question with her mouth while moving her right hand from his chest to his crotch. She moved it slowly around, telling him everything he needed to know. The pace increased and Harry was starting to feel the pressure down there. He wanted her to feel the same thing, so he broke the kiss and stared at her face until she opened her eyes. He forced his way into her mind like he had done before and she put up no resistance. The warm feeling his body was undergoing was shared by his mind. He saw swirls of warm, soft colors and felt a gust of heated air pass through his head. He felt a burning sensation in his lower regions that wasn't there before. He heard a soft squeal of pleasure escape Tonks' mouth right before he covered it with his own. Tonks moved her hips faster and with more determination than previously. She was rubbing and moving around faster and faster. Her breathing had increased to short and fast breaths. Harry's hands had moved from her sides to her back and lower when she moved upward. Her firm butt was higher with her last stroke and Harry held it tightly in his hands. He flexed his fingers, squeezing the muscle and skin, and heard another sound escape from Tonks' throat. Harry gave a slight push on her rear and she responded by moving in the same direction. She pushed against him forcefully, earning a moan from Harry. They continued the movement a few times before the heat became overwhelming under the sheet. In one swift motion of her left arm, Tonks threw the sheet off of them and sat up, placing her hips directly above Harry's. She placed both her hands on his chest and pushed. Her hips were moving around and Harry felt the pressure in himself increase again. He opened his eyes to see Tonks above him, rocking back and forth. Her hair was mussed and she wasn't showing any signs of slowing. Harry moved his hands to the sides of her hips and slowed her somewhat. Tonks opened her eyes and looked right into Harry's. He saw the hunger had been replaced by desire, and that was all he could see. He forced his way into her welcoming mind again, feeling his urges increase. Tonks bucked forcefully and proceeded to grind herself into Harry's groin. She kept her eyes open and stared into his face as she sped up her actions. Harry watched as her eyes sparkled with passion as she writhed around on top of him. He knew he was beyond the point of no return, but he didn't care. It was only a matter of time and he would have a mess to clean up. Tonks smiled a smile that Harry could only describe as lustful. She found her pace and maintained it until she was squealing softly with each of Harry's moans. They were staring at each other and were in perfect sync. Tonks' breathing was fast and steady now, but Harry's was fast and wild. Tonks changed the pace to a slower but more forceful stroke. With each one, Harry felt like he would lose it, but he managed to hold on, surprising himself. Tonks' breathing had changed, again, to desperate breaths with each stroke. Her eyes were becoming unfocused and she was gripping Harry's shoulders tightly. Her squeals had gotten louder and Harry's moans were matching her noises. They were moving together and Harry felt a burning sensation. He thrust once and he finally felt the release. Tonks squealed louder than any other time, thus far, and collapsed onto Harry's chest. Her body was racked with her deep breaths and some small shivers. Harry allowed himself to calm somewhat before he wrapped his arms around her small body. Having no idea what to say or do, Harry went with the safest thing he could think of. "Cold, Tonks. I may be the boy who lived, but I have no idea what the hell to do here. You really have no clue what you did and what happened, do you?" Tonks asked, looking up into his eyes. "You are so cute and innocent. First time for everything, so I think I am entitled to being clueless, Nymphadora." Tonks hesitated, and then smiled sweetly. "Yes, you are, Harry." She took a deep breath and continued. "I am not sure how that happened, but I just wanted to key you at first. That turned into snogging, which turned into rubbing, which turned into dry humping. You have no reason to worry about keeping your women happy in the future. You might not know what you are doing, but you improvise better than anyone else I know." "Thanks, I think. That is a compliment, Harry. Thank you very much. For what, exactly?" "For making me happy and feeling wanted. And whatever you do with that form of legilimency." "Wow, I don't do legilimency, do I?" "Yes, Harry, you do. It is the most pleasant application of that particular skill I have experienced, but it is the same. You are very good at it and I hope you keep practicing it with me." Tonks' eyes narrowed and she looked like a hopeful and satisfied woman. "If this is what will happen every time, I think I can make that promise then." Harry tried to hide the rising blush as he realized exactly what he had just done with Tonks. Tonks half closed her eyes and murmured to herself, "Thank Merlin for that." Her mouth spread into a smile and she snuggled into Harry's neck since she was still on top of him. "Are you going to key me, Harry? Do you want me to? After an orgasm like that, you can do just about anything you want." Tonks said quietly and smiled. Slowly her eyes widened and her mouth opened into an O shape. "Oops, I shouldn't have said that." At Harry's completely puzzled look, she explained. "Harry, you are young. I know this and I shouldn't have done what I did with you. I was doing it as well, Tonks. Besides, you have said that I act older than I am." "True, you do, Harry, but until now it has only been teasing and key-dotting. I kind of went further this time." "I understand," Harry said in a depressed way. "If you want, we can forget this ever happened." "No," Tonks said quickly. "I want to, I need to, I am lost, Harry. I know what I want and I think I know what I need, but this is far more complicated for me than it is for you." "What is and why?" "First off, you are a guy, Harry, and thank Merlin for that. The rules are different for men than they are for women when it involves relationships. Second, I am the adult and people expect me to be in control. If you couldn't tell, I lose control when it comes to you. I become young schoolgirl when I key you. I am not sure why, but I lose complete and total control of myself. Even if I wanted to be in control, I couldn't do it. Third, you are you. I am a nobody and you are Harry Potter. That just wouldn't sit well with others. You are supposed to be with a pure-blooded princess or something like that, not a half-blooded goofball. I don't care what others think or say, Tonks. I am deciding what my life is going to be like now. I will not live by others' wishes, wants, or expectations. I am taking control of my life and you should too. You are giving me the opportunity to make that happen, and if I can do that for you then I will. It is not the same thing, Harry. Do you like me, Harry? Harry paused and thought about the question. Yes, I like you, Tonks. Why do you need to ask? How do you like me? A friend, AF.K buddy, a passing interest. What is your motivation? You are my friend, Tonks. Anything more than that I can't really tell. This is all new to me. Harry wasn't sure what was going on, but it seemed important to Tonks. Marcus talked to me yesterday about us. Harry gave a confused look. He is very good at reading people's intentions, Harry. You are a 15-year-old male, so you are very easy to read as far as a few things are concerned. He knew I was interested in you by the way I talked about you. He knew it was just a matter of time before my flirty nature would lead to something like this, and he told me to distance myself from you. What business of his is it about what we do? Harry asked, feeling his anger rise. It is his business if it disrupts the teams. It has happened before and they frown on coupling inside of teams. Harry heard what she said but couldn't get past the word coupling. Are we a couple then? I don't know, Tonks admitted. It would be nice to have someone, but I doubt you would want to be with me. I am older than you. I am not much to look at compared to those you could get. I am a klutz most of the time unless I am really focused. Well, I am socially inept thanks to my relatives. I am scrawny. I have a nasty looking scar on my head. My luck is bound to run out soon, and I attract the attention of psychopaths. I'd say I am worse off. You are none of those things, Harry. You are a hero to many. You are cute and say, why, and you turn a wonderful red color. Yep, that is the one, Tonks said, pointing to the red color forming on Harry's cheeks. Harry forced the blush away and tried to think of something to say in return. You are a great person, Tonks. You are cute and say, why as well. I have fun with you. Harry thought of the big one and chose to say it. You are helping me stay alive. That means a lot to me. Everyone else would have locked me away for safekeeping. You are letting me make my own way through this. You are letting me be my own person. I am not about to give up on you, now am I? Tonks heard the passion in Harry's voice and he was dead serious the whole time he spoke. You really believe in me, don't you? Of course I do. You not only believe in me, but you are willing to help me. I like you for all those reasons and more. You have helped me in getting over Sirius. I am not there yet, but you have gotten me to where I am. Thank you. You are welcome, but back to us. I enjoy being with you, Harry. You make me happy, in more ways than one. Tonks smiled seductively then giggled. I am not about to let you go this easily. Remember, I do many things that I am told not to do. Feeling playful and more self-assured than he had in years, Harry made a comment. You shouldn't key me again. It is a very bad thing to do, Nymphadora. Harry watched as Tonks smiled and stretched up to key him. Their lips met and images of earlier swam to the forefront of his mind. Harry forced himself to concentrate on the present and remember the rest later when he had time. They keyed for a few minutes before Harry felt his body react again. Tonks shifted to give Harry some room for himself and continued key-ing. She lessened her keys until they were very light. She pulled back and gazed into Harry's eyes. You can call me Nymphadora when we are alone if you want. It sounds nice coming from you. I have enough names to remember without you coming up with another one. Thank you, Nymphadora. Your help and friendship means a lot to me. His playful mood returning, Harry added, and snogging you is a bit of all right too. Harry rolled over, dumping Tonks off, and slipped out of the bed. He moved back to the door and waited for the attack. It never came, but a few giggles did from the roll of sheets. What is so funny? Look for yourself, Tonks said, peeking out of a fold in the sheets. Harry looked down and saw what was so funny. His blush returned full strength and he spun to hide the front of his boxers. When you are finished laughing at me, could you hand me my wand? Harry said. I get you off once and you forget you can summon your wand on your own. Which part do we need to practice, do you think? Harry hung his head in embarrassment. He summoned his wand into his hand instantly and cast the cleaning charm on his clothing. He sighed, then turned around and faced the still laughing woman in his bed. As her giggles subsided, she began unwrapping herself from the sheets. Finally, she threw off the sheet completely and watched Harry's eyes bulge a little, among other things as well. Like what you see? she asked teasingly, moving her arm above her head and moving her legs slightly apart. Harry controlled himself and then started to laugh. Tonks say. Why's smile dropped into a confused look. What is so funny, mister? Harry laughed even harder, forcing him to make his way to his desk so he could sit down. Tonks was really worried now. She looked at her beasts and saw that they were as covered as they were going to get. She sat up a little and looked down at her underwear. The green lace clothes were in place, but there was a white spot showing just how excited Tonks had been during their activities. Tonks thought of getting embarrassed but chose to push the limits even further with, Harry, it is just proof you can satisfy a woman. Do you want to try again, Harry? Maybe we could try to wake up your relatives this time. I think we have enough time for another tumble. Tonks watched as all humor left Harry's face. Desire and eagerness replaced the smile for a few seconds before Harry became serious. I joke about say, Harry. Get used to it. I am serious in a way, but we should get ready to leave soon. Fridays are short days for us. We usually only stay until lunch, then we enjoy the rest of our day doing our own thing. I am sure Horace wants to finish up his lesson on transportation from yesterday. You should have the portkey thing down now, so you should move on to apparition next. Think what fun you can have with that. Tonks slid out of the bed slowly, letting Harry watch every movement carefully. She let her legs dangle for a short time before standing up. She looked into his eyes until he met her gaze. Keep your mind on the task at hand while working, Harry. I will always be there at the end of the day for you to play with when you are done. You aren't a plaything, Tonks. You are a friend of mine. I don't see you as a toy. You had better see me as something to play with some of the time, Harry, or we will have words. Tonks let a smile grow on her face. And it is Nymphadora when we are alone, Harry. Yes, Nymphadora, I will remember. Tonks turned and bent over to retrieve things from her hidden bag of clothing. She heard Harry take a deep breath through his teeth when she bent over. I love doing that to him. He will be so much fun this summer. At least I am not frustrated like I was last night. He has skills, that is for sure, but practice make perfect. Tonks picked out her daywear and threw on her cloak so there wouldn't be a repeat of the previous day's morning encounter with Petunia. Once is more than enough, and this time she could see that something happened, and happen it did, oh baby. Harry watched her leave the room and disappear from view. He fell back onto his bed and covered his eyes. What did I just get myself into? What is going on here? Damn, she is hot, bugger, I can't even keep my mind off her when she isn't in the room. Is this a good thing to do? I don't know, but I am going to enjoy it while it lasts. Harry sat up and decided he should get tidy up his room while he had the time. He located all of his dirty clothes and dumped them into a pile in the corner. His books were straightened and his quill set organized. Harry looked around his room and saw that Hedwig was in her cage staring at him with an odd look. What did I do, Hedwig? She didn't respond. Fine, what did I forget to do? Hedwig ruffled her feathers a little but kept her place. Stuffed it up real good this time then. I am sorry, Hedwig. Please forgive me and tell me what you need. The owl dipped her head in the direction of the food and water dishes. Oh shit. How long has it been, girl? Harry opened his trunk and found a bag of treats and some owl food. He gave Hedwig 2 treats, ignoring the pain when she, accidentally, nipped his fingers. Harry grabbed the water tray and left his room in search of water. With the bathroom occupied by Tonks, Harry went to the kitchen. He entered the room and filled the dish from the tap. He bounded up the stairs, into his room again, and slid the tray towards Hedwig. She looked at him and then at the bottom of her cage. Getting the hint, Harry vanished the waste with his wand. For the first time since he saw her that morning, Hedwig relaxed and took a drink. I am sorry, girl. I guess I have been a little preoccupied lately. And I heard every sound of it too, Potter. Harry spun on his heels and leveled his wand at the blob in the doorway. Bugger off, Dud. Harry snapped. I haven't the time for you right now. Dudley was wearing a t-shirt that barely fit him and sweatpants that were at their very limits to contain his girth. Why? Off to shag your woman somewhere else. I heard you through the wall, well her anyway. Thought you weren't shagging her. You know thinking isn't your best quality, Dud. Maybe you should leave that for others to do. Just be the muscle and everything will be alright. Give me one good reason not to tell Mum. I don't give a shit if you do tell her, Dud. I do not care what she thinks or what she expects. My life is my life and she has nothing to say about it. I could tell Dad. It would be fun to watch him beat you up again. And I would drop him like the sack of shite that he is. If you really want to see your own father hurt, by all means, tell him. I am done letting others run my life. Get in my way, Dudley, and I will run you over. Do not test me on this. Another thing, hassle Tonks at all, and I will break every bone in your body. That is a promise. Harry lowered his wand and turned back to his dirty clothes and cast the cleaning charm on them. He started hanging them up or folding them so they could be put away. Dudley stood in the doorway and watched as Harry moved about the room confidently. His little piggy eyes followed every movement and every action closely. Something had changed about Harry and he didn't know what it was. What is different about you? Something isn't right and I don't know what it is. Harry stopped cleaning his room and turned to his massive cousin. Like I said, thinking isn't your strong point. I am the same as I always have been. I may just be more like I am at school right now than how I usually am here. Get used to the change because I am not going back to how it was before. I am what I am, Dud. Dudley was about to make a comment, but a sharp jab from a wand in his back silenced him. Budge over, you great lump. Tonks slipped in the room quickly and ignored the shocked look on Dudley's face. Harry, you cleaned your room. How nice. After we are done at work, I will take you to my place so you can clean it as well. I am not a very tidy person if you couldn't tell. Not in the slightest, Nymphadora. Harry ducked when she threw her dirty clothes at him. That is for your cheek, Harry. Now, be a good boy and clean those too. I am running out of clothes over here and I doubt you want me walking around your room BPD tomorrow. Tonks looked up from her nearly empty bag and saw the look on Harry's face. Then again, you probably do want me walking around your room BPD. Oh well, I guess I will play it by ear. Are you going to leave soon, Dud? Harry asked, showing his displeasure at Dudley's presence. I have a few things to take care of and it would be best if you weren't here for them. Harry watched as Dudley backed out of his room and walked down the hallway. Harry closed the door and let out a breath. He heard us, Nymphadora. He heard what, Harry? Tonks gave a big smile and waited for Harry to answer. You love this, don't you? What? Tonks asked innocently. Making you embarrassed. Most definitely. Teasing you. Yep, that too. Reminding you of this morning. Anytime I can get away with it safely. Tonks saw that Harry wasn't exactly enjoying her humor this early in the morning. Oh, Harry, let it go. Don't worry about that worthless git. He is an idiot and I doubt he would say anything to anyone. Now, take your shower so we can leave and be sure to bring your vault key in case we have time to go shopping. Harry left the room and returned 10 minutes later. He found Tonks sitting on his bed humming to herself. Keeping busy, Nymphadora. Tonks sat up and smiled brightly. The more you say it, the more I like hearing it. Yes, I am keeping myself busy. Now, create the portkey so we can leave this ever so pleasant location. Harry picked up one of his used quills from its arranged location on his desk and tapped it with his wand. It turned blue for a second before he extended it for Tonks to grab. She grabbed it with her right hand and flipped up her hood. Harry copied her actions and waited for the timer to go off. The tug signaled the beginning of the trip and Harry readied himself for another day of abuse and anger. He arrived in the atrium of the ministry and saw a group of people waiting to pass through the checkpoint. Tonks didn't hesitate a second before striding past the queue of people. Harry sighed and followed Tonks to the front of the queue. A few people mumbled something, but no one said anything too loud. The guard was visibly flustered by the number of people waiting and the presence of two unspeakables didn't make it any easier for him. Tonks and Harry walked to the lifts and pressed the button. The lift arrived and they proceeded to the 9th floor. You know you could have made the portkey take us directly to our level, right? I didn't know that, Harry said. You made it take you right to the training room yesterday. Why would things be different today? I don't know. I guess I didn't think about it. Quote, all portkeys go through the wards and the wards block anyone who isn't authorized. You are authorized, so why not take advantage of it in the future? Remember, you are an unspeakable. Being one gives you all sorts of privileges and freedoms. Use them when you need to, or what use is it to have them? I will try to remember that, Shamel. I am still getting used to the new me, so bear with me here. No problem. By the way, I like the new you. He is all cute and say, Why, Tonks was cheery and Harry couldn't help but smile at her. I doubt Horace will care about that aspect of me. The lift chimed and they exited into the hallway. Tonks opened the door and Harry followed her to the training room. What he saw surprised him a bit. There were a lot of people here today. Harry could count the number of groups easier than the people. He saw a group that looked like the same three from the day before. He saw two other groups on the far side of the room which looked to have 3 people each. At the range, he saw at least 5 people but he wasn't sure. A loud voice prevented him from counting any further. Shamel, recruit, over here. Horace was in the classroom area of room and he was looking impatient. Harry followed Tonks over there and settled into a chair behind a desk. He pulled out his journal and readied himself to take notes. How did his portkeys work, Shamel? Like they were supposed to, Horace. Did you have any doubts? Of course I did. I wouldn't be me if I didn't doubt the fact that the recruits can even feed themselves without proper training. Now, today I want you to master apparition. You have the whole coordinate thing down so this shouldn't be too difficult. There are a few types of apparition: self, forced, and side-along. The first is self-explanatory. The second is where you drag an unwilling or unconscious person with you while apparating. The unwilling can fight you so it is a battle of wills mostly. You must overpower the other while apparating. We do not advise you to do this until you are very comfortable with the process. If the person is unconscious, then it is almost like side-along only a little more difficult. Side-along is what parents do, if they can, with their children. The traveler is willing and doesn't fight the effort to apparate. Now, you will yourself from one location to another. It is just like the portus spell only you are the object being moved not something else. There is no incantation and you must concentrate, fully, or you will leave a bit of yourself behind. This is painful for you and funny for me. The key in this exercise is to bore me to death. No splinching or I will take my time fixing you. You will feel like you are being squeezed through a hose or a very tight space. The smoother you are at this, the less noise you will make when you appear at your destination. A near silent apparition will earn you a bar for stealth alone. Make this skill a priority for you to master. Range is based on your skill and power. Now, focus on your destination and will yourself to the location. Horace walked away from the classroom area and stopped beyond the doorway and placed an X on the floor. He looked at Harry and nodded with a scowl. He turned and ventured over to the range and started barking out orders and criticism. Harry looked at Tonks and she smiled at him. Go ahead and give it a try. I will be over at the range working on my aim. I have to keep up with you, don't I? It takes a while to get anywhere with this, so don't get discouraged if you find yourself in the same place after an hour or so. Tonks turned and joined the others at the range. Harry turned and looked at the X on the floor a distance away. He ran through the instructions in his head and tried to apply the same technique he used with portkeys. After half an hour of focusing, visualizing, swearing, and grunting, Harry had yet to move an inch. Bollocks. Tonks was firing off spell after spell and she couldn't get any better than an 84 on accuracy. How does he get 80s and 90s consistently? I could spend every day here and never get those scores, not to mention I am hopelessly behind in power. Mid-70s are the best I seem to do with the occasional 80s on certain ones. I could knock down a door, but he could knock down a whole house. I wonder if he could take on a dragon. Tonks continued firing for what seemed like an eternity until she felt a tap on her shoulder. She saw Marcus standing next to her and he waved her over to an unused corner of the room. When they reached it, Marcus put up a privacy dome and spoke. I asked what was going on with Harry yesterday and then I see you sleeping his bed. What is going on and do I have to be more concerned than I already am? You what? What were you doing last night at Harry's house? My job, Shamel. It is my job to make sure these teams work and there are no problems internally. You know the past results from inter-team relations. They do not work. They get people killed. Who am I going to bury this time? You, Cal, Harry. Who? None of us, Marcus. As bad as it is that you were spying on us, at Harry's no less, we are fine. We are going to see where this takes us and that is that. I am happy and you should be happy for me. Tonks was trying to control her anger but she didn't want to lose whatever it was she had with Harry. He made her feel good about herself in a way she had never felt with someone. The anguish showed on her face. A very soft pop sounded from behind Marcus and he spun around, wand out. Harry grabbed the wand in his left hand and aimed his wand at Marcus's throat. What is going on, Shamel? Marcus saw firsthand what Horace had been trying to describe. He saw Harry's eyes and determination was what shone brightly in them. He felt the raw power emanating from Harry as well. He waited for Tonks to answer and left his wand comfortably in Harry's grasp. He was asking me about you, Harry. He has a problem with us becoming involved like I said earlier. I told him that everything is fine and it wouldn't be a problem for us. Is that all right with you, Marcus? Harry asked. His eyes were still sharp and he was ready to fight in an instant. I reserve the right to bring this up at a later time, but right now I see no problem with your current arrangement, Precepts. Precepts? Harry questioned. Yes, that is your name, Precepts. Let's shorten it to Seps. It means dangerous in Latin and right now, with your wand ready to strike me down, I think it fits you quite well. I doubt Horace could think of a more fitting name. If I am not mistaken, you weren't here a moment ago and now you are. Does this mean you have apparated successfully? I guess so, Harry said noncommittally, deciding to describe the feeling. I felt like I couldn't breathe and was being forced through too small a space, if that helps. You apparated all right, Seps, said Marcus as happily as he could with a wand less than an inch from his jugular. You were nearly silent as well. I think Horace will want to perfect your execution of this skill. Now, if I may, I must return to less exhilarating efforts. Marcus stepped back and put his wand away. He nodded to Harry and Tonks and left the room. Horace had watched the entire exchange from the range and wondered what had happened. He knew Harry had apparated because the room's wards notified him of the spell occurring. As he walked over to Harry, a message spell from Marcus filled in all the blanks. I see you finally managed to apparate after an hour, Horace said after checking his watch. Congratulations and all that. Now, do it faster and quieter. Move. Horace walked away and left Harry to figure out how to accomplish what he was told. Most of the morning disappeared and Harry had barely found his way concerning apparition. He had found that as similar as it was supposed to be to portkey creation, it wasn't. He had tried many different techniques but nothing seemed to work very well. You will figure it out, Seps, Tonks said quietly. Again, everyone is different and this usually takes people a while to master. At least your portkeys are spot on if you need to get somewhere. I don't understand, Harry said frustrated. I did this earlier, why can't I do it now? Easy, Tonks said acting like it was the easiest thing in the world to figure out. There is no damsel in distress, so you are thinking too hard. Just let it happen, will yourself to where you want to be. Seps, Horace made his presence known, you are a pathetic failure at apparition, so we will move on to something else. You told me that you have been under the Imperious curse before and I want to see it for myself. On guard, Horace drew his wand and cast the spell instantly. Harry had no time for a wand, so he threw up an Absolvo shield and jumped backwards, rolling away from Horace. The curse struck the shield but penetrated, almost hitting Harry. As Harry was planting his feet, he drew his wand and pointed it at Horace but saw he was no longer there. A quick scan of the room told Harry that the room was gone and he was in a large grass field. God damn it. Doesn't he ever get tired of fighting? Harry moved away from his current position and began his retreat, turning his head constantly. Bugger, why do I always forget to use what I have? Harry tapped his cloak and disappeared. He cast a silencing spell on his feet and looked for any clear spot amongst the grass so he wouldn't create an extremely visible void. There were no trees but the field had a few small rises to use as cover. Harry started moving towards them but kept a sharp eye out of any threat. A good 30 yards away from the hills, Harry felt the attack begin. He dove to the side and put up his Absolvo shield as a spell flew past him. He started firing reductors and cutting curses in the direction of the attackers. He knew there was more than one but less than 4 by counting the number of spells flying at him at one time. Most were the Imperious curse but a few twisting red curses were thrown in for good measure as the volleys continued. Harry returned fire, switching to the bone curses. He heard one opponent go down with a scream. Harry was worried about his sanity when he rejoiced at hearing the scream. I am not like him. I do not enjoy the pain of others. I am only happy because there is one less enemy. That is all there is to it. Moving quickly to the hills and finding a good location to view the field, Harry waited for the next wave. He strengthened his silencing spell and watched the grass for any movement. Nothing happened for a few minutes and he was getting worried. I hope I didn't really hurt the guy. I know this is just a test, but I don't want to hurt people I work with. He attacked me with Crucio and I returned fire. I will not feel bad about it. Voldemort doesn't have any sympathy and I can't beat him by wasting my time feeling sorry for everyone who tries to hurt me. This may just be training, but it is real enough and should be treated as such. Now where are they? Harry came up with a quick plan and executed it. Accio unspeakable. Harry summoned whoever was to his right. A shape came flying towards Harry from 50 feet away. He stunned the man and let him crumple into the ground upon landing. A spell shot at him from the left and center, forcing Harry to dive out of the way. A third spell, from the top of the hill, struck Harry in the back while he was on the ground. Immediately, Harry felt a calm wash over him and a voice told him to lower his wand and surrender. Harry fought the voice and regained his feet and turned to meet the attacker. A second person cancelled the invisibility charm on Harry's cloak and the third person joined the second in an offensive formation. "Drop your wand, Seps," ordered the first man. "No," said Harry, refusing to comply with the spell and order. His mind was fighting off the effects of the spell. He had almost beaten it when the second man cast the same spell on Harry. Harry now had two people ordering him to lower his wand and he was fighting the spells as hard as he could. "I will not surrender my wand," Harry choked out. He was resisting and gaining some ground in throwing off the spells. The third person cast the spell too, adding even more force against Harry's mind. Harry's knees buckled under the sheer presence of three people ordering him to do the same thing. The fight in his mind seemed to last forever. Harry fought off the calm feeling and tried to remain in reality. "If Voldemort can't beat you, then these three can't either." The voice in the back of Harry's mind was shouting over the other voices, keeping him in control. Finally, Harry managed to stand and bring his wand to bear on the third person. "Aussie's fragment," Harry whispered. The man dove away from the vicious spell and his curse was broken. With that pressure lifted, Harry turned on the others and quickly broke their spells as well. No one was hit by Harry's attacks because they were so far away and could react in time to avoid them. Harry willed himself to move away from his current location as fast and as silently as he could. He felt the squeezing sensation and appeared behind the first man without a sound. Harry lifted his wand and stunned the man with a direct hit to his head. The other two heard the man fall and fired spells at Harry rapidly. Harry willed himself behind the others and he appeared where he wanted to be. Another two quick stunners and Harry was alone in the field with three fallen opponents. Harry looked at his enemies and took a deep breath to regain some much-needed oxygen. The feeling of danger caused Harry to roll away as a twisting, red bolt of light soared over him. Harry got to his feet and saw a black cloaked figure 20 feet away. The bone-white mask told Harry that he was facing a Death Eater and that this was for real. All thoughts of training evaporated and he fell into survival mode like he had so many times before. The Death Eater fired the killing curse at Harry and he dove away. From his place on the ground, Harry fired the Cruciatus curse and missed the target by inches. Another killing curse forced Harry to retreat and move to the side. With few thoughts in his head, Harry chose to attack with everything he had. Harry let loose with every violent spell he could think of. He was pouring his magic into each one and the Death Eater was diving away or throwing up a shield as often as the spells came. A few Crucios and a killing curse later, Harry had to fight fire with fire. He limited himself to the Cruciatus curse and continued fighting for his life. The minutes passed and the Death Eater was still fighting hard. "She will be next, boy. I will kill her after I am done playing with her first," said the robed figure. The voice sounded like Lucius Malfoy but Harry wasn't sure. "I will tear her heart out and watch her choke on it." In his mind, Harry saw Tonks dying the way the man described. He didn't know how it happened, but he saw, heard, and felt Tonks dying before him. Scared, confused, and overwhelmed, Harry aimed his wand and unleashed a spell. He wanted to stop the Death Eater for good and never have him threaten Tonks' life again. He said the words and watched a vile, writhing, sickly green jet of light erupt from his wand and strike the Death Eater in the chest. The figure dropped to the ground limply and didn't move. Harry stared at the man for a second then scanned the field for any other attackers. He tried to summon anyone who was there, but no one appeared. The scene disappeared and the training room replaced it. In a small group sat the other unspeakables and a few were looking a little groggy as they wobbled in their seats. The others were motionless and Horace was standing off to the side. You finally get apparition down and manage to cast the killing curse too. Maybe you aren't so worthless after all. Harry saw red at those words. He wanted to hurt Horace more than ever. He had just cast the killing curse on another and Horace acts like it was a normal day. Harry felt his magic writhing around inside of him and it wanted an outlet. Harry took a few steps towards Horace and raising his wand. Seps, a figure moved in front of Harry and it sounded like Tonks. It was only a test and you did well. Nothing was real, nothing really happened except for the three you stunned and poor Michael with a broken shoulder. Calm down. I am fine. You are fine. I cast the killing curse for the first time, Harry said dangerously. How should I be feeling? I wanted to kill the Death Eater and as far as I was concerned, I did. I am no better than him now. I am just like him. He told me I was just like him and now I proved him right. I am just as evil as he is. Tonks was shocked by what Harry had said. She grabbed his arm and pulled the unwilling teenager off to the side. She threw up a privacy dome and proceeded to question him. What do you mean you are like him? You are nothing like him. I wanted to kill and I would have done it. I was happy when I heard that guy scream from my spell. Michael let his guard down because you are the new guy and he got himself hurt. They were there to curse you and beat you down. You did what you needed to do to survive. You only used the killing curse when Horace directed the room to threaten my life. I have seen people kill in battle before. The ones who enjoy it get a smile on their face. You didn't smile at all. Your face became blank and I knew you weren't thinking. You were reacting and that would have saved your life, Harry. No matter what happens, you fight to stay alive. We are at war. You know this better than anyone else and you have to stay alive. If you kill some Death Eater to stay alive, then you did the right thing. Never doubt that fact because they won't. You can do whatever you need to do to stay alive if your life is threatened. I am proud of you for the fact that you survive when others want you dead, not because you can kill someone. Now, calm down and let's go back to the group. Tonks dropped the dome and pulled Harry over the group. They were talking amongst themselves until Harry and Tonks rejoined them. Marcus was at the back of the rows and nodded to Horace. Horace nodded in return and walked over to Harry. Rules of engagement and the unspeakables, Seps. Number 1, you go home at the end of the day. Whatever you need to do to get there, you do it. Rule number 2, your team goes home at the end of the day. They are second only to yourself. The mission is third in priority. Rule number 3, if they use the killing curse, you use the killing curse. Do not hesitate. Make the bastards die for their own cause and you live for yours. Rule number 4, always win. However you need to do that, find a way. As a team leader, you will need to figure out a way to win. Sometimes, winning is retreating. Rule 1 is staying alive. Being alive means you are still on the winning side. Dying means you lost. We don't lose. Horace drew his wand and found himself staring down the shaft of Harry's instantly. Easy there, Seps. We are on the same side even though I don't act like it. Just an adjustment to your badge. Harry lowered his wand but kept the tip pointed at Horace. Horace tapped the badge and mumbled the words allowing him to change it. He worked a bit and stepped back. Team 3 remains out of rotation until they are cleared by us. Begin working together next week. 3, I want you ready to go in less than a month. Horace nodded to Harry, Tonks, and Cal before heading for the door. Harry looked down and saw changes had been made to his badge. The top still had 1 pip, but there were 2 additional pips that were ghost images. He had the Roman numeral 3 in the black square marking him as a member of Tonks' team. His bars had changed as well. He had 6 red instead of 5. He gained 1 blue to reach 5. His green and yellow remained at 6 and 0 respectively, but purple gained 1 to stand at 3. The black field had the largest increase. He had 6 bars where he had 4 previously. Harry looked into Tonks' face and shrugged his shoulders. She placed a hand on him and directed him to their team room, which was in room number 12. Once Cal entered the room, the door closed and Tonks pulled off her hood. Cal knows who I really am, Seps. I trust him with my life and have done so for 2 years. You can make your own choice on whether or not you wish to tell him who you really are. Now, what questions do you have? Tonks, what just happened out there? Seps, you showed Horace that you can do what needs done and you aren't going to get hung up by the rules. I knew you were going to do it sooner or later, but you proved to him you can do it now. You fought off not only one Imperious curse, but 3 of them from 3 of the best operatives we have. That alone got you 1 bar. If you can cast the spell, I am sure you will get the last one. You need to work on your speed with the killing curse too. You took too long getting to the point where you would use it. In our line of work, if someone tries to kill you, you do not hesitate in killing them. We play for keeps and our lives are the main prize. You master those 2 spells, and you will be a 7. Just so you know, no one messes with a 7 black operative during a real mission. You used a wider variety of offensive and defensive spells. I doubt you realized that many of them were wandless too. Harry shook his head. I figured as much. All of your shields were wandless and you were firing spells at the same time. That is the reason you got another red and blue bar. You were within reach of 3 7s and you were only in your 3rd day. I knew you could do all this, but you just needed the proper motivation. Motivation. If they hadn't attacked you, would you have been able to fight like that? You train fine, but you excel when you are fighting for real, or at least when you think it is real. Like I have said before, you don't think, you just do. You are going to be our team leader once we figure out how to work together. What? I am the new guy. One of you should lead. Nope, Cal interjected. I am support, plain and simple. I can't lead a team. Shamel is not a leader either. She works better from the sidelines. You, my boy, are the real deal. You jump up and charge ahead. We can hold you back when we need to, but we can't force you to the front. You have the ability and drive to lead. That is why you are the soon-to-be 3-pip. But I don't know anything. Maybe not, Cal said smiling, but you sure fake it well. Well enough that I will follow you. Now if you don't mind, I am looking forward to the rest of my Friday off. Cheers, teammates. Cal turned and left the room, closing the door behind him. He is an idiot to follow me anywhere, Harry said out loud. Then I am an idiot as well, Tonks said jokingly. I will follow you, Harry, because that is what you bring out of people. You are a natural leader. People listen to you. No one has ever listened to me. The Dursleys, Dumbledore, hell, most of the school didn't believe me. Only Hermione believed that. Didn't enter myself into the Tri-Wizard tournament, just to name one time someone listened to me. I didn't know you then, but I would have believed you. Tonks leaned forward and kissed Harry on the lips forcefully. She let the kiss progress until she started getting too warm. Now, I think we should enjoy our day and get you some clothes. I am not going to keep you locked up in the Dursleys on the weekends. We are going to have fun like a teenager should. But you aren't a teenager, Nymphadora. True, but I act like one often enough that I still count as one. She stuck her tongue out as she sprung up from her position and pulled Harry to his feet. She looked at him and removed her cloak. Harry's eyes widened as he saw that she was wearing a very tight, pink tank top and nicely fitting muggle pants. We will apparate from here to the apparition spot in Diagon Alley. You know where that is, right? Harry forced himself to concentrate on the question and not on Tonks. I know where the spot is, but I don't know if I can apparate there. Sure you can, Harry. Just do it and join me. She watched the doubt on Harry's face. If you get there in one piece, I promise you a long key. Later. Harry managed to regain some control of his mind. Only one key. Considering how every other key between us turns into a soft core beepo, I am sure you will get more than just one key out of the arrangement. Now dump the cloak and let's go. Harry followed Tonks' lead and put his unspeakable cloak in the trunk, reshrunk it, and placed it in his pocket. Tonks looked him up and down with an exacting eye. You need clothes desperately. It is about time you leave the rest of the Dursley era behind you. Whatever. I have no clue what to do about clothes. I will just have to follow your advice, but before you go. All crazy, I am not into wild colors for myself. They work for you, but I stand out enough as is without showing off. Spoil sport, Tonks chided and stuck her tongue out at him. To Diagon Alley for money, clothes, and a little bit of trouble if we are lucky. She disappeared with a softer crack. Here we go, Harry said and willed himself to the apparition point. After a few seconds of trying, he felt the pressing sensation and saw that he had, indeed, appeared in Diagon Alley. A warm hand briefly rubbed the back of his neck as he saw Tonks behind him. Good job appearing quietly and facing away from the alley. I don't think anyone noticed you arrive. Now, We should go to Gringotts so I can get some money to pay for your clothes. I have money, Nymphadora. You don't have to pay for me. Well, I don't know how much you have, so we will go to yours first and then I can take out however much more I think we will need. This is a treat of mine, so don't you ruin it, young man. Tonks was trying to be serious, but the smirk gave her away. I am in a playful mood right now, so you will just have to pretend that I was being stern with you. Whatever you say, Nymphadora, Harry said softly, earning a smile and puckered lips. I will keep my promise, but not here. We are a little too public even for my tastes. Now let's get moving before the shops start closing. Ah, the shops don't close until at least 5 o'clock, right? Harry asked. Correct, Tonks said, pulling Harry down the mostly empty street. It is around noon, right? Right again, Harry. Do you need a watch too? Actually, I do, but why would we need to be concerned about the shops closing when we have at least 5 hours before we need to start worrying? Oh, it will take us at least that long to get our shopping done, Harry. You need a full wardrobe. Harry swallowed nervously and looked for an escape route. The effort caught Tonks' eye. Oh no, you don't. No running away from me. You are in this until the end. It is only shopping. You like shopping. I think you have me confused with a girl, Nymphadora, Harry said in a deadpan tone. I get what I need, then leave. I have never been shopping for myself outside of when Hagrid took me before my first year and Molly for my second. Well, then it is about time you bought yourself something nice, isn't it? Tonks replied undaunted. Harry had kept his eyes fixed on his minder as she drug him through the alley to the bank. Only when she started up the steps did Harry realize they were at the bank already. A quick look behind him showed the mostly empty alley had missed the fact that Harry Potter had come to visit. The doors opened and they entered the lobby. More people were in the bank than walking around the alley. A few lines had formed and Tonks went to stand in the shortest one. Harry followed her and stood next to her for a few minutes, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible while standing next to a person wearing a bright pink shirt. Harry heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind him, so he turned to look in that direction. He saw a familiar goblin, Griphook, carrying an official letter in his long fingers. When Harry decided Griphook was walking towards him, Harry nudged Tonks in the side. Hello, Griphook, Harry said to the shocked goblin. You remember me, Mr. Potter? Yes, you were really the first goblin that I had ever met. Why wouldn't I remember you? You are a human, Mr. Potter, Griphook said as if everything was explained. Doesn't that answer your question? Not really, but I am used to that by now. Harry did his best to restrain his displeasure from showing itself. Mr. Potter, I have a letter for you from Director Ragnarok. If you have any business to conduct, please approach the head teller station for service. Griphook bowed his head slightly and walked to the rear of the bank, disappearing behind a gilded door. Harry looked at the envelope before breaking the Gringotts seal and opening it. He pulled the letter out and read the formal and fancy writing. Harry's mood dropped instantly and Tonks took notice of it. She leaned over his shoulder and saw enough to understand what the letter was about. Harry finished reading and folded up the note. He returned it to the envelope and sighed. I don't want any of it. I just want him back. I know, Harry, but we both know that isn't going to happen. Take whatever he wanted to give you and enjoy it. Spend the money on stupid things and wreak havoc with the other things. That is what Sirius would have wanted. Now, on with our day. We might as well take advantage of the perks of you being you and get helped right now. Tonks directed Harry to the head teller station, drawing the attention of a few people in the other lines. Harry stowed his letter and looked up at the goblin staring down at him. The goblin looked older than Griphook and he had white hair protruding from his ears. His expression never changed as he kept his eyes on Harry and Harry alone. I would like to go to my vault, sir, Harry said, handing the goblin his key. The goblin looked the key over with an exacting eye. Of course, Mr. Potter. Does your lady friend have any business with us today? I may, but it depends on how much Harry has in his vault. He is going shopping and he is doing it right this time. Tonks kept the smile on her face as the goblin checked a ledger. Unless Mr. Potter is shopping for a moderately sized estate, I am sure you will not need to assist him with your own money. The goblin pressed a button and the rear doors opened and Griphook returned to the lobby. Griphook will assist you in your business today, Mr. Potter. Good day to you. Harry followed Griphook into the rear of the bank and to an awaiting cart. Tonks joined them on the neck-breaking ride into the bowels on the bank. Harry sat quietly as Tonks whooped beside him. On one sharp turn, Tonks leaned over and gave Harry a very tongue-filled key, trying to break his dismal mood. For the first time since he received the letter, Harry smiled. "That one doesn't count, does it?" Harry asked hopefully. "Nah, that one was a freebie, Harry." They arrived at vault number 687. Harry handed his key over to Griphook and the goblin opened the vault. When the door swung open, Harry entered and started throwing galleons into his money pouch. Tonks stayed out of the vault but looked inside. "No shit, I don't need to use my own money." "You are loaded, Harry. Not even out of school and you have more money than most of the wizarding populace. If you want to buy me a Christmas present, I like witches wear unmentionables. A gift certificate is more than fine for me. I will remember that, Nymphadora." Once Harry had filled his bag with numerous coins, he left the vault and got back into the cart. With the vault sealed and secured, the goblin directed the cart to the surface. Harry joined Tonks in expressing his enjoyment on the return trip. Once the cart had stopped at the return point, Harry offered Tonks his hand, helping her out of the cart. When they neared the door, Harry counted out 10 galleons and handed them to Griphook. "Thank you, Griphook, and whatever happened down there never really happened, right? Mr. Potter," Griphook stated, offering the coins back. "All business inside the walls of Gringotts is kept in the strictest of confidence. Anything else occurred while business was in process." Harry merely smiled and said, "All the same, thank you." Harry turned and walked through the opening door, accompanied by a confused Tonks. "Harry, why did you give him money? If I have so much of it, then I plan on keeping my dealings as secret as possible. It was only 10 galleons, and if that keeps certain people from finding out we were here together, then it is more than worth it. We aren't exactly being secret walking around Diagon Alley like this. Certain people are bound to find out sooner or later." They walked down the steps and Tonks led them to Madame Malkin's. "True, but I am sure Dumbledore has some leverage with the goblins. This way, at least the finer points are kept hidden from others." "Look at you," Tonks said, giving Harry a fake admiring gaze. "You get a taste of Cloak and Dagger, literally, and you get all Slytherin on me. My little boy is growing up so fast." Tonks wiped away a fake tear with her hand. Harry grimaced for the first time in what would be his most common expression for the next 4 hours. The hours rolled by very slowly for Harry. Once Tonks grabbed Madame Malkin, herself, she had them all sequestered in a side room. Tonks brought outfits by the armload for Harry to try on. He kept his humor about him for about 45 minutes, then he became agitated. Tonks was unabashed in her efforts to clothe him. The agitation gave way to apathy at the hour-and-a-half mark. The remainder of the time Harry put on what he was told to and didn't say one word. He turned when asked, he stretched when ordered, he even put on the same things multiple times when begged to buy a very pathetic-looking metamorph. On Harry's 100th or so vocal sigh, Tonks finally relented. "Fine, Harry, you are done. You hung in there while I played dress-up with you. You might as well put on a new outfit for the rest of the day so we can burn those rags you are wearing." Harry grabbed a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt and entered the changing room, which had become a new home for him in the last few hours. "Are you sure you don't want to wear a pair of new slacks and a dress shirt?" Tonks asked, receiving a snort in return. "Hey, you look say, why in them?" Another snort could be heard from the isolated room. "Fine, look like a normal teenager then. See if I care." Harry dressed and sat down to slip on his new trainers. The boots he had worn had been put in his work trunk along with all of the other clothes he had purchased. The tags had been removed by Madame Malkin as he, or rather Tonks, had decided they were good. Shoestrings tied, Harry relaxed for a second and assessed the day. "I learned to apparate, I try to kill someone, I get in another fight that ends up being another test, I am the next leader of Team 3, I have new clothes, and I have to be at Gringotts tomorrow to hear Sirius's will. Not terrible, but not the best day I have ever had." Harry left his sanctuary and returned to the madness of the small room they had been using. Tonks wasn't there. Madame Malkin wasn't there. The door to the small room had been closed and he was all alone. Harry figured something wasn't right. He drew his wand from the hidden pocket in the side of his jeans that Madame Malkin had added for free because of the large purchase. Harry lowered himself into a defensive position and scanned the room, which had a few rows of clothes that had yet to be altered or finished. Harry waited for something to happen. He heard a very soft sound from the other changing room next to the one he had just left. He slid to the side of the door, against the wall, and took a deep breath. He prepared to open the door and stun the occupant if needed. In one swift motion, he pulled the door open, crouched, and moved to get a good shot off. What he saw stopped him as dead as the killing curse could. Tonks turned away from the mirror she was posing in front of. And looked Harry in the eyes. "Did I miss something, Harry? Did you get in another fight and I missed it?" Tonks was smiling widely as she watched Harry's reaction to the view. She saw the blush rise from his neck and reach his cheeks. Once his ears turned red, she broke the silence. "Do you like it? I was thinking of getting it for a special occasion." Harry could only stare at the woman in front of him. Tonks was her normal self, brown hair, shapely legs, and large B-easts. Her clothing wasn't the say-why little tank top and pants she had worn to the alley, but a short, very silky, light blue nightie that was form-fitting in all the right places. Harry managed to keep a hold of his wand, but he failed at controlling other things. Tonks' playful smile shifted to a sultrier smirk, and she reached out her arm to lightly touch Harry's chest. "Do you like it, Harry?" Tonks asked in a low seductive voice. She watched Harry fighting to form the words he wished to say. After a few moments, he spoke slowly. "It is a bit of all right, Nymphadora. What, special occasion were you thinking of?" Harry swallowed and tried to move his eyes up to look Tonks in the face. "You know, just a special occasion. They happen all the time." Tonks waited to see if Harry was going to do anything else. Surprised by his restraint, Tonks continued with her tease. "So, it is just a bit of all right. Damn, I was hoping for more than that, like a very pretty, or or maybe even a damn hot. I think it is safe to say you achieved all of those and then some, Nymphadora." Harry took a deep breath and managed to get his brain working again. He figured out her trick. "You are just teasing me, aren't you? As you have seen for yourself, Harry, I tease at the beginning but then I fall apart. Normally, this would be the one and only time I would let a guy see this, but I just have a feeling that you will see again and probably quite a bit more. I still owe you a key for today and I think I will give you another for how good you were for letting me pick out your clothes. Now, if you can let me change, I think you will need a few minutes to compose yourself." Harry nodded slowly and closed the door to the dressing room. He sat in a chair just outside the room and put his head in hands. He used what little occlumency he had to regain control over his body and mind. Leaning back, Harry said aloud, "Sorry about that, Nymphadora. I just came out of the room and everyone was gone, so I kind of overreacted. I thought something had happened to you and Madame Malkin." "No worries, Harry," Tonks answered. "It was fun all the same. You have seen me in my underwear and a t-shirt, so this wasn't much different. Besides, I am glad that you approved of it so much." Tonks giggled when she heard Harry groan in embarrassment. The door opened again and a fully clothed Tonks emerged. She had the nightie in one hand and the tag in her other. She held it out to Harry, and after a few unspoken head nods, he put it in trunk with the rest of his new clothes. Once they emerged from the back room, they went to the counter where the rest of Harry's tags had been tallied up. He grabbed the tag out of Tonks' hand and dropped it onto the pile. Tonks tried to complain, but Harry raised his hand forestalling her objection. "A Christmas present. But Christmas isn't for months. Then a birthday present." Harry didn't know why she was being such a pain about this. It wasn't like the few extra galleons were going to matter when he had a full wardrobe to pay for. "My birthday was a couple months ago, Harry. I can pay for this myself." "A belated birthday present then. Merlin, you just can't smile and accept the gift, can you?" "All right, Harry, I will accept the gift from you on one condition: you let me buy dinner." Harry thought it over and decided that he won out either way. "I accept your terms, Tonks. Where are we going to go then? How about a restaurant here? Have you ever been to one before? If you don't count Florine's, then no." Tonks smiled and listed a place Harry had never heard of. With a shrug of his shoulders, Harry agreed to wherever she wanted. The whole time Madame Malkin had rechecked the total and was waiting for Harry to pay. A glance at the till and Harry opened his money bag. He poured out a pile of coins and quickly counted out the required amount and threw in a few more. With an off-handed comment that he hadn't been there at all, Harry turned to leave the store with Tonks following in his wake. The pair re-emerged into the alley and found more people moving about, but most kept their heads down and their feet moving. Harry allowed Tonks to assume the lead and she aimed him back towards the bank. When they passed Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, Fred was adjusting a multicolored sign announcing a new product for sale. Harry thought of hiding, but when he turned toward Tonks he knew that would be impossible. The pink shirt prevented her from hiding anywhere but Hogsmeade during Valentine's Day. Harry counted the seconds until Fred turned around and saw them. He got to 6 before Fred saw the pair. He only held in his shout when Harry moved forward and shushed him. "Harry, Tonks, what are you doing here? Mum would go spare if she knew you weren't locked away, protected at that prison, house of your relatives." "We are enjoying a day of shopping, Weasley twin number 1, Tonks answered. "I am Harry's guard and I guard him wherever he happens to be. He just happens to be here right now, so there you go." "Twin number 1, huh?" Fred asked. "Well, there is only one of you here right now, so yeah, number 1 works just fine." "Fred, please don't tell anyone I was here today. I really don't need the hassle, you know," Harry begged. "No worries, mate," Fred dismissed Harry's concerns. "I completely understand. Besides, would I be the type of person who would squeal on someone doing something they weren't supposed to? Honestly, I thought you knew me better than that." Fred hung his shaking head as shame. "You spent 5 years teaching these kids right from wrong and what do you get?" "I am disappointed, Harry. Ron, I could understand not having much of a clue, but you were always the smart one of the group. I guess Ginny is the last hope for the Weasley family. Hermione is the smart one, I just get lucky," Harry replied. "Books not make one smart, Harry. Hermione plays by the rules so much, I swear if it wasn't for you she would already have a job with the Ministry oppressing everyone with more rules. Tonks, please save this lost soul from the straight and narrow." Fred dropped to his knees and clasped his hand together, pleading with Tonks. "You are making a scene, you get," Harry snapped while scanning the street. "I do not want to be seen and you pull this in the middle of Diagon Alley." Fred jumped up and smiled widely. "No worries, mate. After the first few days, most of the alley ignores what we do over here. Anyway, I have something for you that we were going to post." Fred dug into his vest pocket and pulled out a Gringotts key. "Number 1969, and yes, we asked for that number. This is where your share is being deposited." "Share? What share?" Tonks asked, becoming giddy again at the prospect of learning some secret. "Harry's share of the profits, of course." Fred didn't hesitate in answering the question. "I don't want a share. That money was a gift and if you want to give it away then give it to your family." "I don't want it." "Come now, Harry," Fred explained. "We are already helping out the family, but your half is still your half." "Half?" Harry yelled. "Now who is making the scene?" Fred quipped, putting his hand on Harry's shoulder. "We voted on it and you get half." "I never voted," Harry said, crossing his arms. "Yes, well, you didn't make the owners' meeting that day so you were a default, yes, vote. Besides, it was a unanimous vote for you getting half." "Bloody Weasleys," Harry mumbled under his breath. "Not today, but yesterday for sure," countered Fred. "Finally figured out what was wrong with that candy. Nearly lost Lee in the testing phase. Anyway, you should stop by when you have time and can be seen by others, Harry. You kids have fun." Fred wiggled his eyebrows and Harry and Tonks as he ushered them away. "Fred will keep his mouth shut and not say a word," Harry repeated to himself over and over. "What is the big deal, Harry?" Tonks asked innocently. "Don't want to be seen with me." "No, it is the fact that if Dumbledore or even Molly hears about this they will lock me away for my own protection." "Think nothing of it, Harry, I will be the one getting yelled at for letting you out. I am the guard after all. Besides," Tonks said with a giggle, "Dung's shift started 20 minutes ago." Tonks proceeded to laugh at the situation. Harry tried to stay worried, but with Tonks laughing the way she was he couldn't do it. Finally a smile broke out on his face and Harry couldn't keep the chuckle inside. They walked down the alley and turned the corner that Tonks pointed out. They continued past some clubs and other night spots that Harry thought looked pretty interesting from the outside. Tonks pulled his arm toward a darker lit building covered in old-looking wood. There was a nameplate near the doorway, but you could only read the words from a certain angle and Harry only saw curly letters before he was pulled inside. The entranceway was adorned in the same wood as outside and had marble floors. Harry's only thought was that this was an expensive place. A man met them right inside the door and he was already looking down his nose at them. "May I help you?" Harry knew they weren't wanted judging by the man's reaction. Harry looked at his clothes and figured the t-shirt was definitely a reason for that. Harry saw the look the man was giving Tonks in her pink tank top and it wasn't pleasant. "Yes, you can help us," Harry said directly to the man. "I would like a table, away from the crowd." The man shifted his disapproving glare from Tonks, who was looking around oblivious to the situation, to Harry. He looked ready to make a comment, but paused as the dim light caught the scar on Harry's forehead. The man stepped back and seemed to change his demeanor instantly. "Right this way, sir." "I thought so," Harry said, exposing his contempt for the man. "If Tonks wants to eat here, then we eat here and this guy isn't going to ruin it." They walked deeper into the restaurant and turned a corner coming to a door marked, VIP. Harry noticed the stares they received when they walked past the occupied tables. He kept his eyes on Tonks hoping that she wouldn't notice how unwelcome they seemed to be. The man opened the door and led them into the even better furnished room. Harry followed the man to the booth he had chosen and let Tonks take her seat first. Harry slid into the opposite side and waited to see what would happen. The man produced leather-bound menus and a wine list before bowing low and retreating from the room. Harry opened the menu and scanned the items available for selection. The one thing he noticed immediately was the lack of prices on the menus. In his time at the Dursleys, he knew what that meant: expensive. Harry looked up and found Tonks gazing into his eyes, wearing an excited expression. "Thank you for taking care of the idiot, Harry. I know he was about to chuck us out, but you came through like I knew you would." "What? Look at this place, Harry. Like they would let me in wearing this and in the VIP section no less." "That was all you, baby. I didn't do anything, Nymphadora. You were there and knew we were about to be tossed. You flashed your scar and here we are. I know you hate to use it, but you have it, so I might as well make you happy and show it off." "Exactly, Harry. Who said you didn't know how to treat a lady?" "Hermione, 4th year. Parvati, 4th year as well. I think Cho last year, come to think of it." "Well, you learn fast, Harry. Thank you. I have always wanted to eat here and you made that happen." "This place is expensive, isn't?" Harry asked, knowing the answer. "Yep, but it is worth it. It is my treat anyway, so don't worry. I can help if you want. I still have some money left over after buying out Madame Malkin's." "I got it, Harry. I am an Auror, you know." Tonks winked and picked up her menu. Harry looked over the menu and decided he wanted a steak to eat. Without prices, he didn't know what was the cheapest. Many of the selections had foreign names, so he had no idea what they were. He closed his menu and watched Tonks nibbling on her tongue as she decided what to order. Harry had to look away since he started getting ideas in his head. "Know what you want, Harry?" Tonks asked, gaining his attention again. Harry took control of the dirty thoughts raging in his mind. "I was thinking of the steak since I can understand what that is." "How about you?" "Same. Want some wine with our meal?" Tonks didn't wait for his answer and opened the wine list and started listing off red wines. Harry watched the scene with an amused smile on his face. She was always ready to jump forward and enjoy her life. After a few minutes, Harry watched a waitress enter the room. She carried herself with poise and perfection on every step. She stood before their table and watched Tonks scanning the wine list. "Do you wish to select a wine off the house list, or do you want one from your collection here, Mr. Potter?" "Excuse me," Harry answered bluntly. "Your family, I believe your grandfather, was a frequent guest here and he kept an assortment of his preferred wine in our cellars as best as I can recall. I can check with a house elf if you would like to confirm our current stock." "Sure, that sounds fine," Harry answered, but he was obviously confused. The waitress disappeared through a rear door. Tonks looked at Harry and smiled happily. "You have your own wine here. How cool. I wonder what you have got to choose from." "I have no idea, but considering my grandfather has been dead for at least 16 years, I guess they should be pretty old." The idle banter continued until the waitress returned. She had a slip of paper in her hand and asked what they wanted to order. Harry ordered the steak, medium, as did Tonks. "Very good, so that means you will want a red. I have a wide selection here, so if I may make a suggestion, the 1956 Mouton Rothschild should do nicely. Does that meet with your expectations?" Harry hesitated before agreeing with the choice. The waitress left the room quietly. Tonks watched Harry carefully. You ordered a 1956 bottle of wine for our dinner. This is going to be an amazing dinner, Harry. Thank you. There is so much I don't know about my family. When I get time, I want to read those files about them. No one has ever mentioned my grandparents before. Harry and Tonks talked about her family and what she did as a child. Harry learned that she had always been different while growing up. She learned of her abilities when she was 6 and from that point on she had worked to develop and control them. Harry felt sympathy for her when she described how the other kids at Hogwarts had treated her during her first 3 years of school. They had always asked her to change her appearance or become someone else for a joke. She could only name 2 people who had wanted to know the real Nymphadora Tonks. Harry couldn't help but agree with her disdain for everyone else. The wine and steak had arrived, and after a glass and a half of the very old wine, Harry was feeling a little lightheaded. Tonks was altering her features every other minute trying to entertain him. When the bill arrived, Harry tried to pay it while Tonks was busy fixing her pointed ears. I said I would pay it, Harry. Put your money away this instant. Tonks grabbed the check and signed her name and vault number on the slip. With you supplying the wine, the bill wasn't too bad. Thanks for that. I had no clue about the wine. So what do we do with the rest of it? Bring it with. We can't let it go to waste. Maybe the Dursleys will be jealous when they see it. Considering how they are, I can almost guarantee they won't know what to do when they see that bottle. It probably costs as much as that great ass makes in a week. Well, almost maybe. Let's go. Tonks and Harry stood up to leave the restaurant after Harry had deposited the wine in his trunk. Tonks was walking very close to Harry as they passed the entryway. The man bowed deeply as Harry neared him. Tonks laughed, but Harry came to a stop in front of him. I suggest you treat people, especially friends of mine, better than you did today. Harry held the man's eyes for a few seconds before turning to leave. Harry placed his hand on Tonks' lower back and urged her on. She complied instantly and led the way out of the establishment. You didn't need to do that, Harry, Tonks said quietly but in an overly friendly way. You always need to be the hero, don't you? Nymphadora, he judged you because of what you were wearing. That isn't right, and I should know considering what I wore until you made me buy new stuff. I am not interested in places that treat people like that. It is the same prejudice that Voldemort uses. Pureblood or you are worthless. Just because that guy isn't murdering people doesn't make his actions okay. You are my friend and I will do what I can to make you happy. Tonks pulled Harry to a stop to the side of the alley amongst the shadows and moved into Harry. She gripped his head and key at him firmly. Harry gave into the effort without a fight. As his head swirled a little from the wine, his mind went blank except for keying the woman in front of him. They snogged for a few minutes until Tonks pulled away breathing heavily. Make a portkey to your room. Apparating after drinking is not for novices. Harry pulled out his wand and the metal ring he had used for training. He concentrated extra hard and tapped the ring. It reacted properly and Harry held it out for Tonks to grab onto. She grabbed the ring and key at Harry firmly again. Harry felt the tug, and once he pulled away for some air he saw that they were standing in his room. Tonks opened her eyes and dropped the ring to the floor noisily and pushed Harry backwards onto the bed. She followed him down and pulled herself along his body up to his lips. She continued dotting him as she slowly pulled up on his shirt exposing his chest. She started dotting his newly revealed skin, eliciting a pleasant sound from his throat. She thought she was in control for once until Harry's hands found their way to her butt and subsequently tugged her own shirt over her head. She was lying on top of Harry wearing her clothes as his hands started roaming around her soft skin. She made a few sounds of her own as Harry moved her mouth back to his. They snogged for a while and Tonks managed to even the odds a little by removing Harry's shirt completely and getting his pants undone before there was a knock at the door. Harry growled as Tonks slid off of him in the bed. She gathered her clothes and quickly put on her shirt while Harry did the same and fastened his jeans. Harry checked the room once before opening the door. He saw Dudley on the other side staring at him. What do you want? Harry asked slowly, using everything he had to intimidate Dudley into leaving. I can hear you again, Dudley said quietly, trying to steal a look into the room. Mum and Dad will be up soon. You wouldn't want them to hear you shagging your girlfriend, would you? If you could keep your eyes to yourself for a second, I can tell you I couldn't care less whether they heard us doing anything. I have said it before and I will say it again, they have nothing to say about what I do. They never did, but I am taking control of my life now. I would hate to see Vernon bust in here and try something. He could get hurt, you know. Terrible shame that would be, wouldn't it? Tonks took this moment to swing around the door and step into the view of Dudley. She had messed up hair and her shirt was very rumpled. She slid her left hand onto Harry's shoulder and her right wound around his stomach, caressing it softly. She put on her most why smile and spoke very enticingly. Harry, why don't you close the door so we can get back to what we were doing? I am a little cold and I think you should help me warm up a bit. You are good at that, remember? Tonks looked away from Harry and wiggled her eyebrows at Dudley for a second before looking at Harry again. Dudley stood dumbfounded in the doorway as Tonks continued to rub her hand around Harry's body. Harry was beginning to respond to Tonks' touches and his focus was beginning to shift away from Dudley. Dud, why don't you go somewhere else? Somewhere that isn't in front of my door. I am rather busy right now. Harry had trouble forming sentences but he managed the best could. Dudley said nothing, so Harry absent-mindedly pushed the door closed. Once it clicked closed, Tonks threw up a silencing charm and broke into laughter. Harry took a moment to realize what had happened before he too started to laugh. It may have been fun to get him like that, but I feel the price was a little too high for me. Harry looked like a wounded puppy and Tonks' laughter broke instantly. She watched him for a second then grabbed him and at him firmly on the lips again. Her hands worked his hair into sticking up even worse than normal. She moved him back to the bed and straddled him as he lay down. She started moving her lower torso around his, getting the reaction she wanted. For once I know what I am doing, Tonks said between s. I am still clueless, but what are you going to do? Harry asked. I am going to play for a while and then I am going to stop and drive you absolutely crazy. Tonks smiled widely as she continued her ministrations. Harry let her continue for a few minutes before he stared into her dark eyes. Nymphadora, I don't want to be driven crazy. Harry waited until she looked at him before willing his mind into hers. She responded with a moan, and her eyes flittered shut. Damn you, Harry, Tonks said so quietly Harry had to strain to hear it. Maybe, nymph, maybe. Harry pulled her lips to his and at her until his lack of air forced him to break it. She panted along with him and shivered slightly. She opened her eyes and all Harry saw was hunger and desire in them. He started pulling her shirt off again, but she yanked it over her head and tossed it over her shoulder. She pulled on his shirt a bit roughly so he helped her remove it. Harry made eye contact again and willed the connection to happen. He watched anxiously as Tonks tried to inhale his mouth with hers. She was dotting and probing his mouth with her tongue. She kept rubbing Harry with her body, stimulating him with every movement. As they continued, Harry felt a tremor in Tonks' body so he opened his eyes finding the real Tonks sitting on him. All alterations gone, Tonks kept running her hands over his body and head. With a moan, she lowered herself to lie next to Harry. She kept her eyes closed but her mouth was open trying to breathe. Harry, I have to stop before this goes too far. You have no idea how close I am to vanishing our clothes and king your brains out. I can't open my eyes or I will do just that. I am sorry, but you get me going too much and way too fast. Oh, what a talent. So, what now then? Harry, I am supposed to be looking out for you. I feel like I am betraying some oath or something here. I know what is expected of me but I know what I want to do. Those things are at odds here. I can't do both. Everyone has expectations of me. Most of them involve me saving them from Voldemort. For the first time in my life, I am doing what I want to do. I am making decisions and dealing with the consequences. Right now, I couldn't care less about what others want from me. Harry put his right hand under Tonks' chin and moved it up so he could her. She didn't resist and gave in to his efforts quickly. They proceeded to at Harry's pace until a hoot from Hedwig ruined the moment. Harry looked at the owl and saw that she had a letter for him. With a sigh, Harry extracted himself from Tonks' warm partially clothed body and took the letter from Hedwig. The letter was from Remus and Harry sat back on the bed. He slowly opened the letter and read what was written. Without turning around, Harry spoke to Tonks who was moving around behind him. Remus is wondering if he has to pick me up tomorrow so we can go to the will reading. Should I take him up on the offer? I just have to write him back and say yes. Nah, I can take you, Harry. When is it? 10 o'clock is the reading. So, we should get there a little early. Remus says that Dumbledore will be there too since he got a letter from Gringotts. That is not what I want right now. I haven't worked on my occlumency much. Just when it comes to. Yes, Harry, you faded out there at the end. When it comes to what? Harry turned and saw Tonks standing on the other side of the bed wearing only her clothes. She gave him an impish smile and bounced on her feet a few times. Harry swallowed and took a breath. Exactly, Harry said, unable to force his eyes away from Tonks' mostly bipedy body which was bathed in the moonlight from outside. Harry managed to make eye contact with Tonks and waited for her to say something in response. She continued to smile and put her pink shirt back on. Harry watched as she put her arms in the shirt and moved about inside of it. When her arms emerged, Tonks had a hold of her clothes strap and tossed it at Harry, hitting him in the chest. Harry saw her nipples pushing on the fabric from underneath and she smiled even wider. Just so you know, that always happens when I take off my bra. Are you trying to test my occlumency skills here or just teasing again? Which would you prefer, Harry? I am not going to tell you which I would prefer, Nymphadora. I could get into trouble doing that. I doubt you would get into trouble, Harry. You might find that you get what you want and more. Harry forced his eyes to her face and found humor, lust, and eagerness there. Promises, promises, Harry said softly. Tonks pulled up the sheet and slid into the bed, leaving her leg hanging out from under the sheet. Are you going to join me, Harry? Taking a deep breath, Harry removed his pants and joined her under the sheets. Harry moved close to her and lay down. Tonks moved close to him, smiling. We can work on your occlumency tomorrow before we leave. Right now, we should get some rest. Tonks keyed him quickly on the nose and rolled over. Harry couldn't think for a second before he grabbed her sides and tickled her. You are the biggest flirt and tease I know, nymph. I am going to tickle you until you apologize. Tonks was laughing and writhing around on the bed violently. She kept fighting off Harry's hands, but the effort wasn't much. Harry continued until he saw Tonks fighting to breathe. Once he stopped, Tonks started taking deep breaths between residual giggles. When she had regained some composure, she turned over and enveloped Harry into a hug and gave him a deep searching key. That is the playfulness I want to see more of from you, Harry. Just so you know, I am always in the mood to wrestle around and play touchy-feely. Tonks became serious and lowered her voice. You are fun to be with and you always seem to know what to do at the right moment. Keep it up and you never know what you will get. Oh, and I apologize for my behavior earlier. Don't worry about it, Nymphadora. Harry leaned forward and keyed Tonks like he meant to. They continued until sleep took them. The sun was at least a half hour away from rising, but Nymphadora Tonks was waking up. She was still slowly fighting her way out of sleep's grasp when she heard the sound of paper being shifted about. She opened her eyes and felt the sting of light in them. With her eyes closed, she remembered the previous night and everything that happened. Oh, that is going to leave a mark, isn't it? Tonks moved the sheet a little, blocking the light, and looked down at her stomach near her belly button. She saw a bruise had formed overnight and knew that her neck was going to be just as bad or worse. It was worth every minute. He is too much fun for me. Thank Merlin he had enough self-control to stop me when I tried to. Do not think about that. It will only end up happening again and that is not what you want, or do you? Tonks used her metamorph abilities to hide the marks. I don't want him to worry about hurting me this early in the morning. Merlin knows he would too. He has too big a heart for his own good. Tonks found she could lower the sheet without her eyes screaming in pain from the light. She looked and saw Harry sitting on the floor leaning against the bed. She saw his messy black hair move around as he continued with what he was doing. Harry, what are you doing? Harry didn't answer, but Tonks felt a surge of magic flood her senses. She felt like she was drowning in it. It was worse than when Harry was in fights with Horace or Vernon. Harry. Tonks scrambled out of the bed and to the floor in front of Harry. She found him sitting cross-legged with a box sitting open to his right and a pile of papers and folders to his left. One folder was open, in his hands, and he looked like he was reading the contents. Harry, you are scaring me. Why are you so mad? Tonks moved back as Harry's eyes rose to look at her. A look of pure malevolence was shining in his eyes. Tonks had never seen Harry look that dangerous before. She never thought it was possible for a 15-year-old to look that scary. She hesitantly asked the question again. "What is wrong, Harry? There is so much they never told me." The hate was rolling off him in waves mixed with the raw magic he possessed. "I have been lied to. I have been kept in the dark. I have been ignored. I have been prevented from knowing who I really am. I want to hurt people right now, and that scares me." Tonks watched the fierceness on Harry's face swirl with fear and eagerness. She needed to know more if she had any hope of stopping something from being destroyed. Tonks only hoped that she and Harry weren't the ones who got hurt. "Harry, please explain it to me. I do not know what is in those files. I read mine, but we weren't allowed to read others unless it is part of a mission. Tell me, please. Maybe I can help." Harry fought the all-consuming urge to level the Dursleys' home. He fought with his own magic, which was screaming to be used. He took a few controlling breaths before answering the very frightened woman in front of him. "My grandparents died of a wizarding disease in old age. Did you know that? My other grandparents died from a car accident. What harm would it have caused to tell me that? Why do I have to find this shit out for myself? Why can't people just tell me these things? Is that why you are so mad?" Tonks asked cautiously. "Not even close. I learned that my father didn't have a job because he managed my family's investments. Apparently, the Potters have a stake in many businesses in both the wizard and muggle worlds. My mum was employed, but it doesn't say where. She did something, but I haven't found out what yet. I also found out that Dumbledore has been filling out my release forms for Hogwarts. He can do that since he is my wizard guardian. I read that a few days after Sirius was sent to Azkaban, Dumbledore had the guardianship changed to him and the document sealed. Apparently it pays to be the Supreme Mugwump, Chief Warlock, and other such things. He got that file sealed so no one would find out without actually nicking the document itself. I also read the transcript of the trial. Dumbledore didn't do much to help Sirius. He basically let him be sentenced without trying very hard to find out the truth. Granted, Sirius didn't say much in his own defense, but still Dumbledore should have wanted to know what really happened. I know that it was Dumbledore, himself, who had that magic sensor thing set to watch this neighborhood. Fudge only trained it on me once I started mucking up his life. That old man had Mrs. Fig put here to watch me. I don't know what she told him, but he didn't do much watching or listening, did he? When I told him about your uncle attacking you," Tonks said hesitantly, afraid the truth might do more damage than good, but she knew Harry's opinion on that subject. "He asked if you were unhurt. He didn't seem to care about what that fight would do to you. I nearly got into it with him when he wanted things left as is. He told me not to tell the Order about it. That sounds just like him from what I have learned. He has mucked about my life since everyone died. I should have been given to Remus to have been taken care of. He was the next one, after all, on the list my parents created when they went into hiding. Dumbledore wasn't even on the list, yet here he is pulling the strings. Remus didn't even know about their choice. Dumbledore prevented the notification from being sent out that night. Here is the real kicker. The list my parents created expressly says that I should never be given to Petunia for care. Never be given to her. My mum forbade it, and what does Dumbledore do? He gives me to her against my mum's wishes. I should have lived in my family's home, Potter Estate, not in this hellhole. We have house elves there, or at least we did before we went into hiding. The ministry files mention the house's existence, but they don't know where it is. My life has been f***ed with ever since I was 1 year old, and Dumbledore is a big part of that. What gives him the right? Because he is the all-powerful Albus. Dumbledore. F.K. him. How dare he do the things he has done? I could have grown up in a normal home away from these people. Yeah, there would have been a werewolf and house elves, but it would have been better than this god-forsaken place. A normal childhood is all I wanted. That is all I ever wanted. I dreamed of someone taking me away from here every night for as long as I could remember. The night Hagrid showed up is one the happiest of my life. He took me away from here, from these people, and I owe him for that. But Dumbledore put me here. I owe him for that as well. Harry started getting darker in his mood, and the feeling in the air reflected that as well. Harry, please listen to what I have to say. Harry looked at her. The magic you have been learning is dangerous to practice and use. You have done a great job with it, but there is more than just using it. You have to know when to use it and when not to. Dark magic is insidious. It can change a person for the worst. I know you can handle it because I have watched you. You hate using the spells, but it gives you a sense of strength and power. You have never been in control of your life until now. Do not think the magic gives you that power. It is you who have assumed control over your life. You are getting the power because you are not letting others take it from you. Do not think that magic can produce power. That is the wrong way to think. It is the wrong way to go. I don't think that, Tonks. I know what is going on. I know you do, Harry. I only want you to watch out. I can see you fighting the urge to hurt something, and if you did you would only feel worse. You are a good person who has been in a bad situation. You are strong enough to find a way out of this doing the right things. I am here to help if you need it. Horace should have had this discussion with you about the spells you have been using, but I think he has gotten carried away with how fast you pick things up. Fast. He says I am too slow every time. I am never good enough. And would you try as hard if he did? Would you try to prove yourself with such determination if he praised you? He knows how to motivate you, Harry. He has used that to get the most out of you. It took me a week to get those shields mastered when he taught me, and I have to use my wand to do them too. You get them all in a day and wandlessly. Don't tell me you don't know how good you are at this stuff. I just do my best, Tonks. That is all I have ever done. And your best is better than anyone else's. It is that simple. You are amazing and I am so proud of you. Be proud to be yourself. Anyone else would. You are Harry Potter and you are strong enough to make good things happen in this world. If you have to sneak around the ministry and borrow files or fool a group of old guys, you can still make things happen that are good. I do not want you to fall into what is easy like the Death Eaters. I am not like them. I know you aren't, Harry. I just wanted to remind you that doing what we do, it is a constant struggle to stay good. We have connections and support from people who get us out of just about anything. Our job is riddled with temptation that lesser men would fall prey to. Do not become overwhelmed by the magic you control. You wield more than anyone I know, so please be careful. Besides, you are too cute to go bad. Tonks smiled and altered her ears to make them pointed again. Harry's mood subsided, but he could still feel his magic swirling. I will not disappoint you, nymph. I never said you would, Harry. Now, I should take a shower considering what you did to me last night. We can practice your occlumency when I get back. The last thing we need is Albus finding a secret in your head today. He would only start digging trying to figure out what it is. You got that right, Harry said very seriously. I will keep reading until you get back. Tonks grabbed some clothes and put on her cloak. Being found in her knickers by the Dursleys would be an unpleasant experience for everyone. Harry watched Tonks leave the room, but she flashed a leg before closing the door after her. She is crazy, but she is fun, and my life hasn't had much fun in it. I intend to keep having fun and enjoying my life. To hell with the Dark Tosser and his morons. To hell with the ministry and anyone else who gets in the way. I am going to live through this and I am going to enjoy doing it too. Now what else haven't I been told? Harry pulled the discarded folder into his lap and continued where he left off. Every page told him something new about his life and his family. Every new fact gave Harry something else to think about. Every untold story filled in more of his past. Harry read his father's school records. The disciplinary folder alone gave Harry many things to laugh about and quite a few ideas for the twins. Harry started a list and added things that seemed viable considering their talents. His father definitely had a problem with Snape. Most of the times he got caught were when Snape was the victim. As Harry thought about it, he started wondering how many of those times Snape set his father up to be caught. Many of them seemed similar to how Draco had tried to get Harry caught during his first year. His mother's school folder nearly brought as many laughs, but not for the same reasons. Harry could only think that Hermione's would read the same, except for all the times his name would be listed next to hers. The scores and efforts his mother put forth were sickening. How could Mum be this smart and still end up with Dad? Their records are polar opposites of each other. His mother had one detention in all her years, but a note on the sheet said that Lily was covering for another student but wouldn't reveal who. The detention was during 7th year and served with James Potter with McGonagall as the monitor. Harry compared his parents' records for their 7th year and found that after the detention his father spent with his mother, he had far less nights of punishment. He couldn't help but laugh at the situation. Could Mum have changed him in 3 hours? It was a laughing Harry that Tonks found when she returned to his room. What is so funny, Harry? He explained the correlation and started laughing again. Women can change a man in far less time than 3 hours, Harry. You remember that and you will go far in life as long as you accept the fact that you are the one to do the changing. Tonks cracked a smile and watched Harry figure out what she had said. Her own laugh stopped when Harry wrestled her onto the bed and held her down. Getting aggressive, I see. You wanted me more playful, so here you are, Nymphadora. Yes, quite nice, Harry, but we have other things to do besides trying to suffocate each other. Oh, and next time don't beat so hard for so long. It took me 10 minutes to hide all of the hickeys on my body. The ones on my neck were particularly hard to conceal. The ones on my back I couldn't see, so I did my best. You better hope I don't have to get beaten today in front of someone, or there will be difficult questions to answer, mister. Harry hesitated before letting his evil grin spread across his face. He heard Tonks sigh as he lowered himself to give her a key. Like I said last night, it is my life and everyone who has a problem with that can K off. I know and I am with you on that, but I don't even want to think about how the questions would be asked. Oh, the shame. Tonks was teasing with her words as she used her leg to rub Harry's bum. Now you stop that, you frisky minx. Weren't we going to do something now? Oh yeah, I need to test your occlumency skills. I am not expecting perfection here, just a passable defense against Albus. At the very least, you should know when he is trying to get into your head. If he does, get my attention and we can stop him. Stop him? What did have in mind, Nymph? I don't know. I could ask him a question or step between you two. There are easy ways to stop it from happening. I doubt he will outright attack you with it. We will be among others and he doesn't need a scene like that where others can watch. Think of the press. Albus Dumbledore attacks Harry Potter's mind. That would go over as well as Fudge winning the Most Charming Smile award this summer. In fact, you have won that one, haven't you? I don't think so, but I never paid much attention to it. Ask Hermione or Mrs. Weasley that question. One knows everything, the other reads up on that kind of stuff. You really rely on Hermione for things, don't you? Yep, either you rely on her or she makes you rely on her. It is easier not to fight it. You don't know her very well, do you? Not really. I just know what I have heard in the few days I was at headquarters when she was there. Ginny and I meshed better. She is more fun than Hermione. Less books around too. Anyway, let's get this over with. As much fun as it is having someone roam around your head, I would rather not. Well, I like roaming around your head, Harry. There is a lot in there I find humorous and entertaining. Glad I could help, Nymph. Much thanks, Harry. Now, ready. Harry nodded and he felt a presence in his mind. Harry signaled he felt her presence, so she started pushing into his mind. Images started appearing in his mind for no reason. Harry tried to confine the source of the disruption, but with every attempt the intruder moved somewhere else. Try to box me in, Harry. I am not going to make this easy for you, but I am not going to run pell-mell in there either. Trap me with your mind. Use some of your magic if you have to, but don't fry me in the process. I am too cute to be killed by you. That you are, Nymphadora. Harry tried to box Tonks in, but every time he got close she would escape his efforts. As his frustration levels rose, Harry started using more of his magic to confine her. He had her cornered once, but she broke through the thin walls he had created in an amateur attempt to confine her. Getting even more frustrated with himself, Harry forced more magic into his attempts and trapped her presence tightly in his own mind. He opened his eyes and saw Tonks lying on the bed fighting against an invisible enemy. Harry dropped all concentration and moved to hold Tonks. Once his mind changed its purpose, Tonks was released by the magic and freed. A few deep breaths were taken before Harry scooped her up into his arms and held her to him. I am all right, Harry. I kept getting away when you were playing nice. I deserved what I got. You can trap anyone in your mind by doing what you did. Remember that if you need it in the future. Also, if you put that much effort into it, you could the choke attacker easily enough. I, for one, prefer our other way of trying to suffocate each other. Tonks smiled widely and licked her lips. Harry lowered his body a little as he held Tonks in his arms. You think I could hold off Dumbledore? If you needed to, most definitely. I don't know if you could prevent the initial attack or break into his mind, but you should be able to hold him in place for a long time. There is no way he would expect you to be this good at occlumency after Snape's pathetic efforts. Now, how about some metamorph training? I would like to know how much you can do. Alright, what is first? Start with what you know you can do, hair length. Tonks spent the remaining time watching Harry struggle to change his appearance. He could lengthen his hair at will after 30 minutes, but he couldn't change the color one bit. His eyes proved even more difficult. Harry couldn't change the shape or color at all. After Tonks told a very frustrated Harry how to change the texture of his skin, Harry proved that he lacked that ability as well. Tonks went through every area of the Metamorphagus training regimen she had created through her own life. Harry could change the length of his hair anywhere on his body with some serious thought. He could alter his center of gravity a little bit, which aided him in his Quidditch skills and made Tonks very jealous since she couldn't. His reflexes were heightened by what little metamorph gift he had. Harry could do something else, but he flatly refused to tell Tonks what his was. Harry would only tease her, saying that she might find out later in the summer. A huffing Tonks brought the session to a close. Well, you may not be me, but at least you have a few things you can do. The more you use them, the easier it is to make it happen quickly. I had hoped you would be more advanced, but I was just looking for someone to discuss the gift with. Don't worry, Harry, I still like you even though you aren't very talented at this one area of obscure magic. Thanks, Nymph, I think. That is a compliment, Harry. Now, it is nearly 9:15, so you should shower so we can eat something quick before we leave for Gringotts. Wear something new and say, why? Could you just pick out what you want me to wear? I would have just worn jeans and a t-shirt again. Oh, that is no good. You have to look dapper today. You are going to get some money and meet a few people you would probably rather not meet. So, you have to make a good impression and appear formidable. Dumbledore may spring some new summer plan on you that neither of us knows about yet. If he does, it will not go down easily. I will resist any plans he has for me. Anyway, what am I wearing? Tonks opened his trunk and sorted through the new clothes. Here, wear these, she said, tossing clothes at him. I will hang up your other clothes and put away the files while you are busy. Now get moving. Tonks shooed him from the room and into the hallway. Harry turned and headed to the bathroom only to find Dudley leaving his room and Petunia dusting the picture frames. Both stopped what they were doing and stared at Harry with their jaws hanging open. What now? Harry asked, clearly lacking patience. What have you done to yourself? Petunia asked, a little angry and puzzled at the same time. What are you on about? You taking steroids or what, Potter? Dudley chimed in. Steroids. What the bloody hell are you on about, Dud? Look at you, Dudley said, waving a hand at Harry. You aren't all titchy anymore. It has only been a week. You have to be hitting them hard for this kind of change. Jealousy and anger could be heard in Dudley's voice. Harry looked at himself and found that he was holding his clothes near his waist, covering certain areas. He also noticed that his arms, legs, and pretty much his entire body wasn't so scrawny anymore. Over the last few days he didn't have the time to realize what had been happening to himself. A long-forgotten conversation came to his mind. The potion they gave me. Didn't they say something about me not being so small after that? Oh, this, Harry said, moving his hand up and down in front of himself. I was given a potion to help me fill out a bit. I guess it is working. I have been so busy lately that I never noticed. Well, if we are finished, I need to take a shower. Excuse me. Harry pushed past Dudley and dismissed his aunt with a look. Once the door was closed, Harry turned the water on and pretended his relatives didn't exist. When Harry finished, he put on the clothes Tonks had given him. The shirt seemed a little bit tight around the shoulders, but he wasn't going to say anything about it. The pants fitted fine and he tried in vain to comb his hair. I can change the length, but I can't make it lay down. What good am I? Harry left the loo and returned to his room to find Tonks sitting on his bed waiting for him. He noticed his trunk had been cleared of all clothes and his cloak was hung over the back of his desk chair. On the desk was the bottle of wine from the night before. Why, as it was yesterday, Harry. Very nice, Tonks commented as if she was waiting to give him a score at some pageant. We can finish the wine tonight when we have dinner, but it is breakfast time and the muggles need to see that you are alive and well. No worries on that. I met 2 of them on my way to the loo. Really? Tonks seemed thoughtful. Did they say anything interesting? Actually, they thought I had been taking drugs to make me bigger. What was in that potion they gave me on Wednesday? It is a special mix of stuff. We use it to help ourselves become stronger. It is much faster and safer than the ways the muggles try. It should almost be done so you won't get much bigger. It won't make you huge like some professional bodybuilder, but it gets you going in the right direction. I don't think your body could handle much more than you have right now. It only gives you a comfortable increase in your strength. Do you like it? I never noticed it until Dudley made a comment. Do you like it? Did he really? Makes you think, don't it? Tonks faded off. What? Oh yes, I love it, Harry. You look very hot in your new clothes and improved physique. A heart stopper if there ever was one. Tonks watched as Harry got embarrassed and looked at the floor. Modest as ever, too. That is what I like about you, Harry. Ever the clueless hottie. Huh. Is that what my goblin name would be? Harry Ever the clueless hottie Potter. I like it so I don't care how insulting you get about it. It fits all the same. Now, grab your new white cloak, your keys, and anything else you think you will need. Be prepared in case something happens. You take care of yourself above all others, Harry. I can take care of myself so you worry about you. Understand? Are you expecting there to be trouble, nymph? I am not sure, but think about who the Blacks are related to. There is a good chance a Malfoy will be there for the reading. I don't think they will get anything, but as a direct family member they can't be excluded from the reading. I am sure they will lodge a complaint if they get nothing. Narcissa would not stand for being completely left out of the will. She has always had entitlement issues thinking she should get everything. Be prepared, Harry, that is all I want. There will be people in the same room who are enemies. That makes for a bad situation altogether. Be ready, be prepared, and for Merlin's sake stay safe. Why? Tonks, can't you stay serious for 1 minute? I could, but this is far more entertaining. Come on, let's get some food, scare some Dursleys, and frustrate my aunt a whole bunch. I am glad you are looking at the bright side of this trip, nymph. I know I won't be. Tonks stood in front of Harry and gave him a passionate key, while holding her soft body against his. Harry could feel her ample chest moving against his. Her silky top hid little and allowed her body heat to meld with Harry's. She broke the key, only after running her hand down his chest and stopping right above his waistline. Stay positive and I might be able to make it worth your effort, Harry. Tonks grabbed her cloak from the bed and moved to the doorway. Harry grabbed his cloak and followed Tonks down the stairs and into the kitchen. As he walked trailing behind Tonks, he watched her bum and used that as motivation to ignore the Dursleys. Tonks seemed to be swishing her rear a little more than necessary as she walked and Harry could only figure that was on purpose. The chatter from the kitchen ceased the moment the door opened, and Tonks entered the room without hesitation. She walked over to the cooker and found it clear of any food. Ruddy muggles can't even leave a bit of toast for us. Ah, Harry, do you know how to cook? It is best if I remain a good distance from all kitchenware and appliances. Yes, Tonks, I can cook. What do you want? They don't count, Harry. Who are they going to tell anyway? Bacon sounds good and maybe some eggs while you're at it. Would you like some kippers as well? Harry asked offhandedly. Yes, please. Too bad I haven't got any. You will just have to do without, nymph. Harry smiled at Tonks. Rotten luck anyhow. The Dursleys watched the byplay and were silent as Harry and Tonks bantered back and forth. Dudley slowly pushed his plate away and he hadn't even finished his food. What is wrong, Dud? Not hungry for once? Harry asked. You two are making me sick, Dudley replied. As if before wasn't bad enough. What before? Vernon asked, barely holding his anger in check. Dudley looked at Tonks and then at Harry. He saw Harry tensing and flexing his wand hand. No, nothing, Dad. Nothing, never mind. Dudley, don't you worry about them. They wouldn't dare do anything to you. Would you, boy? Vernon cast a scornful look at Harry. I would, and you have nothing to say about it to begin with, Vernon. I haven't even been here a week and you are starting to return to your normal self. Do not forget what happened last time, Uncle. I am more willing to stop you now than I was then. Do not test me. Harry stared Vernon down and waited for the large man to relent. Harry decided he should test out his legilimency abilities while he had a volunteer willing to participate. Harry made eye contact and tried to open Vernon's mind a little bit just to listen. What Harry heard was very garbled and unintelligible. After a few minutes, Harry managed to figure out a little bit of what Vernon was thinking. Mostly, Vernon was trying to decide if Harry was bluffing or if he was serious. Harry chose to give Vernon proof. Harry slowly drew his wand and held it at his side. Then he willed an imprimis shield into existence and waited for Vernon to react. His uncle jumped back from the table, sending his chair flying across the kitchen. Harry watched Vernon back away as he sputtered incoherently. "I am serious and I will not allow you to bully me, Vernon. Try it and I will fight back, and I assure you that I will fight to win." "So, you are threatening me, boy. Maybe I should call the police and let them remove you from my home." "You could do that, Dursley," Tonks said, drawing her wand with purpose. "Only once the police left I would come back and destroy this house. The thing is, that is nothing compared to what the Death Eaters and Volume, you know who, would do to you." "You almost said it, nymph. Keep trying, you will get there." "Thanks, Harry. You see, Harry is the only person keeping you lot alive. If he leaves this dreadful place too soon, the protections on this house will fall and the Death Eaters will kill you. It is what they do, and they would love to get a hold of anyone who has sheltered Harry." Tonks saw the gleam in Vernon's eyes. "And, before you get any ideas, Tubby, they won't listen to you. You are a muggle, and that makes you worse than a muggle-born wizard. You are as low on their list as you can get. Besides, Harry can protect himself if you didn't know. Now, Harry, make with the food. Chop chop." "Thanks, nymph, I think." Harry opened the fridge and started up the cooker. He kept one eye on Tonks and his relatives and the other on the food. He made up a decent-sized breakfast and they ate while the Dursleys watched. Vernon never opened his mouth, but the vein in his head was throbbing. Petunia looked down on every action, but her heart didn't seem to be in it. Dudley made a big production of looking away, but his eyes kept swinging back to watch Harry and Tonks. When the eggs, bacon, and toast had been eaten, Tonks stood up and waved her wand, cleaning the dishes. Every Dursley jumped and 2 squeaks and a grunt sounded in the kitchen. "Well, that puts us near our time, Harry. We had best get going so we can arrive a little early. I will let you do the honors of creating the portkey. You had better make it near the apparition point and a return trip one, just in case things get unpleasant." "All right, I can do that." Harry pulled out the metal ring and started concentrating. Vernon paled even more when he saw Harry tap the ring and it glowed blue. "You keep getting faster at that, Harry. Do we have everything?" "I think so. Let's get this over with." Harry sighed deeply and stepped towards Tonks. She put an arm around Harry's waist and held him tightly. Tonks used her other hand to tilt his head to look at her so she could key him. When their lips broke, Harry held up the ring and Tonks grabbed it. A tap of Harry's wand triggered the portkey and they disappeared from the sterile kitchen, reappearing in a very non-sterile Diagon alley. The bright sun did little to raise Harry's mood. He was sad and angry at the situation he found himself in. Thoughts kept swirling in his mind as Tonks pulled him along the alley towards their destination. "I am always the one to survive. Why am I always left in the end? Why do others die when it should be me? Will Hermione be next? The Weasleys? Nymphadora? No, I can control who gets into that much danger. I can keep them away or in safer places. I can watch out for them. I can't lose anyone else. I couldn't live through that, or at least I wouldn't want to." "Canute for your thoughts, Harry. Just wallowing, nymph. Don't mind me. Huh, like I will leave it at that. You get more cheerful or you will hear about it from me, mister," Tonks scolded. "Yes, nymph," Harry said in a resigned way. "He would want you to be happy right now. Think about last night or all the trouble you are going to cause with his money. At the very least, remember Vernon's face when you threw up that shield." Tonks smiled widely and laughed. "I will try. I hope things go well today, but knowing my luck they will fall apart within an hour." They walked up the steps to the bank and entered the lobby area. Harry saw a group of people standing near the gilded doors at the back of the bank. "Better make that 5 minutes, nymph." Tonks looked at the group and saw Dumbledore, Remus, Arthur and Molly Weasley, Narcissa Malfoy, and Cornelius Fudge. An array of oars were scattered about the lobby, taking up much of the open area. Harry turned to Tonks and gave her a wounded look. "You are in charge, Harry. You are the primary beneficiary, so you control the reading. Unless they are expressly mentioned in the will, you can object to their presence. Good, I plan to then. Harry squared his shoulders and strode towards the group. The new cloak Tonks had him by was flapping behind him as he walked. The elegant material shimmered in the dim light of the bank. His body and his stride gave him a very imposing look. He focused on Remus and the Weasleys, ignoring the others. A few people in the lobby turned and followed Harry's movement with their eyes, causing others to take notice. After a few seconds, most of the bank's patrons couldn't help but watch the young man advance on the idle group. The Aurors watched Harry approach, but many seemed to move back as Harry passed them. Remus, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Harry said as he neared the group, causing them to turn around quickly. Harry, dear, Molly exclaimed and rushed to sweep Harry into a vigorous hug. I have been so worried about you, dear. Oh, how are you doing? The Muggles treating you better? Molly held him tightly before stepping back and holding him at arm's length. Harry, you have changed. Have you grown? Molly, let Harry be. He just got here and this can't be easy on him, Arthur interjected, preventing a larger scene from being made. Having a good summer, Harry. Better than any of the others, all things considered, Harry answered. We need to discuss a few things when you have time, Harry, Remus said. Yes, well, we can arrange a time after all of this, Remus. Harry wasn't going to be weak in front of anyone. He had to put the strongest face forward and prove his resolve. Hello, Harry. Albus stepped forward and extended his hand in a gracious manner, wearing a slight smile. Harry looked at his hand and then up into the old man's face. Harry could tell Albus was trying to make amends, but considering what he had learned earlier in the morning, Harry wasn't interested. He ignored the greeting, much to the surprise of everyone present, and looked to the minister. Why are you here, Fudge? Harry asked bluntly. One of Fudge's assistants nearly lost his head from shock at the way Harry addressed the sitting minister, but many of the Aurors had to work hard at hiding their mirth. Harry, my boy, Fudge began in a very friendly way. He stepped forward, extending his hand and placing his other hand on Harry's shoulder. How wonderful to see you again. Perhaps we could lunch together and speak of important matters. You could be of great assistance to the ministry and the wizarding world by helping me out with a few things. Harry smirked as his mood darkened. Everyone but Fudge noticed the mood shift. If I get to be the one to throw you out of the ministry, I am all for it. Otherwise, sod off, you incompetent git. Harry turned away from Fudge, brushed his hand off his shoulder, and ignored the shocked look on the minister's face. Albus watched the exchange and dropped his shoulders in disappointment. The Aurors couldn't help but laugh at this point. Many had to turn around to hide their insubordination. Molly wore a dismayed look while Arthur chuckled with Remus. The only one who didn't react was Mrs. Malfoy. All further discourse was interrupted by the doors opening and Griphook exiting through them. Mr. Potter and a guest may proceed to the hearing room in advance of the others to settle previous business, said the goblin. Albus stepped forward, as did Remus. Tonks, let's go, Harry said as he moved toward the door with Tonks following him closely. Harry, maybe I should accompany you. Albus stopped speaking when Harry and Tonks kept walking away without slowing. Once the doors closed, Molly stepped forward wearing a confused look. Albus, what did you do to the poor boy? Molly questioned in her normal domineering motherly tone. He has always been so respectful. I made a mistake and it appears that Harry hasn't forgiven me for it. Albus sighed and adjusted his eyeglasses. Well, it appears we wait to be summoned. Harry and Tonks walked down the twisting hallways before being showed into a large room with an ornate table and numerous old chairs. Everything looked stately and formal in the light of the candle chandelier hanging above the table. Harry and Tonks took seats next to each other facing the doorway. Griphook accompanied another goblin into the room. The goblin looked as old as Dumbledore, but he had no beard and no hair on his head. The goblin had numerous wrinkles and he walked with a gnarled, wooden staff with gold accents. The goblin slowly made his way to the high-backed chair at the head of the table. Harry and Tonks looked at him and waited for him to do or say something. The seconds ticked by as Griphook took up a position behind the elder goblin. The goblin sorted through a pile of papers, slowly arranging them into smaller piles. Harry decided to prep his mind for the inevitable intrusion from Albus. Tonks was getting impatient and figured on having a little bit of fun while she could. She placed her hand on Harry's lap and started moving it up his leg. A clearing of a throat stopped all activity in the room. Mr. Harry Potter, the elder goblin prefaced. I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts. I will be handling this hearing personally due to the implications presented by such a family merger. Family merger, sir? Harry asked, puzzled. Yes, Mr. Potter, the Black estate will mostly be rolled into the Potter estate. This is a serious matter that has every board member's attention. I am here to protect the interests of the deceased, the heirs, and the bank, of course. If you have any questions now, during, or after the reading, you are free to ask them. Moving forward, I will be available to you when needed, Mr. Potter. Tonks' jaw dropped at the announcement and she looked at Harry, finding a confused look. She nudged Harry, earning a reaction from him. Thank you, sir. I don't know much about all of this. I only recently learned a little about my family's financial position. Really? Ragnarok seemed honestly surprised. Have you never received your statements? We send them out every month for account holders of your status. Is that so? Harry asked. Does Albus Dumbledore know about the statements and their schedule? Why, yes, he does. He is your guardian after all. I learned about that recently, too. Harry felt his anger increasing. Is there something I can do about that? Some way I can change that or remove it altogether? There are some things we can do, but only if the position was abused by the guardian. Has Albus ever injured you? No, not directly. Has he ever withdrawn money from your account without your knowledge? Ragnarok was getting more animated as time went on. I only found out about my vault when I turned 11. So, anything before that would have been without my knowledge. If you were referring to your trust vault, then there is no recorded activity prior to your 11th birthday's withdrawal. Now, your family account has had minor activity, but most of that is only prearranged maintenance activity. Some of your family investments have yearly obligations to meet and your father set up arrangements to comply with them. There have been no other improper deductions or activity. Are there any other ways? Harry wanted to know the answer to this since he should be able to handle at least some of his family's business on his own. You have never received your monthly statements, so that is a small breach of the guardianship agreement with Gringotts. Has the person in question ever broken a written contract in his dealings with you? Yes, he has. Harry saw his only opportunity. Before my parents were killed, they stated that I was never to be given to my aunt for care. I was supposed to go to Remus should Sirius not be available. Albus prevented that from happening. He sent me to live with my aunt. If you have a copy of that contract so I can verify the breach, it would be a direct violation in opposition with the documented wishes of his charge's parents. Essentially, the guardian would have usurped the orders of the parents, and that is never permitted. The parents are the supreme authority in family matters concerning their own children, even in death. Do you have the contract with you? I have a copy from the ministry. Harry pulled out his trunk and enlarged it. He sifted through the files until he found the right one containing the document his parents had drawn up. Here, this is the list they created. Ragnarok looked it over and made a few murmurs. This was witnessed by my predecessor and drawn up by one of our legal team members. I see the provision excluding your aunt from any kind of care and Remus Lupin being the preferred guardian. I know that Albus has been acting in that position for many years now. This is most interesting. I wish to be free from Dumbledore's manipulations, Harry said. Today, if possible, before the reading. Griphook, please bring me the appropriate forms to carry out Mr. Potter's wishes. I am satisfied that Albus has overstepped his purview as guardian. We will file the paperwork to remove Albus as your guardian. This will be effective immediately in reference to Gringotts' business, but the ministry may take a few days to process it. Do you have another in mind to assume his position? Couldn't I just take care of myself from now on? Harry questioned. I have pretty much been on my own anyway, so it isn't much of a change. You need to be 16 to hold your own council in the wizarding world. That is merely a few weeks away, correct? Harry nodded. Then, Mr. Potter, if I may suggest a temporary guardian who will allow you to handle your own decisions. I will do it if you want me to. Tonks managed to regain her composure from earlier. That is great, Tonks. Thank you, Harry said quickly. Mr. Ragnarok, are there any restrictions on the guardian's behavior? I am not sure I understand your meaning, Mr. Potter. Griphook looked at Harry, giving him an odd look. Harry nodded and Griphook leaned forward and whispered to Ragnarok. Ah, I see then. No, Mr. Potter, there are no provisions against that sort of behavior. You are free to continue your relationship without worry. Harry lowered his head and blushed. Tonks smiled and elbowed him playfully. Griphook left the room quickly to gather the papers. Ragnarok returned to browsing the other files he had on the table. Are you sure you want to do this, Tonks? Yes, Harry, I am more than willing to be your guardian for the next few weeks. It will be fun. I will get to do what Sirius never had a chance to do, corrupt Harry Potter as his father and godfather should have. I have a mission to accomplish, dear sir. Great, Harry said hesitantly. I am not sure if that is a good thing or not. The pair continued to banter back and forth in a friendly way until Griphook returned with some forms. Harry watched Ragnarok take the forms and fill them out one by one. When he was finished he handed them to Griphook and the goblin presented them to Harry and Tonks. You will each need to sign the forms and provide a wand imprint, Ragnarok said, eyeing the forms carefully. I need to watch you sign them so I can list myself as a witness. Please proceed at your leisure. Harry read over the forms as did Tonks and they signed them one at a time in the appropriate places. Once that was done, Harry gathered them up and gave them back to Griphook. Excellent, Mr. Potter, Ragnarok said. Now, I will sign these and submit them to the proper department. I will keep them sealed as much as I can. The goblin signed the forms and handed them to Griphook to hold on to. Are there any other things you wish to handle prior to the reading? Do you know where Potter Estate is? Harry asked. No, Mr. Potter, I do not. The location of old wizarding families' homes are usually kept secret using spells. Perhaps your family chamber has information regarding its location. Chamber, Tonks said quietly. Harry had visions of a damp chamber with a dirty great snake living in it. Yes, Ms. Tonks, Mr. Potter's family has a chamber here. Many of the old families had chambers from when the bank was first opened. I believe the Potter family chamber is number 7. Griphook, could you confirm that vault number? Yes, Director, I will do so immediately. Griphook left the room quickly. Harry, you have a chamber here? Tonks asked. News to me, Nymph, Harry replied. I have no idea what that means anyway, so why don't you tell me? The family chambers are supposed to have the highest level of security the bank can offer, Tonks began. Only the oldest families have them since they are supposed to be very limited in number. You need to maintain a certain level of money to even qualify for one, too. No wonder the director of the bank is willing to handle your account personally. Your guardian is quite well informed, Mr. Potter, Ragnarok spoke up. Harry, please, Mr. Ragnarok, Harry said evenly. I suggest the same to you, Harry. Ragnarok smiled, causing a small shiver to run down Tonks' arm. Harry gripped her hand tighter when he felt the movement. So, how much money do I have, Ragnarok? I do not have a current balance at this time. The last known inventory was made when your father assumed control over the family chamber. I can give you the balance in your trust vault, but that amount is small compared to your real worth. Never mind then, Harry relented. Needless to say, I have a lot then. Yes, Harry, you are well represented financially. Ragnarok smiled again at his understatement. Griphook returned with a slip of parchment in his hand. He handed it to Ragnarok, who read the note. With a nod from the elder goblin, Griphook returned to his position behind Ragnarok. I have a list of your current vaults in this bank, Harry. Your family chamber is number 7. Your trust account is vault number 687. A new vault was opened for you by the Weasley businessmen, number 1969. You will most likely end up with additional vaults after the reading since there are 2 others listed in the will. I can have Griphook take you to your family chamber after the reading if you wish. I would like to see it, but I am not sure if today would be the best day for that. Anyway, I think I am ready to get this over with. May we begin, Ragnarok? Yes, Harry. Griphook, please escort the others in for the reading. Harry waited and calmed his mind as much as he could. He prepared for what was going to be a very unpleasant experience. The minutes ticked by before the door opened and voices could be heard coming from the hallway. After Griphook entered the room, Albus was next, followed by the others Harry knew. He thought Narcissa was last until Fudge entered the room without his aides. Harry stood instantly and set his body. I object to Fudge being here for the reading. Harry noticed the others' surprised looks. Come now, boy, Fudge attempted to sway the current mood more to his liking. Surely you won't refuse the Minister of Magic from listening to a monumental reading. This is an important event in history. I won't have it. Ragnarok, I formally challenge his presence here. Albus showed surprise when Harry addressed Ragnarok by name, but not nearly as much as when Ragnarok answered Harry in kind. Minister Fudge, Harry has challenged your presence. And unless you have an unknown link to the Black family, you will have to leave the room until otherwise notified. But, I am the Minister of Magic. You can't exclude me. Fudge continued to bluster about while many watched the spectacle. Out, Harry snapped. If you do not leave, I will use every last Canute to see you removed from office by the end of the month. Get the F.K. out. Harry saw Molly and Albus flinch. Arthur covered his mouth with his hand, but the laughter was still evident. Remus chuckled but kept a careful eye on Harry. Tonks let her mirth show on her face as she gazed at Harry in all his glory, cussing out the Minister of Magic in front of Albus Dumbledore. Listen here, Potter, I will not be talked to like that. Least of all by you. Fudge was trying to bully Harry into letting him stay. Harry stepped away from the table and strode around it to where Fudge was standing. His cloak billowed behind him, giving Harry an aura of authority. He walked right up to Fudge and found he had to look down quite a bit to look him in the eyes. You will leave, ass, or I will remove you myself. Harry forced a little magic into his words and waited for a reaction. What he saw gave him hope. Fudge took a step backwards and started fumbling with his green bowler hat. Harry waited for a verbal response, but didn't get one. Losing patience, Harry swatted the hat out of the minister's hands, knocking it to the floor. Harry stepped forward, planting his left foot in the center of the hat, crushing it. I told you to leave, Fudge. I have stared down Voldemort, himself, more than once. If you think you can do better, go ahead and try. Harry ignored the wave of shudders and stifled voices. You have made a big mistake, Potter. Fudge exclaimed. You may be right about that, Fudge. I probably should have cursed you instead of talking to you. I will remember that for next time though. I rarely make the same mistake more than once. Now, leave while you still can. Harry towered over the pathetic man. Ragnarok, surely you can allow me to stay, Fudge tried. Even if I could, which I cannot, I wouldn't dare try, Minister. Ragnarok looked at Harry and smiled. I think I see the future of the wizarding world and I am not about to side against him. I bid you good day, Minister. Ragnarok waved a hand at Griphook and he advanced toward Harry and the Minister. Sir, you are to leave this room immediately, Griphook stated plainly. If you refuse, you will be removed by security. The goblin waited for compliance. The minister attempted to intimidate Harry once more, but he stopped when he saw what looked like flames in the bright green eyes which were boring holes straight through his head. This is not the end of this, Potter, stuttered the defeated man. You know where I live, Fudge, Harry said. Since your own people sent 2 Dementors to kill me last summer. This may not be the end, but I would watch yourself if you intend to continue your efforts from last year. I hear you are just barely holding on to your job. I wonder what would happen if I went to the prophet today and demanded your resignation. I understand people like me again, so I am not sure who would win that fight. You or me? Harry stared at Fudge and waited for him to leave. Albus spoke up. Minister, I will see what I can do to resolve this issue, but I think it is best for you to leave right now. Harry knew Albus would try to play both sides. He knew the old man saw the opportunity to gain additional leverage on the minister. Harry watched Fudge nod to Albus and retreat from the room quickly. Only after the doors were closed by Griphook did Harry step back and bend over to pick up the flattened hat. He started back to his seat, hat in hand, until he passed the fireplace. With a flick of his hand, Harry tossed it into the fire and continued to his seat next to Tonks. The flames consumed the green material in the minutes everyone was silently watching Harry. He looked to Tonks, who smiled widely. Do not encourage him, Tonks, Molly said tartly. Harry, you could be in serious trouble for doing that. I know he isn't much of a leader, but he is who we have. If he tries anything, Mrs. Weasley, he will find himself on the street. I promise you that. Harry folded his hands in his lap and looked at everyone who was seated around the beautiful table. Do you have any more objections, Harry? Ragnarok asked. One, but I understand that family has a right to be here. Harry accented his point by looking right at Narcissa. You are correct, Harry, family have a right to be here, Ragnarok said for the benefit of the room. Now we will begin if there are no more objections. The room was silent except for the small parts of hat that were being devoured by the flames. Ragnar pulled an envelope from the pile of papers, broke the seal, and opened it. He unfolded the document and Harry could see familiar script written on the page. It was the same writing as the notes he got from Sirius over the few short years he had been free. Harry willed himself not to break down at the thought of it. Tonks watched Harry fight against the emotions. She knew when he gained control, because his face quickly became impassive and blank. A sad thought clouded her mind as she saw Harry shut down. I, Sirius Black, Ragnar began reading the will. Do hereby declare this as my last will and testament. For my dear cousins Narcissa and Bellatrix, I leave you shite. You deserve nothing and that is what you receive, nothing. Get out now, both of you. Harry broke into laughs as he processed what Sirius had done. I object to receiving nothing, Ragnar, Narcissa said. I did not know we were on a first-name basis, Mrs. Malfoy, Ragnar replied. Your objection is noted and can be addressed at the end. I will continue with the reading. Now that is taken care of, I can get to the good stuff. I get to give away everything I own and more importantly, the stuff my family owned. I can see my mother rolling over in her grave right now. At least I hope I can. To Remus, my dear friend, I leave you a bunch of money and all of my clothes. You need them so take them. To Albus, I leave you the family library. I know I never used it and many of those books shouldn't be in the hands of others. To the Weasleys I leave money. You earned it by taking care of Harry when I couldn't. Besides, any stuff I give you would taint the home Harry loves most. I also give Molly my apologies for all the arguments. I know you were just trying to do what was best for him, but I wanted him to enjoy his life. I have been there so I know what it is like. To my little Nymphy, can't hit me this time, I leave you my notebook of wrongdoings. Be sure Albus never reads it and Harry does. One should be left to wonder and the other should be left to laugh at what his father and I got into. Lastly, to Harry I leave everything else. All the money, houses, and other such crap. But most importantly, I leave you my motorbike in the hope that you will prove me right. I told Lily, on your very first night home, that you would set the world on its ear and outdo me and your father combined. You are on the right track, Harry, keep it up and do not mourn this old dog. I love you, son. Harry couldn't stop the tears from falling. He didn't care that he was crying in front of so many people. He had heard the words he had wanted to hear for his entire life. He was loved and he knew it. He felt the warm sensation wash over him as those words were read aloud. He looked at Molly and found her crying as well. She was gazing at him in a motherly way. He figured she was trying to stop herself from running around the table to hug him. Remus had a sad smile on his face and he kept his eyes glued to the tabletop in front of him. Albus hid his emotions well, but he too seemed saddened by the flippant way Sirius had written his will. Harry looked to his side and saw Tonks crying too. She looked at Harry and started rubbing his arm in a consoling way. That ends the reading, Ragnar announced. Now, I will address your complaint, Mrs. Malfoy. I am the nearest blood-related family member, she began heatedly. I cannot be excluded from the disposition of monies. Potter cannot be given everything. I speak for myself and my sister who I know would not stand for this either. It is too bad she couldn't attend, Narcissa, Harry said coolly. It would have been so nice to see her again. At least that way I wouldn't have to go looking for her. She did kill Sirius so I have a debt to repay. As Harry spoke, the room grew cooler. Albus watched his favorite student become more frightening than any other student he had seen aside from Tom Riddle himself. Albus waited to see what would happen next. I am sure my sister would love to see you again, Harry, Narcissa replied. She said you two were interrupted last time. Oh, yes, we were, Harry said letting a little bloodlust into his words. Tell her next time we can finish our lesson properly. I hope to see her soon. Something like this really can't wait very long. If she has a time and place in mind, by all means let me know. Harry sat back in his chair and watched how his words were received. Remus looked ready to kill as much as Harry felt ready. Albus appeared to be in thinking mode. The Weasleys seemed to want out of the room as fast as possible before the spells started flying. I will tell her, Potter, don't you worry about that. You might want to write your own will while you are here though. These are dangerous times in case you haven't read the paper lately. Narcissa seemed to enjoy her current position on the opposite side of the table from Harry. Harry merely inclined his head to the hateful black family member. In reference to your complaint, Mrs. Malfoy, Ragnarok returned to the business at hand. Mr. Black has every right to divide the family estate as he saw fit. He very clearly chose to leave you nothing. The only way you could be gifted anything from the estate is through the charity of Harry Potter, since he is the primary beneficiary. Harry, do you wish to gift anything to Mrs. Malfoy? Not at this time, Ragnarok, no. Harry looked at Narcissa. If you could arrange a meeting with your dear sister, I might be able to see fit to give you some furniture or other family heirlooms. If you are interested, let me know. I am not a charity case, Potter. On the contrary, I think you are, but that is neither here nor there. No meeting, no family crap. Now, since the reading is over, I would like you to leave, Mrs. Malfoy. Be sure to tell Draco hello for me. This next year won't be like the last ones. And if you get to see the Death Eater you call a husband, wish him my best. Harry smiled evilly and waited for the prim and proper woman to leave the room. She looked to Ragnarok for further assistance or support but found none. She stood up with as much poise as she could, having been slighted so thoroughly, and headed for the exit. As she opened the door, she turned and spoke. Be careful what you wish for, boy. You might just get it. I could only hope for such a wonderful opportunity, Narcissa. Harry kept his eyes directed at her until the door closed. Thank Merlin that is over with. I thought she would never leave. Harry, it is not wise to antagonize one's enemy, Albus spoke airily. Stuff it, old man, Harry retorted. I got a better one for you. It is not wise to lie to someone who you need in the end. The room had gone silent with Harry's response to Albus. He had insulted the most powerful wizard in the world and he didn't seem to care. I apologize for my errors in judgment, Harry. I am still human. Albus waited for the old Harry to give in. It didn't happen. When you are ready to confess all of your lies, I will be waiting. Until then, please leave the room. You got the books, so go get them out of that damn house before I burn it down. The rest of you should stay, since I like all of you. Harry felt Albus probe his mind lightly, looking for an opening. I would stop that, Professor, or I will be forced to defend myself. One's mind should be private from others. Don't you agree? I am not sure what lies you speak of, but I need to remain for specific reasons. Harry, Albus adjusted his cloak, trying to cover the fact that he got caught trying to probe Harry's mind. If you mean the guardianship you had so carefully hidden from the world and me, you are wrong. I had that changed earlier. One more lie you were caught in. Would you like to tell me more before I find them out? It would be a step in the right direction. Ragnarok, what is the status of my guardianship over Harry? Albus asked promptly. Dissolved, Albus, due to a breach of contract on your part, the goblin answered. You knew the limits and you overstepped. Harry presented his case and I found merit in it. If you wish to challenge my ruling, you may, but I think it would end up worse than the other two challenges did today. It would be a very public hearing considering those involved, and you would not look very altruistic to the general populace. What did I do, Harry? Albus asked. Petunia was enough in my book, Harry responded. You violated my parents' wishes more than once to get control of me. I am not sure you can ever recover from that one. 10 years of hell add up to a lot, Albus. I will not forget that. If you want, I can go on. I have more, you know. I haven't been sitting on my ass for the last week. That much is obvious, Harry, Albus said, resigned to the fact that he had lost most of Harry's trust. If there is a way for me to repair our relationship, please tell me. As you asked, I will leave you to the finer points. Good day, Harry. Ragnarok, thank you. Everyone, Sunday then. Albus stood and left the room. Harry, how could you talk to Albus like that? Molly scolded him. He is still Albus Dumbledore and your headmaster. He is a manipulative old man that got caught messing about with my life, Harry said forcefully. I will not allow him to continue doing so. If I have to bring it up in front of others to stop him, then so be it. Now, Ragnarok, what do we have left to discuss? We must settle the specifics of the disbursement. The deceased left percentages for the money. The Weasleys receive a sum of 40,000 galleons. Remus Lupin receives a sum of 300,000 galleons. Harry, you receive the remainder of the Black estate. I can tell you the amount if you would like. No thank you, Ragnar. A depressed Harry slouched even further in his chair. I guess it is more than the other two, so it is a lot. Just put it in my family vault. Ragnar seemed to understand Harry's position. Ah, yes, you also receive the Black family vault, number 183, in Mr. Black's personal vault, number 711. Here are the keys to the vaults. The aforementioned motorbike is in number 711 in case you wanted to take it with you today. Harry, Mrs. Weasley spoke up. Motorbikes are dangerous. You should sell it and stick with wizard transportation. And having Voldemort after you isn't dangerous. Harry asked evenly. Molly shuddered at the name. It is just a made-up name for a psychopath by the same psychopath. There is no reason to fear the name, Mrs. Weasley. Besides, I would rather die on the motorbike than at the point of that wand any day. At least he wouldn't have the satisfaction of killing me. That would really piss him off. Molly was the picture-perfect image of horror. Her mouth moved but no words came from it. It continued for a few seconds while Harry waited to be yelled at. How can you be so like the twins about this? This is your life you are joking about. If I don't joke, what have I got left? Harry asked. It is either joke or run and hide. I am done hiding from him. I am done being stuck away until the next school year. I am going to live my life, and if the Dark Tosser shows up then I will fight him. It is either living my life or waiting to die. It is an easy choice to make in my opinion. Oh, Harry, I can't bear to watch you put yourself in danger like that. Molly wrung her hands together. You are as much a son to me as any of the others. Why must you make me worry so? Harry laughed. You can always step back and forget you ever knew me. Not a chance, young man. Well, then I guess you are stuck worrying about me. I am not going to back down. Harry looked at the faces staring at him. Ragnar, let's go find that bike. I think I need to learn how to ride. Tonks, are you coming? Tonks looked to Molly and saw the unspoken order to remain for a few minutes. I will catch up, Harry. I think someone needs to yell at me. Harry saw the situation and nodded. You have fun with that, Tonks. You know where to find me. Harry stood and helped Ragnar to the door. The two struck up a conversation as they slowly made their way out of the room. He has no clue who Ragnar is, does he? Remus asked of Tonks. No, Tonks answered. He just knows he is an old goblin and the director of Gringotts. When they started using first names, I didn't know what to do, but Harry just kept on going. Our little Harry is on a first name basis with the leader of the goblins. Oh, he is all grown up. Tonks tried to keep it light by joking and everyone but Molly seemed willing to play along. Tonks, Molly started in. How could you let Harry go get that bike? He could get hurt. He could die on it. You are supposed to be helping him get over Sirius and learning to work with us. It is for his own good. Harry can do what he wants to do, Molly, Tonks said firmly. You people decided I would do all those things, not me. Harry runs his own life and I like it that way. If he wants to race around on that bike, then I am all for it. This is the first time in his life he has a say in what happens to him. If you want to try and stop him, be my guest. I, on the other hand, plan to teach him how to ride that motorbike. It should be fun. Think of all the muggles he will annoy while riding it around their quiet neighborhoods. Oh, this is going to be a fun week for the Dursleys. You are as bad as Sirius, you know that. Molly commented. No regard for the safety of others. Do you not care about Harry's life? More than you can know, Molly, Tonks said forcefully. I want his life to be worth living. Thus far, it hasn't. Ask him yourself if you disagree. Tonks, I only want what is best for him. Molly deflated and began wringing her hands again. He is like a son to me. Then be happy for him, Tonks said. Harry only wants to have a little fun. His life has had very little of it so far. Now, I think I should catch up with him. No telling what he could get himself into with Ragnar. They might try to overthrow the ministry if we leave them alone. Too long. Tonks smiled widely and walked over to Griphook. Remus watched the Auror and the goblin leave the room. Tonks seemed happier than the last time he saw her. She seems buoyant today. I think she has a new man in her life, Molly said offhandedly. She was frustrated at the last order meeting. Something about being interrupted or something. I hope she is keeping her focus on Harry when she is protecting him. We know Dung isn't reliable. Molly, Arthur stated. She may be young, but she knows what to do. Harry seemed better, mostly. At least he seemed friendly to me. I don't know what Albus did, but he had better fix it soon. Harry seemed pretty mad at him. I have never seen Harry like that before, Molly expressed her concern. He is a good boy, but I got scared there for a bit. I think Sirius's death has changed him, poor dear. I think it has, Remus added. I only hope it is a temporary change. Harry is in a position to carry out any of his intentions if he wants to. He insulted the Minister of Magic and I think we all know that Fudge can't do anything about it. Harry was right that he could have him removed. With Ragnarok and the money he has, Harry really has no limits on what he could do. Harry will do what is right, Arthur said without hesitation. He has always done what is right. You need not look any further than what he has done in school to know that much. Now, I think we should go see what 40,000 galleons looks like. Coming dear. Oh my, Molly said putting her hand to her mouth. That is right. Sirius left us something. What a sweet man. Quite a change in your tune, Molly, Remus chided. It does not do well to speak ill of the dead, Remus. Molly grabbed her husband's hand and they led the way out of the room and into the hallway. 2 goblins were waiting and one took the Weasleys to the cart room. I guess I should go see what clothes that old dog left me. The goblin waved Remus down the hall into the lobby. All the while, Remus kept thinking. You damn fool. Why did you have to die on me too? Now, Peter is all that is left, and I will kill him if I get the chance. You foolish man, but I miss you all the same. Harry kept up an idle conversation with Ragnarok on the way to Sirius's vault. He was surprised by how much the elder goblin enjoyed the cart ride. They zoomed down the track and around a bend. The breakneck speeds reminded Harry of his broom and he longed to ride it again. The cart came to a stop at vault number 711. Harry looked around and saw vault number 713. He remembered when Hagrid brought him down there to get the Philosopher's Stone. Harry looked up and down the walkway in front of the vaults. He saw a light flickering in the distance, but because of the darkness, he couldn't see who or what it was. Ragnarok, Harry posed. Are there other people down here? There is a light coming this way. I am not sure, Harry, Ragnarok said calmly. What do you think it is? I don't know, but I am not taking any chances. Harry moved back behind a pillar and listened to the faint voices echoing off the walls of the corridor. Harry unconsciously used his left hand to move Ragnarok behind him while drawing his wand with his right. Harry got into a defensive position and waited as the people grew closer. He could make out a few words from their conversation. He heard, ward, and security, but he also heard, you know who. Once the people had reached vault number 709, Harry jumped out and leveled his wand at the taller of the men. A shocked face turned into a wary grin as he saw Harry. Harry, fancy meeting you here. Bill Weasley held his arms out to the sides to show he wasn't a threat. Would you mind lowering your wand a bit? I kind of like my head where it is. Thanks. Bill, what are you doing here? Harry asked. I work here, but you knew that. Harry, you know this employee. Ragnarok had moved into the walkway. Director, sir, Bill stated formally. Yeah, I know Bill, Ragnarok, Harry said casually putting his wand away. He is the son of Molly and Arthur Weasley. Ah, yes, from the reading, Ragnarok said. Pleasant people your parents are, Bill. They are quite comfortable now, financially. So, how is the security check going, Brognot? A goblin moved from behind Bill and approached the director. Director, we have been evaluating the security in this wing and found it adequate, but not ideal. No vaults have been entered illegally. You knew they were down here. Harry asked the director. Why didn't you tell me? I wanted to see how you would handle the situation, Harry, Ragnarok replied with a goblin smile. I was pleased with what you did. Just to assure you, these security checks are preventive in nature. Gringotts prides itself on its security. We have only had one break-in in the last century that wasn't stopped. I know, Harry said. Professor Quirrell broke into 713 to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but Hagrid and I had removed it hours before. Professor Quirrell was the culprit. Ragnarok spoke with an edge to his voice. How long have you known this and who else knew? I have known since the end of my first year at Hogwarts and I think Dumbledore knew as well. I wouldn't worry about him trying it again since he is dead. It is good news that he is dead, but it's bad news that I wasn't informed of the thief's identity. Brognot, Weasley, please continue the security checks. I would like this wing better secured by week's end. Yes, sir, both answered. Bill eyed Harry as they started walking again. I hope to see you soon, Harry. Mum has been trying to get you released from the Muggles since day one. Take care, Harry. Goodbye, Bill, Harry said. You do the same. Goodbye, Brognot. Mr. Potter, Brognot replied, lowering his head respectfully. On to our previous business, Harry, Ragnarok said. I will open the vault for you. Ragnarok did the same motions as Griphook did years earlier to the neighboring vault. He ran his finger down the front of the vault and Harry heard the locks clicking open. The door swung open and Harry peered inside. He saw the vault had been cleared of money and only a few things remained. A sheet was covering a large object near the back of the vault and a shelf near the door held a journal of sorts. Harry picked up the journal and opened to the first page. It was titled, A Marauder's Tally, and it was signed by Sirius. Harry held the book tightly against his chest and wondered if his father had a journal of his marauding as well. Harry slipped the book into his cloak so he could give it to Tonks when he saw her. He looked at the only thing left in the vault, the sheet-covered object. Walking across the sizable vault, Harry heard his footsteps echo softly. He figured his new trainers had a lot to do with his now soft steps. He reached out and pulled on the sheet, dropping it to the floor. Harry took a deep breath when he saw the chrome reflect the candle light. The motorbike was in perfect condition. Harry didn't know what to say or do. It has a restorative charm on it, Tonks said from the entryway. Harry, may I have access to vault number 711? Of course you can, Tonks, why do you need to ask? Harry questioned. Because, I have to, or the security wards will do nasty things to me. Tonks stepped into the vault and walked over to Harry. She wrapped her arm around his waist and softly rested her head on his shoulder. He cared about this bike so much. He has every charm imaginable on it. Restorative, a sparkle charm, the flying charm, the self-righting charm, and a few others I can't remember. This was his baby until you came along. I wish I knew all that. The depressed way Harry spoke made Tonks hug him tighter. You know now, Harry. I only knew him for a few years before he was sent to Azkaban. We reconnected last summer. He told me stories about you. I remember one where he waited until your mum left you in the backyard while she went to get something from the house. Sirius said he took that as a sign from Merlin himself to kidnap you for a few hours. He didn't give specifics, but he did say that your mum was none too happy to find the two of you flying around the countryside on this very bike. He knew he was relatively safe as long as he had you, because your mum would risk hurting you by shooting spells at him. He stalled until your dad got home from somewhere and tried to get him to help the foolish dog out of the hole he had dug himself into. From reading between the lines, I figured that Sirius was banned from the house for a week and he couldn't sit straight for 3. Harry started laughing a sad laugh. He told me it was worth every day though. He said you loved flying on this bike almost as much as you loved the trips on your father's racing broom when your mother was absent. Tonks hugged Harry again and planted a light key on his cheek. Go on, have a seat. It is yours, you know. I know, but it just doesn't seem right. It is his bike, not mine. It is yours now, Harry. That is how he wanted it. Don't refuse the one thing he really wanted you to have. This is what he wanted to give you when you turned 17. I think your mum refused to let it happen earlier. Harry held Tonks tightly inside a few times. He thought about everything that happened that day and how sad everything seemed to end up. He wanted one good thing to come of the day. He pulled out the journal and handed it to Tonks. This is yours, nymph. I only looked at the first page. Let me read it when you finish it. Thank you, Harry. What are you going to do now? Harry smiled lightly and smirked. Sorry, Mum, but Sirius wins this one. Harry reached out and grabbed a hold of the handlebars. He gripped them tightly and swung his leg over the bike and sat down. The bike sank a little but was perfectly quiet otherwise. Harry looked at Tonks and gave an embarrassed smile. Do you know how to work one of these things? Harry asked bashfully. Yes, I do. I wanted to know how to use all Muggle vehicles when I got out of Hogwarts. Now, first you have to put up the kickstand and then you. Over the course of the next few hours, Tonks instructed Harry on the finer points of motorbike operation and safety. Harry learned quickly but needed room to practice riding. Once the engine roared to life, Griphook entered the vault to see what was making all the noise. He offered Harry an unfinished corridor to practice in. With the bike strapped down to a cart, Harry, Tonks, and Griphook said goodbye to Ragnarok and delved deeper into the catacombs. When Griphook turned into a large, empty cavern, he stopped the cart. They unloaded the bike and Harry began his first riding lesson. It was lucky for Harry that the self-riding charm still functioned, or he would have crashed a few times. Tonks was appalled to learn that Harry had never learned to ride a bike before, but fortunately his Quidditch skills assisted with his balance. A few close calls later and Harry was riding around the room at a comfortable speed. As his confidence grew, so did his daring. Harry learned to lean into the turns at higher speeds and the miracle of brakes. When he was thoroughly comfortable with his abilities, Tonks joined him in riding. He found out that a second person changed the dynamics enough that you couldn't become complacent even for a second. Once Tonks felt satisfied in Harry's skill, she pointed to a lever on the tank. Harry pulled the lever and he felt the bike shudder. Only when the front wheel started lifting off the ground did Harry figure out what the lever was used for. Harry made short work of figuring out how to control the bike in the air. Harry learned that he could use a silencing charm on the exhaust to make the bike nearly whisper quiet. Tonks dabbled with the disillusionment charm on the bike and found the proper place to tap to hide the whole machine. After some fancy flying and riding, Harry landed the bike and Tonks dismounted, letting Harry continue his fun. Harry's mood improved as he thought more about what Sirius would really have wanted him to do. Sirius would want me to ride this thing everywhere and cause trouble with it. How many people get to learn how to ride inside of Gringotts anyway? I will make you proud, Sirius. I promise. Tonks checked her watch and waved Harry down. It is getting late and we should be getting home. We need to eat and I owe you a little fun before the night is over. Okay, let's get this thing loaded onto a cart and go home. They wheeled the bike over to the cart they had used to get wherever they were and strapped it down. Griphook, who had brought some paperwork to complete, checked everything before he set the cart into motion. They rocketed back to the surface, twisting and turning with the track. Tonks settled into Harry's arms for the majority of the trip. She snuggled into him and relaxed, taking in the scent of Harry and motorbike. At the top, they unloaded the bike and wheeled it out the front door, drawing quite a crowd of onlookers and curious people. Harry scanned the crowd once, and then continued to the apparition point. Tonks followed, keeping an eye on anyone who could pose a threat. Harry pulled out the ring and tapped it discreetly with his wand, altering its destination. Harry held out the ring for Tonks to grab onto and he waited for the timer to go off. When the tugging stopped, Harry saw the desired alleyway off the quiet street a few blocks away from Privet Drive. "This is for you, Sirius," Harry said aloud. He straddled the bike and started the engine. It roared to life and Harry revved it a few times. "Care to join me, Nymph?" "It would be my pleasure, Harry." Harry released the clutch and powered down the street. He made a few laps around the neighborhood, getting the feel for the bike on the Muggle roadways. After a half hour or so of Harry cruising around Little Whining, he came to a stop in front of the Italian restaurant they had eaten at before. Harry realized he was still wearing his new cloak, so he removed it and put it in the saddlebag attached to the bike. Tonks did the same and reached out a hand to pull Harry into the establishment. They were seated in the same booth they had last time and ordered the same meal. They ate quickly, not bothering to speak much. When they were finished, Tonks paid the bill with the Muggle money she had in her pocket. Harry made a mental note to change some of his galleons into pounds. They left the restaurant and headed to Privet Drive. When they pulled into the driveway, Harry couldn't help but rev the engine one last time. He turned off the motor and escorted Tonks to the front door. She found the door locked, but a wand flick and a word fixed it instantly. They entered the house and were met with a blustering Vernon standing in the hall. "Yes, Vernon, you wanted to say something?" Harry asked nicely. "What in the devil was that noise?" Vernon boomed. That is my motorbike. Be sure not to hit it tomorrow if you take the auto somewhere. I would be very angry if you damage it." Harry spoke evenly but made sure to get his point across. "A motorbike?" Vernon yelled. "You can't drive a motorbike. You aren't old enough. And where did you get a motorbike? You have no money in the first place. My godfather left me the bike, and I can ride it whenever I like. I am a wizard, so I do not need a license. Funny thing, when the police stop us they seem to forget what they were trying to do." "Imagine that," Tonks chimed in. "Yes, well, we have had a long day, so if you will excuse us." Harry motioned Tonks up the stairs with his hand. "You will keep that motorbike out of our driveway and away from the house," Vernon demanded. "I will not have the neighbors thinking we support that kind of behavior." "A motorbike, honestly. I will park the bike wherever I wish to park it, Vernon," Harry told his uncle. "If you have a problem with that, then too bad. I really don't care what you want. Good night." Harry ascended the stairs right behind Tonks, who was swaying her rear again. When the door to the room was closed, Harry grabbed Tonks from behind, earning him a squeal. "Why did you do that when we were walking up the stairs?" Through her laughter and suggestive winks, Tonks replied, "Because it is fun and I wanted you a little worked up. I think you putting your hands a little low on the ride back managed to accomplish that much, Nymphadora." "I did, huh? I never would have known." Tonks' attempt at an innocent look failed when she grinned devilishly and pulled Harry on top of her and began to snog him to within an inch of his life. The minutes rolled by before Harry could even think of something to say. "Tonks, what are we going to do tonight?" "I was thinking of returning the favor from last night, Harry. You know those things can be annoying while they heal. Well, don't you have some healing skills? You are a second-level yellow, right?" "Oh, I guess I am. I should have been able to heal those easily enough. I wonder why I didn't do that." Tonks smiled and forced Harry's hands over her own head while she drove her mouth onto his. "Maybe I wanted you to sympathize with me. Or maybe I wanted to remember where your mouth had been. You couldn't remember without the marks. I think you will have to remind me, Harry. Now get to it." Before Harry got too much into the fun, he put up a silencing charm on the room. Tonks pulled his attention back to her by pulling his lips to hers. Harry kept dotting her as he pulled her shirt free from her pants. He started moving the shirt up slowly with his left hand as he continued ing her. After a few minutes of that, Tonks pushed him off and pulled her shirt over her head in one swift motion. "Enough of that shirt for the evening." She pulled him to her and started dotting him fiercely. Harry let her tongue ravage his mouth and her hands remove his own shirt. He lowered his chest to hers and slowly began to move against her. He felt her lace cloth rub against his skin with every movement. Her hands were in his hair and gripping his back. He wrapped his arms around her body and pulled her to him, lifting her off the bed. He held her in place while his fingers moved to the clasp on her beep. His nimble fingers worked away for a few minutes before he willed the frustrating hook to release. The cloth released instantly and Harry slowly removed it from Tonks' body, freeing her beasts from their confinement. She sighed deeply before her mouth latched onto his neck and began beeping as if she was desperately trying to draw blood. Harry Ned softly and maneuvered his mouth to return the favor. They proceeded to mark each other quite thoroughly before Harry broke free and started trailing down her chest. He went all the way from her neck to her lower abdomen before starting back up. He paused at her breasts and at around each of them, slowly using his tongue liberally. The noises she made assured Harry that he was doing the right thing. He at her breasts in circular motions from the outside inward, leaving the very erect nipples for last. Tonks squealed loudly when Harry finally gave in and took as much of her breast into his mouth as he could. The whole time his hands had loosened her pants and worked them to her mid-thigh. Tonks was not paying very close attention and was more than willing to be free of them when Harry started tugging. She managed to regain enough semblance of control to remove Harry's jeans quickly. When her breasts had received adequate attention, Tonks pulled Harry down to the bed and rolled him over. With Tonks in control, she planted all over his body in a similar fashion to what he had done to her. Harry reveled in the sensations and he fought for control of his own urges. He did his best not to fight Tonks away when she got too close to certain things. When Tonks' mouth returned to his, Harry thought he was relatively safe. He was until Tonks' hand slid into his boxers and grabbed him tightly. Harry opened his eyes and found Tonks gazing at him lustfully. "Nymph, don't you think?" "Shut up, Harry. I am not thinking right now, so just enjoy it." Tonks started moving her hand slowly but firmly. She continued despite Harry's mumbled protests. She only stilled when Harry did the same to her. "Nymphadora." Harry spoke quietly and watched Tonks open her eyes slowly. He willed himself into her mind and started moving his hand quickly before she could respond. After a few seconds, Tonks' response was to grip tightly and stroke him quickly. Amongst the swirling colors in his mind, Harry could hear Tonks squealing with each movement. He heard her breathing quicken even more, causing her own actions to increase, overloading Harry's senses. With a scream from one and a loud grunt from the other, Harry and Nymphadora collapsed onto each other. Their movements stilled and only their breaths were evidence they remained alive. As the minutes passed, Harry heard a soft coo escape Tonks, puffy and red lips. "Nymph. Merlin, that was worth it, Harry. If you can do that again, you will never have to worry about me being happy." Tonks gave a shuddered exhale. "I am glad you liked it, Nymph. I loved it, Harry." Tonks smiled weakly and tried to bury her head into Harry's shoulder while squeezing him firmly, once more gaining a positive reaction. "Oh, Nymph, I am not sure you want to do that." "And why not, Harry?" Tonks opened her eyes and gave him a wicked grin. Harry moved his fingers back and forth, causing her eyes to snap shut and eliciting a moan and shivers from Tonks' body. "Because, I will do the same thing to you if you do." "Promises, promises, Harry." Tonks stretched to give Harry a passionate key, and proceeded to repeat her earlier actions. Harry couldn't think of anything but doing the same to her. From her perch, Hedwig blinked her large eyes twice, then nestled her head under her wing, intending to sleep until earlier in the morning before going hunting. It was some time before the snowy white owl managed to fall asleep. Her owner and friend weren't very considerate that night. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.